It is what it is. Some of them try to push everyone into the zombie consumer category by making tinkering with stuff hardware hard / impossible. No, totally. I completely agree with that, Matthew. All right. Well, now just for, you know, formality's sake, shall we? For the live viewers in the VOD, Twitch chat, can you say hi, YouTube? Let's play some Dwarf Fortress, shall we? So like I've been saying earlier, Black Flag, I'm not naming anybody on YouTube. The only dwarves that are getting named are people through Twitch with the Twitch integration until we come up with until I finalize my better system. I'm just not naming dwarves on request. It's not the greatest solution that I have right now, but the one that we're working towards will hopefully be better. So the way people get dwarves is by redeeming them here on Twitch. Like just a robotic cow just did. So first thing I gotta do is disable overlay. Which takes way too long. All right. Just a robotic cow. What kind of dwarf would you like? After I read all of the dwarves that are currently named. All the dwarves that are currently named in the fortress are a Devilish Potato, an Ander, a Rende, Ash, Baby Blueford, Baka Glass, Bench, who's a baby zombie. I don't know why you're so high up here. Interesting. Oh, probably because of your name, actually. Big Bang, Brewer, Ba, and Danathor, as well as Dragoon, who finally joined. Is actually like a proper member of the fortress now. Drew Scriver and Elfie Bean, as well as Fellout Rain, Gaius, and Geotrack, and Gordy Castro, as well as Grunty and Ghana Tank, rest in peace, and Henchest and Lightning Roger, Laya, and Metroid John, and Mama is Wolfie, and Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Nodokasa, Nero Keys, Norse, T Maiden, Nortrum, Orange, Radbug, Raging Cave, and Rolf, as well as Royal Green, Salty Tempest, Spenshwa, and Stone, Talon Artho, Transfem, and True Freak, as well as UGDPY, and Winter Z, and Xylium, and that is everybody that is currently named. You'd like a scholar. Do I have any unnamed scholars? But yeah, I realize it's not convenient for everybody, and it's also not convenient for myself, but it just kind of is what it is, and it's what I'm rolling with. Who do I gotta bribe on Twitch to get their naming rights? Well, someone would have to redeem a dwarf and then decide to give it to you. But I'm working on a better solution. It's in the planning phase / design phase currently. Technically, all of the bitten ones are militia captains. Also, this person got bit, and I sent them off to go attack something, and they're still, like, doing that, even though they've left, and they've been gone for a while, so. All right, well, how about the, Outpost Liaison? If that works for you, Robotic Cow. So, chat room. Who wants a fort tour after I finish reading this dwarf's description? This dwarf needs a much nicer bedroom. Is inattentive to detail in his own work, has an overinflated sense of self-worth, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that... He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He has an active sense of humor and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is curious and eager to learn and has a greedy streak, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and when he's greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes work and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And then this goes to just a robotic cow. Just a robotic cow. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. It doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally views cooperation as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and does not particularly value the truth. Likes brass, pyrite, and clear glass. Narwhal leather and which means he probably also likes nardwar leather. Guppy bone and giant pond turtle shell. And pigtail paper and the color night mint green. Bolts and reindeer for their large herds, and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer, and the sight of the festive bewilderment. And when possible, prefers to consume lorikeet and spelt beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He has a lover who doesn't live here and worships Lum. He has several friends, and that's about it. He's been a member of various different civilizations and groups over the years, as times have changed. Okay, so for this fortress, the original goal of this fortress was to be a pacifist library fortress. Now, that's still not entirely not true. It's just not as true as it was before because people keep attacking us. We've sort of become this weird, maybe not weird, we've sort of slowly become this very wealthy hive of dwarven knowledge. How you doing, Martin? And also Chadbury as well as MB Audio. It's good to see you. So what this fort kind of is now is it is a library fort that is still focused on acquiring as many goddamn books as possible. I think my goal is kind of 1,000, low-key. We're currently sitting on 180. I would like to get that number up significantly higher. Population has been fluctuating pretty wildly because we keep getting attacked around the same time of year when you would normally either get traders or migrants. So it's been a little bit annoying due to the fact that every time we try to, or every time the population is like about to increase, it's just been, we get attacked and then we have to wait for another round. But I've been trying my best to keep the dwarves as happy as possible, even with all the calamities that keep happening, without using any kind of misgeneration or anything. So we all have very, very, very fancy bedrooms that go all the way around, and I think they look pretty nice. I actually really like the way these bedrooms look, these kind of multi-floor ones with like the ways up and like trapdoors going up and down, although some of these still need hatch covers. I guess we're, still working on things. It's not 100% there. It's getting there. But, I think it looks pretty good in general. And I'm kind of thinking about just plopping some grates down in these. Not that they would actually do anything, but I tend to have quite a few grates in this fort. And I was like, well, I could just start plopping grates on the floors because, they could just walk over those, right? So, we're going to keep kind of increasing the value of these bedrooms and making these bedrooms nicer for each and every dwarf. Then down here we have our library, and up here we have the other half of the library. This half of the library needs some beautification, I think. This lower half down here, I'm pretty happy with it now. I think, it could use some more stuff maybe scattered around them. Maybe some, engravings on the ground or, some patterns on the floor, something else. Let me just get you out of here. So I can lock that. This is my artifact hold. I've recently moved the kitchens underground, so I can finally put something else here. We've got some offices over here. We did have a necromancer who was our mayor for a while, who went and died. And then the queen showed up, and now she's both the necromancer mayor and the, queen. So that's great, which now leads me to go, okay, so stone, I guess, is now something. Well, maybe I can give Stone some other task. Maybe I could make Stone the captain, or maybe the dungeon master or something, because I already have a captain of the guard. So maybe I could make Stone the dungeon master, because somebody needs to operate these 3 beds, and you're already set up and good to go. So why don't I make Stone the dungeon master? Why don't we do that? There you go. Easy peasy. I still need to, make the captain of the guard fully happy with their space, but that's fine. I also, a lot of the nobles still need stuff because not everything has been set up. Everyone needs a hobby. Everyone needs a hobby, yeah. So we're obviously pro necromancy and knowledge here because what else would somebody who's a necromancer want aside from bodies and knowledge? So we went from kind of being a pacifist knowledge gaining fort to being a less pacifist knowledge gaining fort. This is our little hospital down here. We got trading over here. Various guild halls down here. People keep tantruming and breaking my stuff, which is kind of annoying. So we're, working through that. This is our tavern. Pretty happy with how the tavern looks. I think that the tavern is pretty great. And one of my favorite portions of the tavern is this. You see these lovely windows? Well, these little lovely windows let you laugh at the people in prison. because like I said, everyone needs a hobby. For intimidation purposes, we do have a giant wolf down here, and I think somebody threw a bucket at the wall, which is kind of funny. So they all have tables and chairs ideally and statues, and most of these chains are either made out of copper or aluminum, so they're very nice like chains. We have this food area right here, which is, you know, pretty well appointed, full of these aluminum goblets and fancy mugs. Over here we have more bedrooms, and of course, more bedrooms, and of course, more bedrooms, and of course, surprise, more bedrooms, or space for more bedrooms. And then down here is our kind of tombs area. Obviously, this is a volcano fort. And then the fort just kind of goes down here all the way down through various cavern layers where I've been doing mining and accidentally letting things in. Right here is, well, let me explain. So there was a lot, and by a lot, I mean like a lot of hungry heads, okay? So those hungry heads, they were all living down here. And then I forgot, there was like 80 of them. I shit you not, like right here. Like, there was a lot of them. Then a forgotten beast with deadly poison vapors showed up, and it started blasting poison vapors everywhere. And we figured out what the syndrome for the poison vapors was pretty quick. It was immediate nausea and projectile vomiting. So it didn't really damage them or kill them particularly. Like, they did eventually die to it, but it just kind of started off almost immediately with like, bleh, and then they all just started puking, which was, you know, kind of funny because like you could see how far they made it. Like, you can literally track their pathing based on all of the vomit out there. It's something. We do actually have proper military that is training now, so that's good. The cattle fields are you stuck? No, you're just hauling something. Okay. The actual farming fields down here are doing pretty well. We do have elephants who fortunately aren't starving to death, but I do have young elephants that are finally coming of age now. I do sometimes still have to cycle them from field to field as they finish them, but still, the elephants are doing quite well. Maybe they're not, what, for the hungry heads? I don't want to think about that too much, to be honest with you. That's kind of a disturbing concept to my brain for some reason. Anyway, we also have some extra bedrooms down here for the poor dwarves who want to walk way too far to get breakfast. And then, you know, one other thing I have to talk about, which is the most important thing probably, is the front door. So the front door is kind of inaccessible right now. But I'm in the process of covering the lava with glass, so it'll look a lot less dangerous soon. And that process will also make it easier for me to let enemies in. But, because I can then, like, you know, seal off areas of it. But the idea is they walk this way, 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 they walk into here, and then they get turned into pulp by the minecart cannon system I have here. Now, I want to test something else with lava, because fun with lava is kind of a theme of this fort, right? So I'm actually going to build something right now. I'm going to build something I probably should have built a while ago. And I'm going to build an actual gate to the fort. I'm going to put some blocks here. I'm going to unforbid all this crap. And my goal / idea is I'm going to build a gate to lock this door so we can, you know, seal this area off. Then what I'm going to do is we're going to collect all the iron and stuff out from down here from the last siege. And my idea is pretty simple, and I'm curious to know what you guys think about it. I've got these walkways, right? What if I built a little powered minecart track that went along here and along here, okay? And the little minecart track would go up, down, over one, up, oops, down, over one, up, down, etc., just in circles. I think that the act of it going up and down would cause lava mist, because these, when they drop down into here, causes lava mist. So I'm going to try doing that and see how well that works. The other thing that I need to do today, that is like numero uno priority, is I need to get this fucking thing powered. I really need to get this fucking thing powered. So I really need to increase the power output of up here, because this Not producing enough power to power both of these. Don't worry about this absolute monstrosity up here. I know it looks awful. Don't worry too much about it, but it's a thing. How do I reload my lava shotgun? I mean, there's a video running doing a full lap of it. They go up, so they're loaded right now. They go up to here. They hit these buttons, right? This button at the bottom of the chute is connected to this iron floor bars. You could also use a grate. If you use a drawbridge or a trapdoor, in my experience, it like can bump the minecart back or forward or off the right tile, and then they fall straight down onto these obsidian rollers with obsidian mechanisms, or iron, like obsidian/iron mechanisms, one layer down. And if it's 5 of 7 or deeper, it just fills them up entirely. No water for power. So I don't know why I have to keep explaining this to people. What is easier, getting power down 20 levels or getting power up 110? The nearest water is on cavern layer 3. The nearest air is like right here. Why does it matter? This isn't a huge threat. There's no reason for enemies to path into here because during sieges, this whole area is sealed off. What? There's no water on the surface. That's been like an ongoing bit with this fort. And there's no aquifer, so, which is weird and annoying for me, but you know, there's no aquifer, so it just kind of is what it is. Also, do you guys never like to, you know, change it up for variety's sake? What the fuck is a hungry head? It's a head that is hungry. So that's how I reload the lava shotgun, when it falls into the lava to repeat. And that's also why they stay forbidden, is because if they're not forbidden, then the dwarves try to path to pick them up and return them whenever they hit the last tile. I don't know. I like yeah, this zombie is a sad zombie. It's named after the bot, and yes, its intestines are hanging out. But it's a zombie and it's friendly, so who cares? That's exactly the zombie I was just referring to, Domalith. Yeah. It's pretty easy to spot. He also uses magical powers when fights break out, which is fun. Very exciting. We are in late autumn and we didn't manage to trade. Another forgotten beast has come, a blob composed of mud. Beware its webs. Well, where is it? Well, oh, well, it's on that layer. That's fine. Go with death, I suppose. Creature. So, yeah, no, the reality is not everything needs to be done the absolute optimal way all of the time. And if I did everything the absolute optimal way all of the time, I'd be bored shitless. So, if you watch the stream a lot, you'll notice I have a lot of habits of just, like, doing super unoptimal things because I think it's fun. Here's the problem. Ettins are not very effective. That Ettin's gonna die pretty quick, but that's just my concern right there. Okay, so open space. These are all open space. I might actually go along here. Deconstruct all of you. And then build another chunk of floor there. All right, let's and also, it really depends on, like, what your priorities are. It's like, for windmills, all you really need is just construction time. Water wheels, you need endlessly moving water. Which, while it doesn't impact frame rate heavily, it does impact frame rate. Especially if things try to pass through that water, if the water gets shallow at one end. And windmills do none of that. So I would actually argue that in some ways, long-term fort-wise, windmills are more sustainable because it's more possible for you to, you know, not run into that issue. Also, we're in an ad break. You have yet to build near a volcano. Really? Yeah, I haven't seen you on, at least not on streams much recently. Maybe, but, you know, it's nice to have you around the stream at the very least. But are you kind of stuck in that want to play game but don't want to play game till next patch hits kind of feeling? Because I know that people have been perpetually like that with Dwarf Fortress for a little bit now with adventure mode coming. Although Dwarf Fortress is kind of like one of those unique games where some people are like, well, gotta wait for adventure mode, and then some people are like, well, I'd love to like wait to play adventure mode, but I gotta prep my world. Yeah, no, I got you. I mean, family's important. that should be your priority. Come on. Here's another idea. What if instead of building like a minecart, like minecart shenanigans in the central walkway, why don't I put them back here as like a way to stop them from escaping? That might even be better. What do you think, chat? Should I build this project in the current reservoir or in a different reservoir? Been trying to get Cyberpunk and Death Stranding finished? Are you trying to do the Cyberpunk DLC or something? Like, I know I engraved these walls, but I don't need to dig those out. Because then I could do like this, basically. I'm happy that there isn't magma wheels. And I'm happy that there isn't magma wheels for one main reason. It gives people a reason to have aquifers on their map, right? Like, I think I'm totally okay with different materials having completely different uses in Dwarfort. About 95% done with it. Gotcha. Well, I mean, get it done. I have faith. I'm suddenly leaning this way. What do you think, chat? Should we try and build this lava mist contrap? Well, actually, I could go all the way up to here. Should I build this lava mist contraption here? Or on either side of these? No, that is not new. Why not both? I don't think it's necessary, really. And also, I have plans to do something up here, but that's not going to happen for a little bit. I'm just asking, which one would you like to see me do? Why not, Zoidberg? Everyone always asks that. Oh, no, trust me. Well, I would say neither of these are a sauna zone, actually, because there's no, like, water anywhere in either of these, so how could it be a sauna zone if there's no water? Okay, so how much extra power does this stupid thing need? Huh. How long have you been powered? Okay, so you're not powered. You are. Wait. So game, you're telling me that I don't actually need to uninstall all of those towers? Like, I actually have enough? Which part am I missing then? Because I remember that not having enough power. Huh. Okay, well, I'm not going to complain then if that's the case. Let's see if we can get this trash chute working. That is the priority for me right now. So I need you to be powered. What do you need to be powered? Because you should transfer power there, but you're not. And you go all the way down to here and then fall out. And you're not powered. But you are. I'm confused. Okay, well, let's just do it this way then. I mean, I can just install a couple more mechanisms into this thing if I need to. Let's see where they're headed to go dig. Although they're probably all running to the water fountain, or no, the lava fountain thing that I'm building. Or the lava spray thing that I'm building. No, they do not. They are different types of creatures. Like a giant wolf is not the same species as a wolf, said an elf. It's a bring your own bucket? True. I mean, I have a question. As somebody who's never been even remotely aware of how sauna culture works, is bring your own bucket a thing? Like, is that a thing? Because that's kind of wild. Kind of have a hard time believing it is, but... So ideally, I don't want dwarves walking in here, period. But that should move power over to here. You are connected. And then this down here should connect power between the two of these. I'd be worried about sanitary issues, but all of these are powered. I think I need to dust this room some more. I cleaned this room a bunch yesterday, and so it's better now than it was. But I think I need to dust this room because whenever I come in here, I start sneezing and my nose gets itchy. And it's kind of annoying. Okay, so the last little bit that I need to do, how much power do we have in excess? We got quite a bit of excess power. So last little thing that I need to do, it's not going to be the prettiest. I need to get some power out here. And I need to connect these. Grr. You should have access. And then what this is going to let me do is it's going to let me have a fully automated corpse disposal system. That's what it's going to let me do. And I can't wait. What project am I working on? I'm working on 2 projects. We are building a lava mist generation device, and I am making a fully automated body disposal system. Those are the 2 main projects. Using the volcano, of course, to, dispose of bodies. And greetings, Napalm. How are you? I've always got something cooking, Merc. Let's be real. So, chat room. We're almost a month out from adventure mode. It's kind of crazy. Like, I find when announcements like this come out, there's a period of time where my brain just kind of goes, oh my god, that's so far away. It's going to take so long, and then suddenly I'm playing it. It's kind of wild, actually. Very much looking forward to the 14th. I'm hoping that we'll get some other tidbits and ideas. I've got some questions lined up already from, just me. And from what I can tell, people have been pretty enthusiastic, sending in quite a few channels. Exclamation point VODs. It's on the main... there is a link to it on the main channel. It's literally in the middle of the main channel. If you go to the main YouTube channel, I mean, you could type exclamation point VODs into the chat, but here, just let me show you for my own sanity's sake. If you just go to the YouTube channel, it's literally this. Right there. VODs and then my horror channel, which I've been neglecting because I've been busy on my weekends recently. But it's literally just this. Right here. There's my VODs. One went up 43 days ago. You know what's really funny? Actually, I had somebody tune into my streams late on Thursday last week. It was like right towards the end of the stream. And literally they were like, hey, long-time YouTube viewer here. And then they started chatting. And then a couple minutes later, they go, man, I thought you were a way bigger streamer than you are. Which I think is kind of funny. I don't know how to take comments like that. It's like, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or as like a kind of insult. I just kind of ignored it in chat and just let it go by. But it's like, kind of take it as a compliment. Like they thought my view count would have been higher, basically. All right, so you go up there. You go down there. Oh, Vile Dark of Forceness has arrived and is seeking a parley. Let's see how big it is. So this is a elf. This is a elf that is probably a member of a goblin faction based on the fact that it's wearing copper. Remember the barricaded ghoul, a goblin civilization? All right, we will allow them to slowly crawl onto the map. And I will jump up here to the corner real quick. And by jump up here to the corner real quick, I mean put a door right there. Doesn't matter what type, I'm just going to lock it anyway. While we let the rest of these get hauled out and also unsuspend the final construction of this. Curse all friends of nature, apparently. And there is a naked peasant running into my fort. Why are you... Oh, it's because you're in the military. I get you. Well, at least he's got 2 socks and a shirt on now. So my military has a replace gear order. And the amusing portion of this is it means that when they're done training, I just have a bunch of naked soldiers running around for a little bit. But, you know, legendary Spear Dwarf, so. There's been a lot of socks on the floors recently. Even though I actually have enough space for all of them, it's just the dwarves are pretty busy. And there's a lot of walking in this fort, so it's fine. It's not a huge deal. The issue is I just haven't been able to trade in a while. I should probably send out a bunch of trade requests to other places. Naked soldiers running around, that's just real life. I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never been in that kind of situation, gotta say. My experience with the military is Apocalypse Now and Full Metal Jacket. I guess Saving Private Ryan. Brain Fist, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. I guess Cadets too. Cadets kind of sucked. Wasn't a fan. Is it truly Dwarf Fortress, though, Professor Dr. Hamster, if there isn't a couple socks on the floor? Like, is it truly a Dwarven Fortress if there isn't just, like, flocks everywhere for some reason? Tired, though? I know the feeling, Brain Fist. For Adventure Time going? Doing my best to forget that awful TV show existed. I mean, what? I watched the first season of Adventure Time and didn't like it. I don't really have anything I can prepare for right now. We don't know if the worlds are going to have any substantial changes, so I'm not... Like, I guess I could just start adventuring in this world, but realistically, we don't have any, like, concrete statements on whether or not it'll be wise to generate a new world upon the update, so there isn't really much I can prep right now. It was a children's cartoon, which definitely wasn't for children. And very Rick and Morty-like fan base, if that tells you anything. Where are you now, Baka? I'm glad that you have informed us all of that. Actually, Freeway's got first today, oddly enough. How you doing, dude? I don't like children's cartoons, and I don't know what Midnight Gospel is. I absorbed Adventure Time through third parties because it was just on the TV a lot of the time in different places that I've been in my life. But I'm not really a cartoons person, anime or otherwise. All right, Elfie, good luck with the errands. Use DF hack to check between the 200 dwarves. They own 4,000 socks. That seems about right. Out of curiosity, what command did you use to check that? You know what? I kind of don't want to wait too long on this siege. Let's see how big it is. Okay, not too bad. This whenever these guys attack me, it's an interesting faction because it's like it's a goblin, human, elven faction. Like it's a lot of humans with goblin names and a lot of elves with goblin names, and they always attack in pretty small armies. So I think I'm just going to lock the doors and bring them in. Like we're just gonna fight them. You have funny hair, English Baroness. I think we're just gonna let them fight. Let them fight! There will be casualties of random royalty, and there's very little I can do about that. Item count owned, marked by type. Gotcha. Also, this is just the public anything goes temple, which is the Comedy of Galleys. How about we rename this, because I've got a slightly better idea. Comedy of Bells. Trying to think of a decent name for a fortress. I don't think baka exists as a word, so that would be kind of difficult. Although, because RimWorld appears to be deciding it's time to snipe the Dwarf Fortress release dates, it might finally be time to name a fortress RimWorld at some point. It's a bad time to get yourself a dwarf. So you literally can't, because the only way that you can get a dwarf is with the redeem command, so you have to just be the first person to get the redeem. We're working on a better system. I'm not just naming people as they ask. Just period. I'm not doing that. Because I don't enjoy sitting there and just reading 15 dwarves in a row. That's not fun for me. It might be fun for chat, but it's very, it's a lot on my voice. It's hard on my eyes. And I don't enjoy doing it. So. Tynan teased a DLC yesterday, and they usually release DLCs about 3 weeks after Tynan teases it the first time. So. Basically every single streamer who was sitting there going, hey, it's time to stream Dwarf Fortress again, is now going, oh god, RimWorld DLC, gotta play RimWorld DLC. So, like, we're all fucked, basically. Like, I'm extraordinarily angry about that. But there's, not much I can do, really. Because I'm well aware that it's a game with a lot of crossover. And RimWorld tends to get people more views, unfortunately. No problem, my pizzle. Happy to help. What kind of fortress is this? Ooh, Comedy of Hell. There we go. That'll work. That's the name of my anything goes temple, is the Comedy of Hell. We'll roll with that. All right, so dwarves are locked inside. We'll give them a second to get inside. I don't know why there's a zombie there, but there's a zombie there, apparently. we will let the dwarves walk in this way. And, give them a minute, just in case anybody else needs to get inside. Rhymes with Bell? Yeah. Why, is there a Bell? Is there a comedy related to somebody named Bell? Is that a thing? All right, so I'm pretty sure that's the only way in. All right, well. Let's push the button. Deny. Silvery vault, so you made everything with silver? Yeah, I never have access to every single material. I mean, this is the Library of Tomes. We have large amounts of copper, small amounts of aluminum, and even smaller amounts of iron. Basically, no iron. So essentially, all of the weapons that I have come from invading forces. Also, it appears that this siege got a bit bigger. I don't know if there's still more coming in, but they are walking along the hillside. What's up, bench? Because it's the thing that marketed their video game to success, right? So if a thing markets your video game well, gotta keep marketing it. Like, I don't know. I'm, like, weirdly salty about it, but it just kind of is what it is. I just have to do a thing behind the scenes real quick while this is happening. Okay. It always stresses me out when I see them going over top of this. Also, let's check this real quick. Turn the burrow on, because I'm seeing dwarves in places they shouldn't be. Like you. But, you know, there you go. Like I said, dwarves in places they shouldn't be. But that's okay. So who hasn't seen... Don't worry about this dwarf. That's not one of mine. These are all, like, royalty and baronesses and dukes and duchesses that are visiting because we have the queen living here, and I can't put them into their own burrows, so they just go out and die randomly. There's literally nothing I can do about it. It kind of sucks, but, like, what am I gonna do? So who hasn't seen this defense yet? Press 1. In either chat. I am looking at both of them. All right. Well, let's give you guys an opportunity to witness the glory of this extraordinarily, stupidly overpowered weapon. That's a bigger siege than I thought it was. Jeez. Are they still popping on the map? Sieges can be deceiving on maps like this because they can only come in one at a time. So yeah, it's humans, goblins, and a few elves. Well, they are right here. I haven't gained any random nobles yet, but I probably will start soon. This is a very, 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 very large faction. There's like, it's like 14,000 or something, so I haven't started inheriting roles yet, but I wouldn't be too surprised if that started happening soon. All right. I just snoozed the ads. So the way this thing starts is, as you can see, it's powered. I pull this lever right here. Once this lever is pulled, when a dwarf gets over here and decides to pull it, I then jump to these bridges, and I click on this, and I click on this, and I follow it. And what happens is minecart go up really quickly, right? Minecart go around really quickly. Minecart go over switch. Don't worry, there is actually a minecart here. It's just invisible because it's full of lava. And when it hits the bottom, the glob of lava flies out. When the glob of lava flies out, it then flies across, creating lava mist the entire way. And anything it collides with gets turned into a ball of death. So, these guys all just narrowly missed this one, which just flew past their faces. And then the minecarts all drop down a layer, and then zip around and do it again. And it's just gonna run on high speed repeat from now until ever after. Whoop. Well, there goes one of my nobles. Sorry, Einod. I know it was my mistake, sort of, but you walked into there. I also appear to have killed 2 of their cousins. Either intentionally or accidentally. They may have been my own dwarves. I don't even know. But now these humans are going to start walking through the lava mist, and the random globs of lava flying by are going to be very effective as well. You will be mist. You are now very much lava mist. The beauty of lava mist is they can pass directly through it without consequence, so we've already lost 2. Although this one might have actually been one of mine. So, you know, it's a good time. It's very, very strong, and it's quite fun watching them go, wah! Meow! Meow! Past, like this. See? These guys just got slammed with fiery smoke. This entire area is like completely non-traversable. Let's follow this minecart because we see it right here, so it's going to drop down. Now, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap the following the lava. It's going to go up, and then it goes down. Okay, nothing exciting there. Let's follow another one. Let's go to maybe... Well, actually, hold on. Let's go to this one right here. Okay, and then it drops. And we're going to follow the lava instead. It's going to go up. Okay, that again, it didn't make it so far. But, you know. We dwarfed so hard and got so far, but in the end... It didn't even matter. Let's try a different strategy. Let's follow Enso the Human Hammerman. He's 28 years old. Or she's 28 years old. She is alarmed after experiencing trauma is the first memories we have of her. She has an utterly languid pace of easy living. Calm and slow. And is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. And isn't on fire yet magically, but is watching her friends catch fire in front of her. She drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something, like right now. She's wondering why she signed up for the military and is now running through this very dangerous space, but has made it around the first corner, so that's very impressive. Same with the goblin behind her, although this one almost got clipped by a piece of lava. Now is walking through the very dangerous corridor of lava mist, and hopefully at some point in a second is going to, you know, do that. Rest in peace. You sad, sad human. How about this one? How about you? Does anybody here have familial relationships? Does anybody here have any history locally? I would love to know. Not really. These are just like nameless soldiers. Historyless nobodies being forcibly sent to fight us. What a sad realm. All right, well, let's follow. Oh, wait, hold on. Is the siege broken? I'm seeing them backing up a little bit. There's this elf all the way here at the back, which is a little funny. I don't know, they're still moving forward mostly. Might just be regrouping a little bit. Oh, I see why. It's because the lava here blocked the walkway. Got it. So that'll take a second. Floors don't melt. It doesn't matter. Like, the floors could be made of wood, and they wouldn't be melting. Floors are indestructible. I think I actually did lose one of my dwarves because I had one more dwarf before all this started, but that's fine. That's fine. So I just need to wait for this to... Did you see the guy just get hit with whatever? And then just... Oof, so satisfying. Let's see how long you live here, Goblin. I mean, I put them in the burrow and I tell them to go to a place, right? And if they decide to just walk in and die, they decide to just walk in and die, and that is what it is. The grates are to stop the middle bits from getting flooded with lava, but as you can see, it's not a 100% perfect solution because they still block the side bits. Yeah, it's to prevent the lava from landing on the walkways and blocking them is the purpose of the grates. Also, Nasty Ninja, what's up? So the thing that a lot of people, I think, just completely miss about Dwarf Fortress, Fire and Ice, is factions of goblins are not all goblins, right? It's like a faction of dwarves isn't all dwarves. In Dwarf Fortress, you might have noticed that you can let bards join your fort, right? Those are adventurers. Those are random people who have left another faction and just want to go on an adventure and join somebody else, potentially. And if they ask you to stay, you can let them stay, and then they can become citizens. That can happen with any faction anywhere in the world, right? So if you're playing against a goblin civ that's invaded and taken over a lot of human civilizations, when you get invaded by them, you're going to get invaded by a combo pack instead of just goblins, right? If you are fighting against a dwarven civilization that has taken over a lot of elven civs, you might get attacked by elves and dwarves. They're not as solo race as some people think, and they're definitely not as solo race as some of the player base who like really hate elves, as an example, will have you think. Especially when you start to play adventure mode, you'll see this a lot more. Like, people, I think, are going to be kind of shocked when they go to their mountain home and see like 2/3 of the mountain home is like just elven residents and stuff. Fun fact, ice walls are lava safe. Ice blocks are not, though. Once an item is constructed, it is almost always lava safe with some exceptions, like mechanisms as an example. But a wall will always be lava safe once it's constructed. I was pausing that to just let the walkways become a little bit more movable. We're going to let this guy move up a bit. Where are you going? Oh, you're not one of mine. That's fine. Fine. Do what you want then, you crazy person. Oh, no. Now you're going to run in. These are all, like I said, these are all just barons that I have no control over. Fist of Night Bone Doctor. Were you a necromancer creature royal that I just lost? I think so. I think we just lost a noble that was a necromancer creature. It's a shame. We're getting hit by an ad in a minute, just a heads up. I will pause the game when the ads hit. Let's follow this minecart. Yeah, no, the population is dropping. It's gonna happen. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I mean, these are all just nobles. I'm gonna state this for the 10-umpteenth bajillionth time. I name dwarves. Merc. It says redeem a dwarf. If you would not like a dwarf, I will refund your request. And if you already have a dwarf, which I don't think you do, then you can give that to somebody else. But the system I'm working on will allow you to have more freedom as to what you name. But not doing that until that system is implemented. Necromancers do not disguise themselves in your fortress, JJ. Everything is working as intended, Tygo. It's okay. All right, so apparently I'm giving a dwarf to Black Flag Redneck on YouTube because I'm sitting here being a big meanie and refusing to give a dwarf to a dwarf name to a not minecart. So Black Flag Redneck, what kind of dwarf you want? Also, are you a Black Flag fan or is that unrelated? So I was in a record store last week and looking at Black Flag albums and was like, wait a second. You just wanted it to be a dumb funny? I mean, nobody's gonna remember the name of a minecart, though. Like, if you guys want me to name the minecart something, I can just do that. You don't need to redeem that, really. That hasn't been an issue in a year and a half. More than that. Dwarves equipping loincloths hasn't been an... Like, they just straight up gave us the ability to make loincloths when Steam version came out, Cuckdwarf. So that hasn't been an issue since long ago. long ago. That was fixed ages ago, which is why I was jokingly referring to the premium version as the Undies update for a while. Although you might be in an ad and not hearing this. I do not... If you're talking about the zombie child is named. I think that's the one that you're talking about. But, yeah, I'm not sure which dwarf you're referring to. Clearly they're not, because I just typed their name in. Was an immigrant from a couple days ago. Must have gotten named. Nope. I can tell you for a fact that dwarf got named. Or is, like, since died. But I know which dwarf you're talking about. I just can't remember what they got named. Random farmer. Random farmer. How about the Happy Butcher? Grand Master Butcher, even. Gets all those cuts of meats perfect. Still upset, still angry, still a zombie, still dead. Bench. Not like things could really get worse for your zombie baby. Only if chat lets you, Swallowed Sun, and only if you're subscribed at tier 2. So not exactly, Swallowed Sun. There's no... What? What bug are you speaking of? Said Nalf. In order for a bug to be removed, it has to be a bug in the first place, and I have no idea what bug you were talking about. I mean, the issue with underpants in Dwarf Fortress was dwarves used to not be able to make underwear, and once a dwarf equipped underwear, then they would want to equip more underwear, and the only way you could get underwear was by going to war with other factions that could make underwear, or importing it, and the result was you'd get really upset dwarves when their underwear would inevitably rot off their body. Just a joke in the patch notes? You know, in my experience, putting jokes in your patch notes, never a good idea. Because it just misleads the audience. Also, besides, they did. Literally, not as a joke. Back when version 50 came out, it literally said, dwarves can make loincloths now. So. I was waiting for the ad stand. Black Flag Redneck is interested after watching performance. A Grandmaster Butcher has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He often acts with compassion and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He does not often go out of his way to help others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He has an active sense of humor and likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't handle stress well. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and isn't particularly ambitious and has a sense of duty. Clicks his tongue occasionally when he's bored, and when he's greeting others, he often smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect, and values knowledge and self-control. He likes chromite and trifle pewter, band-aid agate, and impala hoof. The color clear and gauntlets, that's a very controversial color, because is clear a color, chat room? Slabs and cavies for their three toes, you horrible human being. And pomelo trees for their fruit, and turnip plants for their edible roots. And the words of the certainty of directions and the sight of the festive bewilderment of Impossible prefers to consume manta ray and bat ray and goat cheese. Let me know when you can also consume the gamma ray and the delta ray. And soft wheat beer, and absolutely hates slugs. You have plenty of friends, and you are a member of the denomination of glitter, which is one of the most popular religions in the fort. But yeah, in my experience, it's generally a bad idea to put jokes in your patch notes, but especially when it's like the vast majority of the community is all well aware that it's a thing. Wish that you have custom uniforms outside the military. I'm kind of glad you can't. Because to me, anything that removes the autonomy of the dwarves removes the personality of the dwarves, which makes this game less special. But I, for a while, thought that my opinion was not like a weirdly unique one. But for some people, it really is. Like, there's some people who very much disagree with that take. Okay, so I'm kind of surprised this isn't like massively hurting the frame rate. Oop, this guy just about ceased to exist. Let's see if you, how much further you make it. Come on, dwarf. I mean, goblin. No? Are they all leaving now? Yeah, I think they're leaving now. Show's over, folks. Siege is done. Dishmab, the glazer, was found dead. Oh. Did I get like a migrant wave halfway through that? What the heck? My population went back up. I'm like slightly confused by this. Yeah, you can make them take off rotten clothes. You make better clothes available. They organically take off their rotten clothes as they become rotten by making new clothes available. So if you have clothing available, they will unequip their clothes and go get new clothes. I've literally never had a problem with dwarves not unequipping their clothes and putting on new clothes. As long as they have a place to put their clothing, they will just put new clothing on. You know what it might be? Actually, I know what it was. Full moon hit. 3 of my dwarves are were creatures. And most of these dwarves that are dying are just barons. Like, they're not even part of my fort. Vast majority of these dwarves that are dying aren't part of my fort. Yeah, like this guy that just walked on the map, Tekid the Milker, like, that's not one of my dwarves. That's literally... And now the population just went up again, which is even more confusing. Nope, it's not you coming back. Yeah, I don't know. How does the lava fountain work? So while lava doesn't have pressure, unless you use some skimpy tricks, it does try to level out. So, like, if I dig into the volcano right here and dig out this way, it'll pour out infinitely because the volcano is trying to fill up to this layer, right? So I'm pumping lava up to here, right? Down in through here, and it then has nowhere to go but along here. And then as this fills up all the way, the lava then tries to level out. So it moves up here alongside of this because it stays even. And then it moves up to here and it's trying to stay even with this up here. So it's just, it bubbles over infinitely. It's quite simple, really. So now we just need to wait for the goblins to leave. Well, I've lost 0 population. I'm not sure why my population went back up 1. Oh, I can tell you for fact, the reason these nobles are appearing dead everywhere is because they are not part of my faction. They're not part of my fortress, which means I can't assign them to a borough. They just go out and die, and that's fine. What's up, H2O? How's things, mate? My old YouTube guys are still so helpful. Even though the UI's changed a bit, yeah, they are still useful from what I can tell. Kind of dreading the day that I'm going to have to go back and do all of that. I'm not going to worry about it much. All I know is that none of my dwarves are actually dying. Somebody may have had a kid, too. It's possible. It's not something I'm going to concern my brain with too much. If that's the sort of thing that bothers you, then that's okay. We'll all live. Besides, the queen's a necromancer. Would she really care if her subordinates keel over randomly? It's all part of the scenery. Really. Why you have 3 barons? Because they moved in? That's like asking, why do you have neighbors? Well, it's because they live there. You have a person who inherited a rank who just happened to live in your fort. What does you being Mountain Home have to do with you, like, randomly inheriting roles? Why did other people decide to live where you live? There's many things I can't directly answer for you in Dwarf Fortress. It's just because they decided to do that. There's a lot of simulation going on in this game that people ask me how to tutorialize. Like, one of the most requested videos I get is like, can you make a tutorial on how to get dwarves to marry? It's like, you lock them in a room together and hope they decide to get married. Like, literally, that's it. And I'm not going to make a tutorial on that because I don't think is a fun mechanic to really engage with in that way. G-Fin, what up? This is a religious figure. This goblin is a member of my religion. My faction's most popular religion. The denomination of glitter? That's interesting. Why do you worship our god? Like it's a dwarven god. You're definitely a goblin. I mean, you dream of ruling the world, so. Interesting. Yet you worship our god of beauty. Chat, you guys are really, really, really doing a bad job today. You have one job. Somebody resubbed. What do you do? G-Fin, thanks for the 8th month. Somebody resubbed. You have one job now. It's very simple. Yeah? There you go. Now you figured it out. God damn it, chat. Thank you very much for the 8th month. Sacred Sheen, yeah, it's like he's a higher up religious figure. That's literally the equivalent of like a pastor or something. Also, chat room. You only need to gift 1 sub to get #1 on the gift sub leaderboard, and you only need to cheer $1.01 in bits here on Twitch to get #1 on the bits leaderboard. Not saying you have to do anything, but now's the best time to get that stupid dopamine in your brain as we sit here and prepare for, having Tarn join us on stream again on the 14th. Also, tomorrow's stream is going to be weird because I'm going to be starting at a weird time because in the morning here at 9:30 a.m. I have a appointment that I need to go to. And Black Frag Redneck has gifted a membership on YouTube. Thank you. Rolf, thank you very much for chucking a subscription over at Cadbury. Enjoy your lurks, Kristeth. Wow. My chest. So Likely what's going to end up happening tomorrow is I'm just going to start my stream somewhere between 10:30 and 11. Likely. Yeah, I don't know if that's a mechanic that can happen. That goblin probably showed up with the religion already. It's just interesting that a goblin faction has the same. Actually, you know what probably happened? What probably happened? Probably did. Should probably turn the cannons off. Still killing my nobles. Welp. Probably what happened is It's my time zone again. It's currently 11:24 in the morning.
Why was the dwarf a baron? Well, in the beginning, the universe was created.
Try refreshing.
This had made many
H2O.
people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
I also like completely malfunctioned in my brain for a second there and forgot what I was on about, but also I lost a wrestler. That's actually one of my dwarves. Oh, I know why everybody's running out. I know why everybody's running out. It's because I unforbid all of this. Well, let's see how good my military is at dodging. Now I'm actually killing my own dwarves.
Thar she blows also, 2 years.
It should be okay. Those are stopped now, so this is the last round of shots. Don't you step forward. Nope, too late. Step forward. You fucked up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, well. Why are you so... Oh, I know why. How you doing, Noto Casa? As well as H2O4S, thank you very much for the 24th month. That's a long time. Guys, thanks for the $10 and... $11 in bits. Rolf, thanks very much for chucking out a gift sub. And GFin, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. I'm trying to restart my brain right now, apparently. Thinking is difficult. Which is why I spaced and just unforbid everything. But things should hopefully stop dying now. Although we did lose Drew Scriver. Well, that's unfortunate. I need to just memorialize those dwarves because the sad reality of this is I did actually torch a few of my own dwarves with that. So I think this is actually the population count right now. Which, oops. If you're using lava as your main source of defense, you're gonna torch some of your own dwarves. That's just kind of an acceptable loss, shall we say. I don't know how many of these dwarves are mine, so... I'll just memorialize the last few that pop up. You just find out you get maternity, leave not sick. Leave not 6. More time. Oh, hell yeah, there you go, man, Chuck. Hang out with the kid, watch the baby, play video games. Sounds pretty great. Yeah, I honestly, I think just 3 or 4 casualties, pretty acceptable. All things considered. I mean, it sucks losing a group of dwarves, but what really are you going to do? What really are you going to do? All right, let's follow that strange mood dwarf that I had. Is Noto Casa still alive? Noto Casa. Noto Casa is in fact still alive.
Vitamins, nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Which one? I mean, I know plenty of different strategies on how to mine into lava tubes without killing the dwarf. Most of the time. Regardless of how you do it, there's always some chance that the dwarf just hesitates. Oh, that's cheating, but sure. Foamy, no, that's just me sped up and edited a lot. No, that's literally breaking the game's physics. I mean, what you do is you would do, what you would do at that point is you would do ramp down, bridge, over top of the 2 ramps down, go over top, dig down, run backwards, hit a pressure plate, thunk. But, emotes are pretty great, guys. Yes, I agree. But, like, I mean, there's been various strats over the years, including over drawbridges, and, like, diagonals with doors, and digging diagonally twice, digging down. Like, there's so many different ways you can do it, but the dwarf's literally sitting right here, so I might as well click on them. Regardless of what route I use, there's still a chance the dwarf just stands there like an idiot and dies, in my experience. So yeah, it's not something I lose sleep over. What do you want? Bones? Bars of metal? Okay, so I think you just want bones. But chat room, there is a little hype train going, so if you happen to have a resub or some bits on your account, now's the best time to throw them at the stream to get some emotes that you don't want, or emotes you do want.
I am primed for world domination.
Because, you know, it's time for Dwarf Fortress's next moment in the spotlight until RimWorld shows up and steals it. Ollie, thank you very much for the $1. Are you primed for world domination? What part of the world are we dominating? Hope you're doing all right, Orange. Thank you very much for the train chat. Appreciate you. By closing a drawbridge. I had a child that was, or no, not was it a child? I think dueling with a were creature that then ended up running back into a drawbridge, which was like, ran back into a drawbridge and got crushed right behind the were creature. It's like, what are you doing? I mean, I guess you had it coming. The only person you have to thank for that is yourself. Only if they've given you permission, though. There is. I kind of love that when, like, you go to close a drawbridge behind a thing, and then it's just like, you know, I'm noticing an issue here. Blacksmith cancels item. Drop off. Reason. ×2, 7,300. Okay, what the okay, hold on. What was your name? Xylium. What are you doing? I don't know where you're trying to get to, but I'm just going to forbid this plump helmet because maybe it'll fix your brain. I genuinely have no idea where they were trying to put that. You know, I wonder. I wonder. It might actually have been that pot. I mean, one of the things I still feel terrible about laughing at was the time that a dwarf threw their baby off of a wall and then the baby exploded. Like, I genuinely still feel bad about laughing at that, but it was so fucking funny. It was so goddamn funny, man. Like, it's... Wait. Interesting things are happening behind the scenes, chat. Another dwarf's been missing. How many of my military did I lose? Kind of a lot, actually. In that fight. It was like all military that I lost. I need to rebuild my military completely, but at least none of them were named. I'm gonna toss these extra dwarves into the Marksdwarf squad. Anybody with any kind of skill, because I've gained a few dwarves recently that have had quite a few skills. And then these are the ones that showed up with the royalty. Let me tell you this. Bridges do not activate if a demon is on it. Because they are 100% trap avoid. So bridges can't open nor close if a demon is sitting on it. Okay, let's see if the enemies are entirely... Oh, well, a lot of people are reporting crimes right now. I'm not sure what crime, but some crime just got committed. Seems like one of my lie makers threw a tantrum. So now everybody is going to go commit a crime. Or report a crime, rather. All of these dwarves are currently running to go report a crime. So I don't know what just happened, but geez. Let's open up that door up here before I forget. And let's turn this off. And let's get back to work. Also, first I'm going to actually brew some booze. And let's go here. And go to justice. Oh, well, I haven't actually reported said crime yet. That's a good question. I'm sure we'll figure that out when we get to that. It's one of these. You need 57 power. You got enough. Let's pull this lever and start pumping this stuff out. We're going to pump out all this lava down here. Yeah. Got a goblin baron. Okay, remember how a second ago I said bridges? I wasn't specifying... I don't think I specified raising and lowering bridges. I just said bridges, I'm pretty sure. But bridges do not activate if a demon is standing on it because they are 100% trap avoid at the maximum level. That includes all types of bridges. Raising, lowering, magma safe, otherwise, etc. All right, so something else I need to test. Trash. This right here. Why you button no work? What? There's a weird thing on this UI for a second. What did I just miss? Okay, so I'm going to say glide north immediately. Well, actually, no, not glide north. We're actually just going to kick. That's all that we're going to do now. And let's see if this sucker works. Because I'm real curious if this sucker works. Also, you're not supposed to have bins in here. I've said no bins here like a dozen times. What the fuck? Good luck with that, then. Just a robot cow. You wait until a demon is standing on a bridge and then tell a dwarf to deconstruct it and let me know how well that goes. Sup, Yvonne? So fun to watch battles on it. Yeah, no, I agree with that. They may actually need to forbid this for a second. I'm going to go here. You for real? I don't have a chain. I guess so. All right, I'll make 10 copper chains then. And also refuse, corpses, bin. Bins made out of literally whatever material. Maybe not metal ones, but everything else. I'm okay. Getting by. One day at a time. Yvonne? I mean, you can absolutely redirect paths with bridges, but let me just tell you this. If you are convinced that your best form of defense is bridges, Stop! They're not! They can be good. They're stupidly overpowered. You don't get any of the benefits of sieges. But don't. They're not great. That is all. But experiment away. I've told you they do not work against demons. Of course, yes, you can use them to redirect paths, but that's not using them as weapons. If you're only using bridges as your main mode of defense in Dwarf Fortress, you are going to be so fucking bored. 100% untrappable? They're not the only 100% untrappable things. I'm pretty sure you can't crush Forgotten Beasts with bridges. I could be wrong there. I haven't tried in a while. Anyway, I'm going to stop answering your questions about bridges. Like, just... I've told you all of the information you need to know about bridges and demons. And I keep... Every time I look over at YouTube chat, they're still talking about bridges and demons. It's like... I mean, I'm still technically using traps, right? It's just about making them more and more and more and more and more and more and more varied and interesting. Also, I need to say this out loud because I've never seen this happen before. I have a little countdown timer on Twitch in the Twitch chat saying how long the ad has been running. It just ran into the negatives for 8 seconds. I beg your pardon, Twitch. That is one of the strangest things I have ever seen. Why did you cancel? Excuse me? Oh, I see. You're right, because I hadn't actually queued it up yet. Wink. Phone is ringing. I can't escape humanity today, chat room. I'm sorry, Venus, but...
FedEx Express Canada calling about a shipment that requires the payment of duties.
Fucking kill me. That's all I have to say. FedEx Canada, hire your customer service team back. What's even better, get email from FedEx because of a thing that I ordered last year. I pre-ordered a record, and I mistakenly didn't realize it would ship through FedEx. Anyway, get an announcement stating that I have to pay duties on a website. Okay, that's fine. I redirected it to FedEx drop-off point at FedEx up the street from here. I will pay it when it gets there. The next day, I receive a thing saying, we were unable to deliver it to my house. I'm like, but I told you to redirect it. So I go to the website again and tell them to redirect it so that I can pay for it in person, because that's an option on the website. This isn't a scam. This is legit. Because I literally went through this 2 weeks ago. Tell them to redirect it. When it's redirected, I then go to the website again, because I'm not going to pay it online. I did that the last time, and I'm not going to do it again. I go to the website and tell them to redirect it. They say, okay, we've redirected it. No problem. Then I get an email the next day saying that they failed to deliver it. I called that location directly yesterday and say, hey, did you get this redirect request? And they go, yes, we have it. I'm like, okay, so this package is getting redirected to there? And they go, yes. 2 hours later, I get another phone call from them stating that they failed to deliver it. It's like, why are you still trying to deliver it if I've told you to redirect it there? It's like, I'm not going to pay the duty online. I know why it has a duty on it, and I'm also never ordering another video game soundtrack again on record because I'm tired of this shit. Fees appearing out of nowhere and whatnot, but I do not understand how a company is capable of existing with such poor customer service. It is actually incredible. Trust me, I can tell the difference between the scams and the not scams. This isn't a scam. This is their own incompetence. Even like their employees, the last time I spoke with them, stated, he's like, yeah, this is just our own incompetence. FedEx, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, FedEx is like up there for companies I wish would just go bankrupt and cease existing. Although we do have a cool artifact now. No, this is a different shipment. No, I did get the other one. This is something I shipped to myself ages ago. Fanny Pack Gamer with the 17 months chat. Remember how I was nattering at you guys earlier about something you guys are bad at now, apparently? So Fanny Pack Gamer, thank you very much for the 17th month resub. I appreciate you greatly. Now, I think what happens is regardless of if you've asked them to redirect something, because it's not supposed to be at that location until tomorrow, the automated call just keeps going through. I think that's actually what this is they just have an automated call that goes through every like 12 to 24 hours or so when they tried to deliver once. And regardless of if you tell them to redirect it elsewhere, the call just keeps going through. I'm pretty sure that's literally all it is. Anyway, Onul, the jeweler, has created Stokokistosism, Olondusim, an almondine amulet. I'm not even remotely surprised that you managed to do that. I used to accidentally cut myself all the time at work on just like random stainless steel counters and stuff. That's pretty expensive. This is an almondine amulet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round marble cabochons and decorated with tunnel tube and encircled with bands of rectangular almondine cabochons, copper and oval marble cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of marble and menaces with spikes of almondine and marble. On the item is an image of Led, the dwarf, and dwarves in goat bone. Led is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Led to the position of king of the Veiled Halls in year 1. That's actually... I'm going to dedicate... After I give coal to crimes, I'm going to dedicate that to the queen. Because that makes perfect sense, right? Also, apparently this monarch had a symbol which they arrived with, which I've only just noticed. I did not assign that to you. What is that thing that you were holding? Well, it's probably in your bedroom. Probably in one of your chests, right? Maybe in one of your cabinets? You have a lot of chests, admittedly. Unless you didn't bring it, which is possible. It's not particularly valuable, so... Thanks for $2, Wintersy. Appreciate you. Jinx as well with the brand new Prime subscription. Greatly appreciated. Queen covered in bolts. The queen is covered in bolts because the queen is a Marksdwarf. So the queen is probably on her training cycle. Yeah, it looks like he didn't bring it. Merc, thank you very much for the 5-pack. It was a long way. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, it must be as well. I mean, it's not going to show up in the symbols, because it's not here. Like this is just the full list. Symbol is considered an artifact usually, so. Well, thanks, Jinx. And if you need help with the game, just, give us a shout. We can help. Also, I need to assign both of these to the Monarch, because those are 2 god items I found. Okay, so, speaking of, actually, did I ever make those armor stands? I'm sure I did. Yes, I did. Look at that. Got all of the stuff that you want. Oh, you need ballista parts. Cool. Cool. Awesome. I love it. What else could I put here? Gonna stick some of those in there. Apparently there's a suspended basalt throne that they never finished placing in these. Okay. There's nothing wrong with Excel. Excel's an excellent database source. I'd be more comfortable with them using Excel than some weird third-party, like, online option. Like, if people, like, somebody who is proficient in Excel is better than any proprietary online database. Excel's for math, can be used for math, isn't just for math. No, they don't. Said no. Not necessarily. I beg your pardon, Piosa? Oh, I see. I see. Access/SQL for data. I mean, I guess agree to disagree, I suppose. All right. Where was I? I keep getting distracted today. My brain's like not functioning at full capacity for some reason. It's like I feel like I forgot to take my pills, but I definitely didn't. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with using Excel as a database. Are there better options? Probably, but Excel in and of itself is fine. I mean, I will sit here and wave my little open source flag and say Olive Editor. However, it's about a fifth as stable as Adobe Premiere, which is why I still use Adobe Premiere, because it's much nicer to, you know, have a thing that doesn't crash randomly. As cool as Olive Editor feels when you use it, it's like, man, this needs an actual, like, full-size team behind it. Unfortunately, the reality of a lot of open source stuff is it's not worth the clunk that you have to tolerate in order to actually use it. Which sucks, but is what it is. Yeah, but we're talking about a trucking company here with like 60 employees. We're not talking about a country, Taiga. Like, what? That's just poor file naming, though. That could happen with any file format. Man, check. What's up, Edenbridge? I've never even heard of Mongo, so can't be that good. You're going through my tutorials over the weekend and you couldn't find which one the dwarves are best suited for the military. You want dwarves that are brave and dwarves that dream of mastering a skill, and also low empathy. But mostly, if you find dwarves that dream of mastering a skill, they'll at the very least be happy during training. And if they're brave in the face of looming danger, that's a benefit. You can kind of just like intuit it together. I don't actually know if I've made a specific tutorial on that subject, but it's one of those things that I personally don't feel needs a tutorial, because I don't know how I would tutorialize it, aside from literally just giving you a list of traits, which you can kind of just intuit by playing. I think it's one of those things where don't worry about it too much. And there's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress kind of like that, where if you focus on it and worry about it and focus on it and worry about it, you'll end up just spending more time on it than you will having fun with it. Just, for dwarves in the military, put dwarves that seem like they would be good in the military. And don't worry about it too much. I think a lot of people just worry about it too much. When they got depressed? Well, if they started getting depressed, remove them from the military and put somebody new in the military. Or tell them to go take something over. You know? Like, Don't worry about it too much. Just swap out the military as needed. Some dwarves want to be in the military just for training and will enjoy being in the military just for training, but the second they get into actual combat, will like leave. You know, how some people really like even in real life, you know, some people enjoy the process of, you know, working out, but, you know, don't want to see any kind of actual combat. Some people like hunting and target shooting, but don't want to see any actual combat, right? Like, there's plenty of people in real life as well that, you know, enjoy the recreation side of that kind of activity without actually having to, you know, shoot people. What's up, Ash? How's things? No. And I like, if you want to find the right dwarves for the military the first time, cool. I respect that. Look for dwarves that say the words brave in their description. And that is the best place to start. And also look for dwarves that dream of mastering a skill, because they will be happy while they're training at the very least. But seriously, looking for dwarves that are brave is like the best place to start. Well, this is probably the last thing I need to do. You know, I'm always tempted to like swap to like twice a year saving instead of like seasonal saving, but man. Totally. I mean, I would say like, I'm terrible at martial arts, so I'm not a huge fan of that stuff in real life, but like, I did some judo and some jiu-jitsu when I was a little kid, and it was a fun activity for a Sunday night for a 14-year-old. It was a good way to get some exercise and learn some basic, like, you know, I don't want to say life skills, but like how to stretch before working out. Stuff like very basic working out skills, I think is good for a kid to learn. They need to get legendary in a skill. Any skill. Doesn't matter. I'm kind of surprised that the wiki doesn't clarify it, but to me, I would never have looked to even notice that it doesn't, because it's like very straightforward to me. FedEx is calling me a second time, as they always fucking do. I really wish that I could just like self-impose a blacklist on myself where it's literally impossible for FedEx to ship to my address, and whenever I try to order something, I just get an email that says, we cannot ship this package to you because you are not, like, you have disabled their service to your location. Like, I'm so tempted. I wish that something like that existed. Just for my own sanity, chat. If there was the ability for you to like willingly blacklist yourself from being able to use certain shipping services, would you? Or is this just a uniquely me frustration? Because, Jesus. All right. Awesome. It works. All right, so now what I gotta do is I gotta set it so that they don't push it until it's full. Yeah, because they didn't achieve it. They got it via a mood, right? So give them a pickaxe and tell them to mine out an entire layer by themselves and tell me if it's satisfied when they finish the entire thing. Otherwise, there's like some sort of weird bug there, but they should, like, the mood should be satisfied when they achieve it themselves. And to my knowledge, a mood doesn't count. At least they deliver it. Yeah, no, so they need to become legendary in a skill. In my experience, the easiest way to do that is just put them in the military and let them train without a weapon for a bit and let them get legendary in, like, excuse me, some sort of wrestling or something. Or give them a pickaxe and tell them to start mining. But yeah, I genuinely wish I could do that. And honestly, probably would. I did tell them to load the bins into here. I wonder. Do I have to permit the bins in order for them to get put in here? Probably. Snatchers. We got Elven Snatchers, a member of the Low Fiend. I would state that it is pretty low to try and snatch people's children, so I will teach them why that's not going to end well for them. I'm still receiving texts from FedEx, by the way. My phone's going off every couple seconds. It's just the same message kind of on repeat, basically. Do this every time. Pretty much without fail. I just want to see this run one time. Hey. That's funny. You've received a voicemail via SMS, which... Still FedEx. Just to check something. We are going to add old clothing to this. So the way that I add old clothing to clothing disposal is you just type in where here. You go through all of these. Of course, it's already in refuse. But I'm just going to say only low quality wear. Without gems. And without stones. So only if it's made of yarn, silk, leather, and wood. Oh, it sounds like you had the exact same... Like, did you make the mistake of actually calling their customer service? At this point, when I have problems with FedEx, you know what I do, Sen? I walk to the FedEx office. And I tell them to ask me, and you know what that poor employee has to do is call customer service. Did I not click on that one? I thought I did. Hold on. Let me also click on that. Apparently, we're getting attacked again, so we're going to have to deal with that in a sec. There we go. And also wood, obviously. All right, who's attacking us? A vile force of darkness has arrived and is seeking a parley. Got it. So these are the other goblin faction that's been raiding us a lot, right? Who are these guys? They came from... Place with gear sized for goblins, obviously. Copper cap, a rendition of the eerie jackal, an image of a diamond. The image is a symbol of the angry demon. Okay, so these guys are from the angry demon, which is like the goblin-only faction, practically. Do I throw corpses in lava? I don't. My minecarts do. I'm just testing this to make sure it's going to work. I'm assuming it will, but I kind of have this borderline tradition of when I build a thing, I want to watch the first run of it. But as you can see, all these corpses are going into this minecart here, alongside of the used clothing. Another thing is, unless I'm fully misunderstanding how this game works, only unowned clothing is going to get thrown into here. Also, something else I need to check. Yeah, okay, we're good. So I guess I need to fill this back up then. I didn't want to do that, but I'm going to need it. Where did I put that last lever that hasn't been connected to anything yet? You are not connected to anything. Okay, so you're going to go and be connected to this. Why is your legendary Marksdwarf not picking up bolts anymore? Go to labor, standing orders, sieges, and forbidding. Do you have it set so that they only forbid used ammunition during sieges? Because by default, it's forbid used ammunition. So you can set it to claim used ammunition, which is a bit of a risk because then your soldiers might run into combat to try and get more ammunition. Or forbid used ammunition during sieges, where they only forbid used ammunition during sieges. And it's important when you do that to run to your place where your dwarves are training and make sure that you still have ammunition. Also, if they're training somewhere and shooting at a wall that doesn't have a trench right next to what they're shooting at, in this case the targets, or if it's a wall, then it would be a trench right in front of the wall, ammunition is single use, so make sure that you still have ammo. As you can see, I have tons of bone bolts, if nothing else, but I also have lots of iron and other things mixed in with it. Basically, make sure you have stuff for them to, you know, shoot at things. Also, they should start filling in a second. Oh, that's exciting. A giant named Agoth has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Where is it? Oh, that's not good. Well, I guess it's dead. Also, that's not a small siege. Ooh, what is this? It's got a silver halberd, which is coated with its blood. Okay, well, it has a halberd, which it may have just taken the halberd. No, it did not just... wait, did it? It may have just taken the halberd from the goblin that it's sitting on. No, maybe not. I'm not seeing any goblins missing weapons. So it has a halberd and a fancy shoe made of jute fabric. It is encrusted with octagon-cut blue garnets and made from jute cloth. Well, that's nice of it. Probably slapping things with a shoe. So is that just going to trigger the siege like right now? This is a not small siege. Jesus. You have a good night, JJ. Over in the YouTube chat. So, interesting. Maybe I should just, tell the dwarves to go inside right about now. Maybe. Maybe wise. Maybe just, like, you know, go inside, guys. Maybe that's the smart thing to do here. What are you doing? Standing right there? Doesn't seem like a wise place to stand. A lot of them? Yeah. I'm actually curious about how many it is, so I'm going to use a DF hack command real quick. I'm not actually going to exterminate them. I just want to know how many it is. 228 goblins. Not bad. That's like kind of a lot of goblins. I mean, that or maybe the giant had been chasing them. I think the only logical assumption there is actually the giant has been chasing them for quite some time. So because the giant has been chasing them for quite some time, that was just when it happened to catch up with them. Oh no, this poor Baron has to now take the long way around. Sorry about that, dude. Also, let's jump over to this minecart and take a peek at how full it is. It's 32% full. Just double check that it's set to load. which it's not. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. Cheers, Omega Kill. If you're referring to the like tutorials I did, like the quick tutorials and stuff, those were done around the time the game came out, so roughly a year ago now, but happy that they've been helpful if nothing else. Bob Tron, hello. It's going all right. Battling ad breaks currently, you know, as you do. Crawling back up above 1,000 subscribers, which we were just below when we started. Babies, snot. Actually, I don't know if you're in an ad, so I won't answer that question until the ads are done. But yeah, 220 something, right? So, two things about dwarven babies, snot MWD. Babies don't jump into rivers. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is babies can't walk unless their mother drops them. So you're probably talking about children. Dwarves will try to path through any water that is 3 of 7 deep. If you hit this button, it'll put numbers on the water and tell you how deep it is. Check the depth of the river around the edge, like in the river itself. And if it's less than like 4 deep, they will try and path through it. So build a wall around the area where they're trying to path through and give them a bridge across, because they're probably trying to get to the other side for some reason. I would recommend doing that. What do you guys think of my clothing disposal service? Fully automated clothing disposal service, even. Hell yeah. Rosita. Getting a gift bestowed upon their head by Merc without them even noticing. Means a lot. So hopefully that's helpful. It's not. If not, then it's definitely not helpful. All right, so that's filling back up as it needs to be. I didn't even get to clean up after the last fight. Jesus. Okay, let's actually jump down to here briefly, and I'm going to do bodies while that stuff gets worked on. Yeah, try and get more flow going into it, or build a safety railing, or give them an easier way to path across it. Open up this tool, set the path across that you want them to take to that, and then the whole river around the edges of it to this. Those are kind of the 3 options that you have, really. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really need mods, Quadric. At least not in my elitist perspective, as some people have referred to me in the past. Someone called me an elitist for saying that this game doesn't need mods, which I think is really funny. Someone in my YouTube comments, and I quote, "Blind is a walking contradiction. He claims he's not an elitist, but then says this game doesn't need mods." And I was like, what does that mean? How does that make me an elitist? I don't get it. Okay, so memorial. 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 And also for a bit more clarity in that, I do use mods sometimes. I just don't use them the vast majority of the time. Okay, so those were all basalt. Let's just make some more basalt slabs. And let's just make 80 of them. Because who knows when ghosts are going to show up. I mean, I have plenty of Twitch chat mods, but that's not the topic of discussion, sir. All right, well, I need to be working on a lot of things, but apparently we're just getting sieged repeatedly, so. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to forbid everything in this area so that my dwarves don't go full stupid again. Except for the center of these, just for my own sanity. Oh no, that still is the tool. Although I did just unforbid things that I didn't want to unforbid, but whatever. Do this one. Actually, here, let's just do this. Great. Done. Easy peasy. No, I think, like, to me, the part of Dwarf, it's less of a what they add. Yeah, but Skyrim's a very different kind of game, right? It's less to me about what they add and more about the way they're added. The way a lot of modern games, or the way a lot of mods work for a lot of games, is they add new different content and new different mechanics. There are very, 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 very few mods for Dwarf Fortress that actually add different mechanics. They add more variety. But that's not the part of Dwarf Fortress that I find interesting. The part of Dwarf Fortress that I find interesting is the world simulation, the history simulation, and the personality simulation. So to me, with the exception of like maybe adding another race or two, just for more variety if you feel you need that, to me, a lot of the mods for this game and a lot of the popular mods for this game just kind of muddle things up unnecessarily. And I don't feel it adds any enjoyment for me. And it makes it harder for me to teach the game to people, because anybody who's seen my content for a while probably is aware of the fact that, guys, I teach people how to play this game. And it's kind of hard to teach people how to play a video game when you're not playing the same video game. So part of the reason for me being a bit of a stickler about keeping my content pretty vanilla is I want it to be easier for people who are new to the game to follow along. That's part of it. And the rest of it is just simply, if I mod the game, it doesn't really add much for me unless it's a total overhaul mod. And I don't play overhaul mods very often, because I only really play those when I'm bored of the game, and I haven't gotten bored of Dwarf Fortress in years. But, you know, if they make the game more enjoyable and more interesting for you, then use them. There's tons of them. All on the workshop, and there's stuff off the workshop, too. Sure. Like, that's excellent. Like, I'm glad that that's a benefit for you. But one of the worst things for me is having to tell somebody who's watching my stream, oh, the way you get this cool feature that I found is by installing a thing. I don't like doing that. Yeah, no, I mean, I've watched a few streams with the sound alerts mod, and it makes me angry. It's like, why do you need alert for that? You don't need an alert for that. That's such an stop it. But then again, I felt the same way about SoundSense back in the day. Someone's coming to kick this minecart now. I don't know why dwarves keep ending up in here. I just need to do a quick lap. Why are dwarves using this for pathing? They shouldn't be. Is it this, maybe? I mean, this connects down here. I need to fix this, because otherwise the dwarf is going to die on this walkway eventually. But let's test my trash disposal. Laya, thank you very much for the 13th month. Greatly appreciate you. You originally found your YouTube channel, then you found your Twitch by random. Yeah, I've gotten that from a few people. It's like, someone in my chat once was like, hey, your voice is familiar. It's like, you probably saw my tutorials. So there goes all the bodies. Out this way, down into here. So all of the... This is my trash disposal. This is my trash disposal. I'm pretty happy with how this thing works. I think this is pretty great. And then the minecart uses the exact same system as the other one. Drops down. And then a dwarf come and pick it up, and they do it again. So that's for clothing, that's for bodies, that's for like standard quality clothing. So ideally, all of my dwarves are going to end up with higher than standard quality clothing. They should also, in theory, put stuff into... put the bins in as well, but I guess they'll wait until the bins are full. That, or I'll just, like, you know, remove the bins. I'm not sure. We're waiting for this just to be 5 of 5 full. I'm kind of curious to see this process happen, because right now, like, most of the fort right now is like either hanging out and chilling or filling these bins. Copper bin was in that bunch. I have like 2,000 copper. I am not going to lose any sleep over losing a copper bin or 12. But it's good, though, if they are loading the bins in. So this is a bin almost entirely filled with either low-quality clothing from the goblins, or low-quality clothing from us, or low-quality clothing that has been abandoned by dwarves that have been wearing it for a bit. Oh no, there wasn't anything in the minecart. Dwarf was just, it's a heavy minecart. It's made of copper. I mean, it weighs 370 dwarf units. For reference, this bin weighs 6. It's a pretty heavy minecart. Also, how full did that make it? 6% full. Okay. I'm actually just going to remove the bins from this because I don't need them getting rid of. Well, yeah, I don't need them using bins because the bin material thing is not going to specify material type. Like, they can toss that bin, but I'd rather they don't actually get rid of all the bins. Got another crime. Need a tougher captain of the guard. I can tell you for facts, no, there is not. There might be a DF hack command to force that to work, but the thing that you need to know about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress isn't moddable in the same ways that a lot of games are, right? There's a reason there's no UI mods, right? I mean, there's DF hack, but that's not a mod. DF hack is quite literally it's a hex editor, right? So it's editing the game in real time while you're playing. So it's got more in common with like cheat engine than like any kind of traditional mod support. So the thing that you need to remember is if you're sitting there going, man, I wish this mod existed. I wish somebody would make this mod. If nobody's made it yet, it's never going to exist. Like one of the funniest things, at least to me as somebody who played way too much of this game over the years, is when the early eras of, oh, well, when premium comes out, if the UI is bad, the community will fix it. Not really. Because like we have DF hack, which can give you some UI overlays, but they can't actually change the UI itself. Not currently anyway. We might get to the point where they can. Because the game isn't running in a system that, you know, most people can work with. Because you literally have to reverse engineer the whole game in order to mod it. That's good, Wintersy. Have you come up with anything interesting? All right, let's see. Actually, let's see how the queen is doing. Could be happier. She's obviously being kept from alcohol and meals. But was exhilarated after punishing somebody with a beating. I don't know how I like that. That feels kind of concerning. Just like Necromancer Noble punishing somebody with a beating. She is not, in fact, a hammerer, no. She's also not a captain of the guard. She's not even in the same squad as the captain of the guard. So I'm not sure why she's punishing somebody with a beating, but... Do I even have a... No, I don't. I'm just going to make a siege workshop. Because apparently she wants me to make ballista stuff, so... I will just queue up ballista parts 3. And I'll just say seasonally. What else do you want? Mail shirts, okay. 2, let's just say 1 copper mail shirt per month. Copper mail shirt monthly. 1. And hopefully that'll deal with it. Okay, so Glimmerwinkle. That is a name of a place. How's the depth doing? We're almost there. We are almost there. No one ever hauls. It really concerns me when I read things like that. Like, sure, that's a legitimate use for DF hack, right? Like using it to get rid of bodies that no one hauls. But they're probably not hauling it for a reason, and you should probably figure out the reason why they're not hauling it, because then you can improve your own ability to run a fort well, instead of just using DF as a crutch, or DF hack as a crutch to help you learn mechanics that the game doesn't teach you, like, efficiently, which is very much a problem with the game. But I really wish that people would try and diagnose the issue with the fort itself instead of... You know, it's like when people tell me, it's like, oh, I only ever use DF hack to get rid of all the used clothing. It's like, this is how you get rid of used clothing. Everything is powered with air because it's closer than the water. The water's on layer, like, minus... Hold on. It's on layer minus... 116, and I'm on layer 66. So it was way easier to just go up to layer, like, 80. Or no, not quite 80. We're... from like layer, yeah, to go up like maybe 15 layers to just build windmills. So I just did that instead. All right, let's invite these goblins in, I think. Did I ever hook this up? Yes, I did. Sweet. You know, chat room, should I be a big meanie for the safety of my own dwarves? I could put a chain right here and put an animal on it and then just lock this gate. It'll stop a lot of my visitors from just randomly running in and dying, and it'll stop my dwarves from randomly running in and dying as much. But we'll still get the siege. I should probably just do that, right? We're primeval. Oh, trust me, there's plenty of other ways that we could have fun. Well, it's a meanie to the animal that I'm chaining to the fucking floor. Or I could, like, you know, put a prison there. Is task overload? I think that's a personal scaling issue that you need to figure out, right? Like, I see one of two problems that people have with new forts, right? It's either I get too many dwarves too quickly and can't manage them all, or I don't get dwarves fast enough and thus can't do everything. So you either need to scale up slower or learn to scale down, or alternatively, you need to scale up faster, right? So it can be tough to go from the beginning of a fortress to like a brand new fortress for the same reason like losing a run in a roguelike is tough, because you're used to a certain control set and a certain set of like things that your character can do, and then suddenly you can't, right? I don't think that it's making... Okay. Many use mods because they don't understand how the game mechanics work. This isn't Skyrim, right? PID control? There are ways of completing the issues that these people have, right? It would be like if you used a mod to remove liquids from Factorio, but you didn't even know that liquids were in Factorio. You were just confused that you couldn't transport liquids on conveyor belts, so you used a mod to remove liquids from Factorio. It's like that. Just completely foregoing an entire mechanic or an entire way of building because you didn't know that pipes exist. And I think that's kind of the problem that Dwarf Fortress has, where there's a lot of really cool mechanics in the game that people just don't know exist because they use shortcuts or assists to get around them because they assume that there's no way for them to deal with it. Does that make sense? So I think if you want to use mods to make the game easier, fucking live your best life and enjoy the game. Have fun. But I don't think that's the actual situation here in most cases. Maybe not, maybe most is a bit of an exaggeration. That's not the case in many of these situations. Does that make sense? Chad, am I making sense? Or am I just spewing nonsense? Because if I'm spewing nonsense, please tell me. All right, well, anyway. Now we're just waiting for a bear to appear right here. So is there anybody chaining up a bear? Let's go like right here. That explains a lot of things. I'm sitting here going like, man, why are like certain things just not happening in the fort while the burrow's on? Well, I ever told you a little story about the time that Blind forgot to increase the size of his burrow? Well, I've just told you the story now. Or maybe I don't need to because you just literally witnessed it. And like Leftover Pat, that's also one of the reasons why, and this makes certain long-term players tear their hair out when I say this. This is why I actively advise against using DF hack until you know how to play the vast majority of the game, and also why I advise against long-term players using DF hack as every single reference for mechanics. Like whenever a new player is just like, how do I do this thing, right? And then advanced player or person who's been playing this game for 5 years, 10 years says, you can do that in DF hack with that. Okay, sure. Yes, of course I could set all clothes as to dump and then use auto dump destroy and destroy every single piece of clothing in my entire fortress. Absolutely, I could do that. However, you could also make a refuse stockpile, connect it to a minecart, and then allow all clothing in it at the lowest quality level, and any non-owned clothing at the lowest quality level will automatically get put into that stockpile, put into a minecart, and fired into a volcano like I'm doing right now. Yeah, that's a very roundabout way of doing it. You could also literally just make a stockpile and set dump on it every so often, right? Okay, so we've got like a 50-50 sense and nonsense vote going on. I think that, you know, honestly, if I'm 50% non and 50% full sense, then honestly, I think I can live with that. That is a level of nonsense that I think I am okay with me outputting. Besides, video games are nonsense. None of this matters. Play the game the way you want. I do think it's a problem that, it's not a problem with the community. It's a problem with the game, right? And it shows places where the game can improve, right? The game can still improve its tutorialization. I can still make better tutorials. The game can try and communicate itself better. That's really all it is. It's just a sign that this game can and needs to get better in some ways. But isn't the problem the owned clothes? Okay, well, that's not a problem if you simply give the dwarves cabinets in their bedroom, because the owned clothes that dwarves want to keep, they put away. Then when the dwarf dies, it ceases to be owned and can then be taken out of the cabinet and put away, right? Like, no dwarf lives in this bedroom, but there's 2 socks in this cabinet. Both of these socks are now in the queue to be tossed. Both of them. Because, yeah, they're sitting in this cabinet in this bedroom, but the dwarf who owned them is dead. Right? I know I just clicked on a random bedroom and the first one I get is dead. If you give them cabinets, they will put their clothing into their bedroom, into their cabinet. So if you have clothing everywhere, the problem isn't the owned clothes. The problem isn't the dwarves. The problem is you clearly haven't given your dwarves cabinets, or you haven't given them enough cabinets. Maybe you have one particularly greedy dwarf who's extremely messy, which means their stuff's just going to get left everywhere. And that's part of playing the game. Because owned clothing goes into cabinets of those dwarves. Unowned clothing gets left on the floor eternally unless you tell your dwarves to dispose of it. And also I'm increasing the value amount of clothing that can be tossed because, well, I'm just looking at the... We'll go everything up to exceptional, and then exceptional and masterwork, I will trade away. Clothing is my #1 sales export. So I sell primarily clothing. So I want to have some used high quality clothing that I can sell because that's valuable to me, right? So the exceptional and masterwork used clothing, that can be sold. That's fine. And everything else that isn't owned is just going to go into this stockpile. And then into this minecart. And then into the volcano. Also, now we're back in a world where they're putting bins in here again, which is... So I guess at the end of the day, it depends on what your definition of problem is. My feeling is the problem is the game needs to do a better job of communicating it. Yes, there is a solution to this thing that you call a bug, because the entire community calls it a bug, right? Dwarves leaving clothing everywhere. How do you stop them from leaving clothing everywhere? Find a solution. Is the solution straightforward? No, it's Dwarf Fortress. Come on. But of course there's solutions. Do you want an easy one-button solution and you've been playing the game for a really long time and you think that my solutions are silly? Okay, fine. Use DFHack. That's fine. But just know that you don't need to do it that way. And what I see time and time again is people saying you need to do it that way. And I think that's a shame. Because you're missing out on the variety of structures. And then they say that the game is boring. It's like, well, find solutions to your problems then. This is kind of a game about finding solutions to your problems. Don't need this many wheelbarrows in this stockpile, turns out. Masterwork quality stuff does sometimes. Leftover pat. Some of it just vanishes off into existence. Is there a way to check for homeless dwarves at all? Hit Z on your keyboard to make this menu pop up. Click a bedroom. Click this little dwarf face. Every dwarf that has a bedroom, it'll say has a bedroom, right? So if I scroll all the way up to the top, every single dwarf has a bedroom. The way this menu used to work a little bit differently, but the way it works right now, and the way it's worked for, well, I guess since the last patch, is all the dwarves that don't have bedrooms will be at the top. So if it doesn't say that they have quarters, then they don't have quarters. Even my friggin', like, I can't talk to them permanently stuck in trying to have a meeting in a room locked off from the rest of the fort where creatures have assigned bedrooms. Somehow. How's that filling going? Should be good. All right, the bear's there. Let's get this shut. I've had mixed results with used clothing showing up in places, putting it simply. All right, let's just... I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work, but we'll see. Go to those. Holy shit, that's a big siege. Yeah, it looks like they are just killing... Are there more showing up? This is going to be a fun siege to watch regardless. Dwarves start... Wait, what? Are you for real? You put bees in your dormitory and when you start seeing dwarves get stings, it's time to build a bedroom? That is one of the most unique ways of figuring out if dwarves need bedrooms that I've ever heard. That is a mental image in 3/4. Like, that is something. Chat room, how do you figure out if your dwarves need bedrooms? This goes to both chats. And also, we're in an ad break, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ad break is done. Dwarfy way? I mean, that's funny. You've never seen a siege this big? Have you settled in the middle of a bunch of civs that are fighting with a bunch of really big goblin civs? Also, goblins are at full capacity again. I haven't even changed the difficulty much on this. I just made it so that the middle sieges can be bigger. So I get bigger sieges faster with new factions. True, yeah, dwarves sleeping in weird places. Although that's not always, like, indicative, because, hunters will just sleep anywhere. Even if they have a bedroom, which is funny. If the dwarves, that's a good one, Sean, over on YouTube, is just if they get mad. If the dwarves start getting upset, it means you need bedrooms. Also just received a very important email from my landlord. I can now vote in Strata. Yay! Me and my neighbors are planning a hostile Strata takeover because we've realized slowly that the vast majority of the people running Strata in this building don't live in the building because either they're renting their unit out or they sold their unit and are somehow still on Strata. So we want to make sure that we get a new Strata elected that is living in the fucking building. Apartment life, you know. You do need to make a new world to see the goblin changes. At least a new world as of the last patch. So I'll keep some attention on that, Dwarf. Where are you headed? Probably off map, hopefully. That door is shut. The way is shut. Now, I'm not entirely sure that the goblins are going to go directly into the fort right now. So it does look like, at the very least, we're heading in the generally the right direction. I also haven't seen a siege this big. I mean, well, they're trying to kill that dwarf. Good luck, dude. Certainly looks like it's working. This guy's probably helping. You're also probably helping. So basically, okay, hold on. Here's what I need to do. This is cheesy, but... Can you move it? Come on. Come on! Just, you know, do the walkie-walkie right there. Come on. I think I need to make a temporary or like a visitor's tavern right here. I wanted to make a visitor's tavern like over here because I thought that would be cool, but maybe I should actually just put a visitor's tavern like right here so that all of the nobles just go stand there. The olive posts, sure. There you go. Go stand there, guys. What? Oh, I see. Random nobles being found dead. I'm not... You know, maybe... You know, I just gotta say something. If it was like a legal requirement to use politicians as bait for, you know, war times, I think we'd probably have less war. I'm just saying. I also did just lose a dwarf, I think. Ingus the Jeweler has created Old Tud Logim, an almond-dined mini-forge, and offers it to the living fire. I'm sure the children will enjoy that toy. Thank you very much for your kind contribution. Population is going to go back up by 3 in a second, so I actually haven't lost any dwarves. I was incorrect. It was just the were creatures. That is a really big siege. Even by my standards, guys. Like, that's just a large siege. Let's get this firing, because who doesn't want to see the lava cannons go off? And they haven't started getting boring yet, because I haven't had them for long enough in this fort. That is, in fact, a lot of gabos. And somehow it didn't hit any of them. Well, it'll begin in a moment. But did hit that. Uh-oh. Well, there goes you. Geared burn indeed. Oh, got one. We lost an elf paper maker. Oh. Pardon me, flying noble coming through. Who I also, I'm pretty sure, took out at least 2 goblins alongside of that. I'm not sure where he ended up, but I did see a dwarf go flying across the screen. This goblin's about to burst into flame. Maybe not? Why are you firing bolts? Well, anyway, I'm going to send... I'm going to send my Marks dwarves up here. Yeah. I'm going to let them shoot down on the enemy over on this side. You know, if you go stand there, you'll be safe-ish. Safer than you would be if you were anywhere else. There isn't actually enough lava for them to get shots off every time, which is kind of funny. Also, the frame rate is dropping pretty rapidly, which is to be expected, I would say. Trying to get them right here. Means they should be going up. Yeah, no, there isn't enough lava. These need to be 6 deep. Okay, something I'm going to do is I think I can turn these off somehow. I did connect a lever to this, didn't I? Yes, I did. Please go pull this lever, dwarves. Because this just does, the fountain over here does waste lava. And I need this to fill quicker, so. Because I'd rather these guys don't die, unless it's necessary. My Marks dwarves are starting to do some damage now, though. And I'm sure that the queen here is going to have some fun if something dies. I mean, she's finally getting the opportunity to improve archery and, you know, assist with the firing of bolts down upon our enemies, including the flying iron bolt striking the goblin crossbowman in the lower body, tearing the muscle through the through the floating guts leather leggings. That is a sentence I read today that I didn't think I was going to read this morning. Over here is a dwarf who is who's running out of bolts and probably needs to go get more pretty soon. But generally they appear to be doing all right. How's the minecarts doing? Are they filling? If they land on 6, they'll fill. Okay, one did. It was this one. This one got full. That's good. Let's follow you. A glob of lava go out. Okay, well, did I catch any of them? It appears that I don't think we did. But the good news is we are, you know, getting some filtering going through here. Yep, nope, not enough lava. This is what I get for draining this damn thing, you know? We're gonna make it all the way to the end and kill all of those dwarves. Come on. There you go, somebody caught fire. Some went out because there's some mist in the air. Nope. Ah, come on. Just not deep enough. Well, it sucks to be these nobles, but a great massacre is about to occur. Something I can do, though. I can close this. We'll wait for it to power up again. Creepy music, yeah. Which, because enough of the percentage of the population on the map has died that it's decided to play the creepy music. Why would I need to... Okay, so first off, I threw down this zone right here at last minute. And we have plenty, but these center ones are not safe because they get full of smoke. There's plenty of spots down here. I have a question. Why in the world would I want my dwarves to witness the death of their own people? That seems terrible for everybody's mood. On the good side, we are still, you know, doing damage. It's unfortunate that we had to lose a bunch of dwarves, but the minecarts are beginning to fire again. Not as consistently as I would like, but Mark's dwarves are doing a lot of damage, firing stuff down. And they are all locked inside. I may actually unstation these dwarves, give them a break. They only have so much ammunition after all. Yeah, we're firing again. That's what we need. This is such a huge siege. Good lord. But no, I literally just placed it, so I wouldn't have had time to put fortifications down there. Here's the thing. Dwarves hate seeing death unless they are in the military. It is like, you know how a human is permanently damaged when you witness something horrific like that? Dwarves are exactly the same way, and they simulate that. They can eventually become hardened, which means they're not affected, but some dwarves will never become hardened. Meaning if you willingly just like throw massive amounts of stress at your dwarves, they will always be stressed. And they will eventually become incapable of getting over it. So absolutely, yeah, no, that is 1000% why your forts are quite upset. If you are intentionally exposing all of your dwarves to the most gruesome horrors of war, yeah, a lot of them are going to be real stressed, turns out. I realize that that's like shocking to some people for some odd reason, but it's like one of the most straightforward, logical things that I think is in this video game, personally. But no, I always try and set my forts up so that combat happens in a completely unrelated area to the majority of my fort. And the best kind of defenses are self-cleaning defenses where, well, I may need to turn this off anyway, because that just got blocked. One of the best kinds of defenses in this game are self-cleaning defenses, so defenses that filter out the bodies so that the only cleanup you actually need to do is like armor. Some of the logic people use is just figuring out bad things traumatize people is very way. If people die if they are killed. Kinda. Hunting grizzly is fighting. Where? Oh, up here. Are they shooting bolts at you? Oh, you poor guy. Poor Bear. Man. I don't want to do that to poor Bear. Let's send the Mark dwarves back up here. I'm assuming they all still have ammo. Most of them. Seeing corpses after lots of hauling? Sure, but how many dwarves died getting to that situation? It's like, absolutely, if you just force expose your dwarves over time, eventually, yeah, the only dwarves that will be left. Well, okay, well, you just solved your own problem. You've literally, like, filtered out all, like, the 40 to 50+% dwarves who will never get over it already. It just means that you've got a very violent fort where everybody is dying constantly anyways. Just because you don't personally care doesn't mean everybody plays the game that way, right? Kinda hoping. that something will die on the way out here and get resurrected as a zombie, but it hasn't happened. Maybe this guy will? Heavy bleeding injured? Come on! I believe. My queen has failed me, chat. Yet again. Because these goblins refuse to die. Maybe it's because she doesn't feel threatened. Because they're not actually getting attacked. Not sure why they're all just standing right there. Can we get through here? Yeah, they can. Same with these guys right here. Alright, well, we'll send them back down. Sad music? Yeah, well, it's part of life. Merchant? That sucks. Ay vey. So many visitors being found dead. Oh, another thing also, cleaning up decomposed bodies, so skeletons, doesn't stress the dwarves out as much in the short term, but also helps your dwarves get towards the point where they can be hardened and aren't as bothered by corpses. So if you're trying to get to that level where your dwarves do not care about seeing dead bodies, that might be something you want to try and work towards, is, you know, getting your dwarves into a place where they are not accustomed to seeing dead bodies, because that's a little fucked up, but like, if you want your dwarves to be in more of a place where they are brave around bodies, I would very much... Oh, hey, there are a couple zombies down here. I would very much recommend trying to... I would very much recommend trying to just... get your dwarves cleaning up the bodies of decomposed corpses instead of actively watching combat. Also, why is there a crossbow up here? What? All right, well, turns out this is actually being... What? Hold on. So, my queen is dead. What the hell just happened? Did you fall? Actually, I just lost several of my leaders. What in the hell just happened? Did she jump down through the fortification? She must have dodged through the fortification instead of jumping down. That would be the first deaths I've had that way. I mean, obviously she's gone. Hold on. That's kind of impressive. Down with the nobles. I mean, I'm okay with it. Yeah, there she was. Yeah, no, she did. She did, in fact, fall. Yeah, she probably dodged. Oh, I see what happened. So she started resurrecting the zombies, and something that I didn't account for. The zombies can use force pull and force push. I think she got pulled. That's kind of crazy, man. Yeah, there's her corpse. Wow. Huh. Okay, who's our queen or king now?
Bring out your dead.
Dusum is the king. Well, you know, I'm kind of okay with this. And you want to know why? Because Geotrack, my duke, Dreams of ruling the world. Yeah, no, I mean, you learn something every day. I mean, I was planning on orchestrating an accident, but I'm totally fine with that. Oh, there goes another one. You see that? Yeah, there's True Freak. What happened to you? See, literally, there it is. Goblin Maceman Fated Zombie holds up a hand. The Marks Dwarf's upper body skids along the ground. Yeah, they're pushing and pulling them around. That's fascinating. Well, I guess you learn something every day, hey? What a fucking horror show, though. What an absolute horror show. Like, what a way to go. Imagine just, like, shooting bolts down on a thing and just being thrown into lava. Well, regardless, we'll be able to take out a good amount of the remainders. There goes one of the zombies. At least I won't feel bad for very long. I feel kind of bad for the named dwarves that died. Like, I don't really ever want to be in a situation where my named dwarves start to die. Although, this is still, I gotta say, one of the most entertaining weapons you can build in this video game. Let's look at this in ASCII for a minute. Don't mind the purple in the corner, it's fine. It'll go away. My very happy dwarves on the inside here. Really is kind of pretty. Oddly hypnotic. I do like the ASCII a whole lot. I realize it's like a massive barrier to entry for many people, but it does look... Here, I'll turn the numbers off. It still looks cool even with or without the numbers. Let's see if I can zoom in a bit. It's still clear. Yeah, there we go. Can see the minecarts landing and firing the lava bit chunks. Kind of hard with all the miasma and smoke in there, but... So my goal for this fort is to get my Duke to as high a ranking as possible. Okay, so there's like 4 goblins right here. Are they climbing? No shit, eh? That is funny. They're literally climbing up and then jumping down here and falling into the lava. I just watched a couple of them do that. Anyway, the siege is over now, so they are leaving. So I guess now we just wait. I'm assuming we're gonna need to kill these guys, because I'm assuming those zombies are not friendly. Otherwise, the game would be telling me. There's also, I'll look once they've all left. There's a bunch of ghosts I have to deal with, so let's deal with those ghosts, and then we'll figure out what the plan is here. So the named ghosts are, or the ghosts I need to deal with are Thob and Snodub. S-N-O-D-U-B. S-N-N-O-D-U-B. I don't know your last name. S-N-O-D-U-B-G-O-B. I actually have a goblin ghost, which is kind of funny. I don't think I've ever had a goblin ghost before. Oh, shit. I just realized one of my were creatures have come back. Good thing. I was actually wondering about this, and I've had people ask me this question before, and I guess I can answer it now. Dwarves that die after being bit by a were creature do not become a were creature whilst they are a ghost. Honestly, it's more minimalist asking. I honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw a dwarf with the green effect. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Your name is Thob, not Urist. I was reading the wrong name. There you are. Okay. Well, here's hoping we can take out the last of them. How did lava get up there? Well, that's kind of crazy. Look a bit unfinished? Yeah, I don't disagree. There's definitely areas in the map that look and feel unfinished, yeah. I do not disagree with that. I don't think that goes for, like, every location for me. Lightning Roger's been missing for a week. Oh, man. Cybrek was found dead. Oh, man. Rest in peace, Lightning Roger, who was one of my militia captains? Captains? I feel like this fort may be, like, not nearing its finale, but, you know, can they force push objects? Ghosts can throw objects. I'm not... Are you talking about intelligent undead? Norse T. Cybrek was definitely one of mine. I don't know about Ash, Tan, so I will just memorialize them. Light test. ODDOM lore. And all. Let's go down. But if you're talking about intelligent undead, I don't know. I've never seen them do that. But like, as with many things, it's like a maybe? Hard to say, because unless I've directly seen something do that, I can't say it doesn't do that, because there's enough things that are like rare enough in this game that I'm still learning. You know, as you guys noticed today, I have now learned, do not try and fight intelligent undead with Mark's dwarves above lava, because they will get pulled through the grates. They're not dodging through the grates, they're not jumping through the grates, they're getting pulled. And that's kind of terrifying, but also kind of awesome, and I kind of like it. I'm here for it. You know, you guys want people say they want threats in this game. Well, there's some threats for you. Yeah, things can dodge. Dwarves can dodge through fortifications. They can jump over them, which I think is the most common situation of that. And there was some ads. Zombies have telekinesis. Zombies can have several powers. They can shoot materials out of their hands, so like icicles is probably the most common one that I've seen. But they can, basically they have force icicle. They have force push, force pull, a long distance stun, and there's like one, oh yeah, they can cause things to get nauseous. They can cause things to, basically they can cause things to have a syndrome or be stunned or knocked over. And they usually only have one. Sometimes they have multiples. Sometimes they have none. But that's only intelligent undead that can have that. And I kind of love it. It's one of my favorite mechanics in the game, to be honest. So who's the new mayor then? Oh, also, apparently I have a bunch of barons now, which is great. I'm okay with this. The mayor is just a robotic cow, apparently. Well, just a robotic cow is my new mayor. Meaning, okay, hold on a second. Who gets what office then? So, I think the Queen's old throne room setup should go to Geotrack. That's what I think. I think Geotrack should get the space that the Queen had. Because obviously Geotrack dreams of ruling the world, so who's going to logically take it? Aside from Geotrack. So now that I've given this to Geotrack, I'm going to try and remind my dumb brain where I put the rest of Geotrack's stuff, which I want to say was over here. Yeah, so this is going to go to the mayor. Hoisted by her own undead. Yeah, no, literally, like, the queen died fighting against her own creations, which is kind of poetic in a weird way. All right, well, it appears that everything that was there that was doing damage is now gone, so let's pull this lever. Let's find out some things. How many invaders are still on the map? Quite a few, but I'm sure they're heading towards the edge of the map rather quickly. Quickly enough. My concern mostly is these zombies. I do have a pretty talented squad of soldiers, so let's see if I can get them all to go stand right here. Because, well, once all this stuff is cleared, I kind of want them to run through here. I don't know if you're friendly. Actually, let's just type in undead. Okay, so 2 of these are hostile. These guys are hostile, so they're gonna try and kill us. So I have to get them out of here. Did I get rid of the catapults? Long time ago, weeks ago, even at this point, like 2 weeks ago. Chat, when did we get rid of the catapults? 2 weeks ago, I think. Maybe longer. They just weren't effective. The boulders would collide with the goblins wouldn't dodge out of the way, and the boulders would just fall into the lava, and they did not create lava mist. So basically, every single experiment with the catapults failed. So. Also, this is a thing that I just saw on Reddit, so I'm, like, going to just show you this. The thread was titled, "How much would you pay?" For me, $5 for the metal church, $2 for Testament, and I'd buy that Overkill and the Motorhead tape. Everything else here, quite literally, not my bag, man. Not my bag. Gotta love load screens. Did I get? Zombies that do not have purple names. Zombies that have purple names are unintelligent undead and just kind of mindlessly wander around, and also do not leave when the siege ends. The turquoise ones are intelligent undead. How long has this siege been going? I don't know, 20 minutes? I mean, it's over now. We've had 2 sieges around the same size in a pretty short period of time, so. It's the newbies in the squad that are taking a while. Are you injured? Oh, you can't stand. You shouldn't be in the military then. Question is, do I put the zombie into this squad? I'm kind of thinking we do. I really need to actually train up new squads now, because all of my squads are pretty much dead. And I need to get these zombies out of here, but I don't really want to do that until the lava's all gone, so. In fact, actually, what I'm going to tell him to do is go train instead. Let's go find some dwarves that are good for the military, chat. What do you think? Yes, Stubbs the zombie. Very intelligent. The only thing that I know about Stubbs the zombie is it's the only other game to run in the Halo engine. Diamond, what Dwarf do you want this? Oh, you the first person to say vote gremlin in chat, I guess, gets a dwarf. Unless Diamond means something else. Oh, absolutely. Zombies are the best corpse movers. But making zombies consistently is one of the most inconsistent at... Well, very consistent at killing your own dwarves, not very consistent at actually, you know, making zombies. It's not a very consistent process, I guess is the way to explain that. Likes to brawl, all right. This dwarf, Kubok, you can join the military. Kubok. This one. Bunch of random barons. Kulet, you dream of mastering a skill, believes the idea of war is utterly repellent. Easily stressed, doesn't say anything. Okay. So Lucky Soft gets a dwarf then, I guess? For your not totally bought vote. Lucky Soft, what kind of dwarf would you like? Also, jump down here and make sure that this squad is set to train here, which they are. Child, please. A male child. Let's go with somebody who's happy. I'm like, well, all of the boys are not happy. We'll give you the first neutral one. Oh, it says you're stressed. I don't want to give you one that's like currently labeled as stressed. Yeah, okay, so they're all labeled as stressed. I need to do a better job taking care of my kids, I think, is the current situation in this fort. I guess you truly are Lucky Soft. Maybe one day when you are a hardened individual, we can rename you to Lucky Hard. Although that would be an awful name. All right. He is gripped by crippling shyness and is quite the bold flatterer. But just a little bit insufferable. He is often sad and dejected after seeing Starthoof die in 529. He is confident under pressure, and he often feels lustful. He tends to be passive in discussions, and has little interest in joking around. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. Sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. And finds romance distasteful and doesn't feel strongly about the law. He likes tin glaze and lead, honey and yellow beryl, as well as crystal glass and linen paper and scepters in the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer and the sight of the festive bewilderment and when possible prefers to consume. Random doctor found it. Prefers to consume maize flour and absolutely hates large roaches. Here's hoping we don't get another siege until like... Hold on. This dwarf was stabbed to death by a pikeman. But that actually, I think, was one of my dwarves. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, no. These are just literally random barons. How many enemy goblins are still on the map? Literally 2. I don't really... Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Dear Dwarf, if you keep standing here, bad things may happen to you in a moment, and that's up to you, not me. We're gonna line up the military and clean up the remainder, I think. Or do our damnedest to, at the very least. I don't know how many dwarves are alive, but we're just gonna tell them all to go here, if there are any. Okay, so I can just get rid of these 2 squads. I can also get rid of this squad. This dwarf is actually properly marked dead. All right. Where are the invaders? Oh, immediately a diplomat's on fire. Well, that's a... I'm very worried about these guys. These 2. These are going to be a problem, I think. I'm just going to tell them to go here. Because there's one on the way anyway. We're going to be finding a lot of dwarves dead, I think. Because this is the first problem. But here comes Attis the Spearmaster. Hey, Liam. Long time. Mood's about to tank, I think. Okay, so we're now fighting. We're trying to they're literally just stabbing this goblin here, who's now suddenly bleeding heavily. The Spearmaster is doing a rather good job against him. Most recently, the Spearmaster stabbed the goblin faded zombie in the left foot. Now, them running out of blood doesn't kill them. Them getting mangled will kill them. This one here isn't hostile. It seems to just be this one, that is. There's now 2 dwarves fighting with it. It is attacking the recruit, but he jumps away. The Goblin Lasher, faded zombie, strikes at the Spearmaster, but the shot is blocked. So this dwarf is doing all right, the legendary Axe Dwarf. This dwarf doing surprisingly okay. Spearmaster getting tired, but still winning. And I think they got him. I think they got him. All right, the next thing I can do is turn this off. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to do this. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a burrow. Now, this burrow is going to take a minute, but I'm going to basically make a kid's burrow. I want a burrow so that the kids can hang out, essentially, and not have to worry. Which, like, you know, it's funny. Everybody likes to talk about features they wish this game had. I wish I could copy burrows. Because if I could copy burrows, I would be so happy. Just copy a burrow and, like, just leave it active all the time and make it the kid's burrow. Just do that, you know? It'd be so nice if I could do that. Do I have kids doing chores? Oh, yeah, but I got bodies disabled. The thing is, generalized hauling chores also include loading minecarts, and I don't really want the kids loading minecarts. Because minecarts right now are mostly dead bodies. and are going to be mostly dead bodies for a while. You do want them doing some chores, you just don't want them doing all of the chores. And also at this point, the outdoors is getting a little, spicy, shall we say. More than one reason. So if I can just, like, lock the majority of them inside, they'll be in a better safety space anyway. Shoutouts to the poor dwarves who were incapable of getting to their bedrooms during that last siege because they're technically outside of the burrow. Yeah, and if you're asking if I have kids doing chores because of stress, yeah, I usually have kids doing chores. Because it's just kind of a good idea to have kids doing chores. But, you know. All right, so then I will fully enable this, and then go up to this, and then go child. Remove all these. All right, next thing I want to do is I want to go down to here. And let's place some slabs. Kindergarten. Sure. I just need to give them some better, like, organization, but I'll do that once the bodies are cleaned up. Okay. I mean, I may also just make this a temporary thing that only turns on while there's enemies actively on the map. We may also end up doing it that way. Okay, so all of the hostile entities are dead, meaning these squads can just go train. Also, that is one of the best things that could have happened to us right now. What the hell is going on with my phone? For some reason, my phone is going bzz, bzz, every, like, 10, 15 minutes or so, telling me that I have a new message, and I don't recall it ever being given permission to do that, so I'm now kind of a little miffed at that. But, you know, it is what it is. Human High Treasurer, who happens to be a necromancer, is wandering around on the map. They must love what we've done with the place. How many wagons we getting? 1, 3? There we go. 4? Fourth wagon? Kids can absolutely learn things in guilds, yeah. But the guilds, you need to go into the settings and hit citizens only. By default, only members of the guild visit the guild, meaning only dwarves that already have skills in that task can go to the guild. But if you set it to citizens only, then anybody in the fortress can. So basically what you do is you go to, like, these. So I've got my Gem Cutters Guild and my Jewelry Guilds, both set to public, and I'm actually just going to grab the kids area and allow them in here. So now kids can go into both of these and learn skills. I'm also probably going to put a toys stockpile into one of these, but I think the first order of business here is dealing with stuff I don't need. Also, if you click this button, anything that's banned by your nobles for export will just automatically get removed from the list. Very, 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 very helpful, if you didn't know. I'm not going to need to trade that much stuff, but hey. Just go through, sell everything that I have that's used clothing that is not needed. Most of this is false positives. But there is plenty down at the bottom I can assign. We need a collapse all button and a select all button, yeah. Although I fear that, like, I wouldn't use a select all button unless there was, like, if-then statements. It's like, select all used, Do not select artifacts. Do not select gem encrusted. Like, I feel like a select all button would actually make me worse. I feel like I would just end up not using it. I just need to accidentally sell an artifact twice, and I would never use it again. So it would need to have more filtering, but yeah, I would love a select all button. So chat room, are you guys prepping worlds for adventure mode, or are you waiting for adventure mode? I haven't been able to trade with humans or dwarves in multiple years due to the fact that we've just been getting pummeled with so many sieges. We're not even playing on hard right now, technically, which is half the fun. For quality and worn items? Sure, that's certainly one of the filters, but I don't think that that would be useful for trading all types of items, because there's types of items that aren't going to be worn when you're trading them, right? So maybe you're trying to sell, I don't know, crafts made of metal. Those are probably not going to be damaged when you're trying to sell them. So I feel that, yeah, no, I agree, but I don't think that that's necessarily a one-size-fits-all kind of situation. I think that there would need to be more filters if they were to do a select all option. But that would absolutely be a good place to start. Yeah, I mean, if we could link a stockpile to a actually, that would be a pretty good thing. It would be like, maybe when you go into this screen, there could just be like a only show linked stockpiles button. And then select all. Done. Yeah, that would work. That'd be done. Phone's still doing the thing. I thought I just muted. I am going to have a mental breakdown at my phone. Okay, so you want to know what's even funnier? You know all of those phone calls I just got from fucking FedEx? You know all of those phone calls? I just received a text message telling me that my package is ready to be picked up from their collection point. Meaning their automated service sent me all of those texts while the driver was getting to the destination. That is like another level of funny. The saved world, I have known a location with a dragon, and I'd like to give that a go, as in you would like to die at the hands of the fire of a dragon. Fair enough. Forgotten beast named Onus Ast Lustdot has an enormous six-legged ceratops with lidless eyes, and it undulates rhythmically. Its midnight blue scales are large and set far apart. Beware its deadly spit. We may be able to see it fight another beastie. Yeah, it's on the right layer. Nope, it runs off the map. Well, that's a shame. Let me just check something. This is one of the funniest forgotten beasts ever to me. Stuck between 3 trees on the edge of the map. All right, you guys can follow this dwarf. I need to take a leak. I will be back in a sec. Are there BTTV emotes enabled? Yeah, I've been seeing them all day. Why? I've never disabled any BTT. Well, I mean, I've, like, blocked a few of them for personal reasons, but the vast majority of them work. Okay, so that is something that I here's the thing, right? If a BTTV emote is enabled, that doesn't necessarily mean that every single BTTV emote in existence is enabled. I've never seen that emote before, I've never heard of it before, and I've never seen anybody try to type it in my chat before. So I have to go in and manually enable them unless they're default global. That is clearly not a default global. So just because you have a default global emote that you're used to seeing in other chats doesn't mean it's going to be in my chat. And also, I have no idea what that emote even is, so. I don't really stare at the wider Twitch stuffs these days, to be honest with you. I still have a strange mood happening. Nope, that one the last one finished. That's good. How many items am I bringing here? But you need to remember that very few emotes are actually, like, default everywhere on Better Twitch TV. Oh, Jesus, that is not what I wanted to do. Stupid web browser. Let me see if it's one that I wouldn't mind having. But you need to remember that, like, every channel has a limited number of emotes that can be added, right? Like, I can upload up to 100, and then there's a limited number of other ones I can add. Yeah, no, I'm good. Just at a glance, I'm okay. I don't need a half-naked man dancing, thrusting his hips in my chat. If you want, you can sour, please. That's not something I need to see every day. Thanks. You live your life. I will live mine. If you want to see it on your end, you can add it as a personal emote on BTTV, and then you can see it. But that is not something I need to see. A lot of the memes that are popular, I just generally don't like how they end up being treated in chat, and that looks like one that I would not enjoy. I don't know. I will be honest, asking me about very, like, vibrant dance emotes is generally going to end badly, because I refused to have any GIFs in my chat for a really long time because my eyes are terrible, and I find super flashy, busy, loud, fast-moving emotes very, very bothersome because it makes it extraordinarily difficult for me to read chat. So I would say I fucking hate it, Dr. Y, but you're more than welcome to use it because that's an emote that, you know, you're paying for. So I'm not going to stop you from doing that. But personally, what do I think about it? I don't like it. I mean, there's a reason why, if you look at my animated emotes, they're all very, like, I think the craziest one's probably this one at this point, right? But I try and keep them at a level where they don't distract me personally. I mean, that's fine. It's just a color changing. It's not a very actively fast-moving object, right? And a lot of the meme emotes are like some dude flailing, and it's like, I don't fucking need that shit. Like, I already see terribly enough already. Why do I need to, like, intentionally make stuff harder to read? Yeah, well, we have an emote for it. It's called Crypt Undulates. If you want things undulating rhythmically, allow things to undulate rhythmically. As for Keck W, I don't like that one in my chat purely because it just ends with chat making fun of the streamer a lot. And I'm not a big fan of, you know, being the center of mocking in my chat. It's not the kind of culture I want to cultivate. Because it might be funny on chat's end, but it ends up being really shitty on the streamer's end. No, but the I'm stupid thing is just funny. Yeah, the I'm stupid thing is genuinely hysterical to me. The funniest thing about the Keck W being replaced with I'm stupid, the funniest part about that to me is when somebody is so dedicated to that emote that they genuinely get mad when it says I'm stupid. Like, there's many versions of the I'm stupid replacement for Keck W that are way ruder and meaner than what mine says, but I just think it's funny. I'm in a weird place right now, Dr. Y, for adventure mode for two reasons. One, I was hoping it would just come out as a patch, and it's coming out as a beta. So, as far as I'm concerned, that sucks. Because it's coming out as a patch and not as a... Actually need to remove lower qualities from these. Because it's coming out as a patch and not as a... like, full release. The issue with that is I'm now suddenly stuck in this situation where we're not going to get a big boost of hype. We're going to get a small one for the beta release, which is fine, on the 17th of April, which I will be putting out tutorials for and doing my normal thing as I can. And then a second release X amount of weeks later or days later or whatever, when they decide that it's stable enough to be fully released as a patch. The reason I'm not super happy about this is because that means that I'm going to get a less influx of traffic. And then yesterday, Tynan Sylvester, developer of RimWorld, teased a new DLC. Usually he teases DLCs 3 weeks or so, roughly a month before the DLC comes out. He posts a screen or just a image of a new storyteller usually, or a thing, and then about a month later, DLC comes out. And that means that I'm going to be competing with all of my friends for RimWorld viewers because there's a lot of crossover between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. I know that with my audience in particular, there's plenty of people who really like Dwarf Fortress, but that just means there will be less people streaming Dwarf Fortress. That means there will be less people playing Dwarf Fortress. So I'm currently just trying right now to get over being extraordinarily bummed out by the fact that I kind of expect that adventure mode is just going to kind of go, and the people who like it are going to play it, and it's just kind of going to go back to normal. As far as my release plans go, as soon as it's stable or as soon as I get access, I don't know when I'm getting access, I will stream it, play it, probably do a bunch of extra streams the week it comes out. It is my dad's birthday on the 20th of April, which is very funny because he's like the least weed enthusiastic person of all time. Who's trying to attend a meeting? Actually, rather, what's my broker's day job? Do you have other jobs? Napalm. Where is Napalm? You're conducting a meeting and you're I see, you're doing diplomacy stuff. There you go, that makes sense. So that's why I'm in a weird spot. No, but waiting until stable is not a good idea for me because I need to get tutorials out as fast as possible. And because the beta is going to be public, the audience waiting to tell stable means my videos are going to get less views. And me waiting till stable tanks my... Yeah, I don't know. I'm pissed. There's like no two ways about it. I am not happy. All of the worst possible things that could have happened at the exact same time, aside from it not coming out at all, happened, basically. So the only thing that could be worse is if my internet goes out for 3 weeks the day before it comes out. So I'm sad, depressed, and that's basically my state of mind. Hi, chat. How are you? Please cheer up streamer by posting beers. Napalm Sideburns meets with... Napalm Sideburns with the very long last name meets with the human necromancer high treasurer Igil Lurikesha, the necromancer human high treasurer. They say, on behalf of the guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Yeah, I mean, it's like literally every single one of the bad possible things that could have happened. It's like I was already kind of going, shit. A lot of people aren't going to play right away because, like, the problem with launching a major update in a beta, unless it's private, is a bunch of people play it, the hardcore people play it, and are mostly bored of it and not excited about it by the time it releases into the main branch. And the casual people go, oh, I should play that once it's out. And then they inevitably miss when it comes out and then don't play it anyway. So you basically, like, nerf all of your possible mass excitement moments, and that fucking sucks. And my industry goes up and goes down based on excitement. So I need to ask them to bring me wood. So basically, like, without being a Debbie Downer directly, to those people who were saying, Blind, you're going to get 100,000 subs when Adventure Mode launches. That was a possibility, which was nerfed the second it was announced to be coming out in a beta, and it was out of existence when RimWorld announced the DLC, so. It's even more frustrating for me right now personally, too, because I'm in a bunch of different Discords that are all for streamers, right? And there was a couple people in a few different Discords that I'm in, all talking about plans, or like not talking about plans, but like excited about Adventure Mode, excited about going back to Dwarf Fortress. That's all gone. Period. It's gone. It's all RimWorld now. Anyway, Tarn's going to be on my stream on the 14th, so that'll be fun. Just created a new world. One of the historical figures is an elf named Alana Meatgrow. Ooh. I don't want to know anything about her growing meat. The elves say they are partial to the particular forests in these areas. 25 trees. 43 trees. Well, at least they're happy enough with me that I can continue chopping down some trees. Napalm can go back and trade. Your full title, by the way, Napalm, is You're Traded to the Aqua Pregnancy of Touch. I didn't realize you had such a long title. Learn something every day, I suppose. I think the official statement on how long Adventure Mode will be in beta, YouTube chat, is a few weeks. Which is long enough that every casual player will forget. So. I'm gonna skim through here and make sure there isn't any artifact items in here. Nope, there shouldn't be. Trading all of the bars. Also gonna buy their clay, actually. Buy the wood, the clay. We'll buy the cloth. I'll buy the bolts. It's free ammo, why not? Gonzo Gorilla, thank you very much for the 8th month. Appreciate you. Map is a were-elephant head. I've seen elephant a few times. Yeah, it's definitely a common feeling that people have about the shape of this map. Honestly, as long as it's like an elephant, not phallic, I'll take it. Because if you think that's phallic, honey, you need help. But seriously, Gonzo, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. At the end of the day, I'm not super worried about me personally. Like it's not like and I'm also not worried about the game. It's mostly my income goes up and my income goes down based on excitement around this game. And also goes up and goes down based on the number of people that are actively playing it because more people are watching. Combine that with I'm also organizing a charity event right now focused around this game called The Hot Potato, which I'm doing with my team. And suddenly we're going to have a lot more trouble finding streamers because there won't be as many people playing. So that's kind of the main source of my frustrations here. It's not so much my stream's going to cease existing or some shit. No, there's no real sensationalist bullshit there. Like, I will be fine. It's just like, hey, this is a thing that I was kind of banking on to make the promotion of a charity event a lot easier and recruitment for a charity event a lot easier. And every single thing outside of my control has made that very difficult. So, that's all it really is. That's his balls twisted on the map. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a chastity cage, unfortunately, but... How you doing, Corvius? Good to see you, dude. So, you know, looking forward to the hot potato. I do hope it goes well. We've got some pretty great people signed up, so I'm looking forward to the day that I get to help announce the lineup. That's going to be fun. I should sell these arrows because I'm way too lazy to ever actually melt them down. I'm not going to say too much, Brain Fist, about things that haven't been announced yet. But what I will say is that I would rather people retire the fort and make an adventurer than jump back to an older save if the fort falls. Very much would prefer that. Good lord, these are expensive goblets. Look at the price on these goblets, man. It's aluminum goblets. Sell these mugs, though. And just make more goblets. Basically, we'll worry about that when, you know, the lineup is announced and we start announcing the rules and whatnot. You know, like I said, you got to have a proper hype cycle for things. But I'm too also very excited for the next DF hot potato. Also, that is very funny. So this is Clairvore's solution for figuring out when dwarves need bedrooms. I have a question. Is there a bee on that pedestal? Because there's a bunch of beehives surrounding a tiny little room with one bed in it. Is there a bee on that pedestal? There's so many bees. Are you telling the dwarves to put bees on the pedestal? I can't make follower-only animated emotes, but I've got currently bigger priorities than that. Maybe what I don't know why I need 2 copies of the same emote. I'm quite happy with the current one, but we'll see. How about this? Remember how a minute ago I said I'm not worrying nor thinking about potato-related things right now because nothing's actually been officially announced? Statement stands for this question as well. I'm throwing it back at you with the thing that I previously said. You have a potato emote. Fucking be happy. Leave me alone about it. I've got like 400 tutorials I need to worry about before the next potato. I'm glad somebody is, damn it. All right. Let's kill that. I'm assuming it's a dormitory. You can't claim a dormitory. Dwarves can just sleep in dormitories when they need a bed. But they do get slightly upset because they don't have a proper bedroom. And I'd also assume they'd get upset about being stung by bees, but it's not like it's that major of an injury, so I'm sure they'd get over it in due time. But yeah, no, at this point, I think the most important thing for me in adventure mode is pester Kit Fox to get in as early as possible, which I've already done. I mean, I've already got confirmation from them that they will let me in as soon as, like, they have the opportunity to let me in. So that's not really a concern currently. It's mostly a matter of, is the game stable enough to let idiot on YouTube make videos out of it? And if the answer is yes, I'll get in earlier. If the answer is no, then I won't get in that early. But I've already got confirmation from Kit Fox that they will get me in as soon as they can within reason. So that's enough for me, really. You know, currently the #1 priority for emotes is to get the new dwarf naming scheme up and running, which requires emotes. So I've got enough work on Cooler's plate right now. Don't need to tell him to do more. There we go. And there we go. Got a bunch of books and a bunch of writing materials. Predatory university systems would like to have a word with your dwarves. Remember how people always make OSHA references in memes? Your silly rules and situations in universities do not have jurisdiction here. I'm just saying. What do university dorms have to do with dwarves? Semi-serious, not serious question. Also, good news. I can deconstruct the siege workshop and not make any more catapult parts because the ding dong, the queen is dead. Which also means I'll never become the mountain home, which is kind of unfortunate, but here's hoping dwarves show up to trade with us. Still. All right, let's see what the state of this area is. All right, well, I mean, stuff is getting removed at a relatively decent clip. So what do you think, chat? Do I trust the game to not siege me for a bit so I can get this armor out of here? What's stopping me from getting the mountain home? The queen died. What happened to the queen? During the last siege, she was shooting bolts down from up here, and she resurrected an undead, and the intelligent undead she resurrected grabbed her and pulled her down, and then she fought for a bit, and then died. There's her body, right there. In fact, I should make sure that she gets buried in a tomb. Because I was in the process of making a tomb for her. Well, I need to have another king, queen, or monarch decide to move here. And the only time they automatically decide to move to your location is the first time they do it. So there is another king in the fort, or in the world. He is... where is it? This dude. Locum, who's apparently a queen, and she is a fish dissector living somewhere. There is absolutely no reason for her to decide to move here. It's okay. I mean, I was planning on... I'm not planning on becoming a mountain home. That wasn't really the goal for this fort. That was a possible side goal. My main intent for this particular fortress was to... My main intent for this fortress was to get Geotrack as high in the ranks as possible, because Geotrack dreams of ruling the world. And I think that that's a pretty fun little goal. I don't think that necromancer ghosts can raise undead, although I've never seen that happen. So I would believe it if I saw it, And I'd fear it if I'd seen it, but I've never seen it. I've had plenty of necromancers in my fort die. My closet door just creaked. There is part of me that is genuinely convinced that my closet door just creaked because my tomatoes are growing fast enough to push it. Those things are goddamn crazy. They're growing like centimeters per hour some days. Also, not trusting Dwarf Fortress is also a pretty good way to live your life, generally. Okay, well, I really need to wait for these bodies to all be out of here. I really, 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 really do. I really, really do. So I'm going to go make a bunch of tombs. Let's just jump down to here. This doesn't trigger anybody's tritophobia. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's kind of a similar vibe. Some forgotten beast has shown up. It's okay, I already forgot. Guess that is one nice thing about having a fortress that is sealed off from the caverns. I can be like, whatever. They do, aside from the part that they kill you if you eat them, but in regards to tomato plants. It's always something that kind of freaks me out about tomatoes is that they're nightshade. Very, 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 very poisonous plants. It's simply the fruit that are edible. And the shelf above my toilet that grew so fast one night, it fell off the shelf. Yeah, cactuses and like those kind of really slow growing plants are funny because they'll stay the same size for like 3 years and then overnight they'll quadruple in size. It's like they just sit, they're just like sitting there clenching. It's just like, and then randomly their head explodes. They're interesting plants. My Monstera kind of does that. It doesn't move for like 2 months, and then randomly 5 new leaves will appear. Yeah, tomatoes are nightshade. Yeah. Like the whole tomatoes being toxic thing. But like I said, remember, it's specifically tomato plants that are toxic and poisonous. Tomatoes themselves, great for you. Ain't nature weird? Like, there's these tiny little red berries that I can remember the names of, that are very, 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 very common around here. It's tiny little red berries, and they have very similar looking leaves to tomatoes. They also look very similar to a very common edible type of berry around here, which are also nightshade. Oh yeah, no, totally. Chat, you guys want to see my tomato plants? Since we're talking about tomatoes, I'll show you my tomatoes. I'll show you my stems. Let's do that. 2 more tombs. Good Lord. Well, I guess the best way to do this is before I show you a tomato plant, show you a photo from my Discord, because then I can tell you when it was posted. Rolling up. Let me scroll back down a little further. I overshot. All right, so this was on 02/23/2024. So basically, this was the 23rd of February. Okay, I planted them on about, I think it was February 10th. Let me go grab you one of the old Germans. Give me a sec. They are literally dripping, so I had to grab towels. That's one of the old German beefsteak. That's one of my cherries. They were about twice this tall, and then I replanted them 2 days ago. So I planted them deeper, get bigger roots. Hopefully the last time I'll have to replant them. They need to go into the ground in about a month. So here's hoping I'm not literally living in a jungle. Like if the stream gets canceled one day because I can't get out of my bed because I'm surrounded by tomato plants, that's why. He's the one with the tomatoes in? Yeah, no. It's what I get for keeping the closet dirt moist. I've never seen Little Shop of Horrors, so do not understand the reference, but I'm sure it would be. Also, Seymour's a mountain around here, so that's how I associate that. Okay, also, it appears that all of the random nobles that die on my map need tombs, so I guess we should do that. Cole again is tantruming. At least it's like consistently one dwarf tantruming. Instead of like, you know, oh man, no migrants this season. Chat room, I need you guys to cross your fingers and toes for two things. Number one, I need dwarves to show up and trade with us on fall. And two, I need the enemies to not attack us at the same time in fall. Also, crimes are being committed now. Dwarf is punching people. God damn it. Cole. Why you gotta be that way? Oh. More ghosts are getting put to rest. Excellent. I'm just going to place these. We're in an ad break, though, so I'm not going to unpause. I will answer that question from Pat after the ads are over. Oh, I have no intention on turning enemies off. I can kill them, it's just a slow process. And their soldiers will eventually start to get depleted. May the holy duck breast bless ye. I mean, that is a duck, and it certainly looks holy. Thank you, Fish Sticks. Appreciate you, mate. I don't know why some of these get unassigned. It's a little odd. No, still need more tombs, though. I enjoyed making most of the videos on YouTube for whatever it's worth. Some of them were kind of annoying to make, but that's like, you know, any kind of work. As far as Pat's question about can they grow outside? I mean, yeah, in theory, I could grow tomatoes inside, but tomatoes need a lot of soil, so I would need pretty large pots. And I know that, like, I joke a lot about my closet lettuce, but genuinely, I don't actually have that much space in there. So it's not the most practical thing, for one, but there's another kind of issue with that. Tomatoes are pretty, they have issues with pests, right? And if I run into, and they're a pretty, like, long lead-up time. Uh-oh, a dwarf that went missing. Probably murder if I had to bet. There's a pretty long lead-up time between planting a tomato and a tomato actually giving fruit. It's like between 50 and 80 days, depending on the type of tomato. And then they produce for another X amount of weeks, depending on the type of tomato. Meaning you could theoretically have the same tomato plant for, like, from February until October, if you time it right. And the problem with that is they are susceptible to pests, and it gets pretty hot in my apartment in the summer. So I'm not going to want any long-term plants in my closet in the summer, because if a pest infestation gets in there, then that's suddenly like 8 months of work gone, right? Whereas like if I get like aphids or something in my lettuce, fucking whatever. I will throw a 3 weeks worth of lettuce and just clean the whole thing and start over. And that's not a big deal. But it's a lot harder to manage pests without using chemicals indoors, and I'm not going to put chemicals indoors. Also, welcome back, Elfie. Hello, hello. Congratulations on a mission complete of errands. You're thinking of adding veggies? Start with short-term, easy stuff like lettuce or mustard. One of my personal favorites actually so far has been chard. If you like beet leaves, chard is wonderful. It's basically just free beet leaves for as long as you exist. I really, really, really like chard. Want robes. Okay. We'll just make 3 cloth robes. Seasonally. Also need to check clothing quality in a sec. We are doing okay right now. I did give everybody new sets of clothing not too long ago. Shadow Observer wants you to post beers, chat. Yeah, I have pink shard and purple shard growing kind of alternating in my closet. Purple shard gets a lot bigger, though, so I kind of have to be careful with it. There's also, like, yellow and, like, various other colors. They're a fun-looking plant, too. They have really big leaves. Closing things. I like shard for their big leaves. Mate, I like plants in general that have big leaves. There's this weird thing about like becoming a plant person where you just start to appreciate weird things about plants that you never thought you would. Okay, so because we're still getting bodies assigned to these, how many more tombs are still being placed? There's tons. Oh boy. The mayor didn't die. The queen died. Well, I guess she was also the mayor. Mayor / queen died. Streamer's choice / roast you. So wait, you want one named after you? Or am I just picking who gets Dwarf? To use the old job system. Steam version has been out for a year and a half almost. So unless like you just bought it, I'm surprised that you still missed that old system. As somebody who had to go back, as somebody who played this version for 1,000 hours and then went back and played about 150 hours of older versions to record footage for a side project, fuck the old system. Like, it's good that it's gone. Do what my heart tells me. I'm like too nice of a person to give you anything mean. But you said roast me, so. No, totally. Let me tell you this. In the current version, you can edit the default jobs, if that helps. Chat, what do you think that Suited Giraffe is? Chat's saying a cook right now, but chat, what job do you think Suited Giraffe gets? Actually, hold on. Unrelated to anything. How many coffins do I have currently? 24. While I sit here and just place possible selections for tombs. I really like this tomb setup. I think it's got a good look to it when it's done too. I don't have any giraffes on this map. I don't think I've seen a single giraffe in this entire world. Accountants might wear suits. Giraffe is a troublemaker, a hooligan! Well, I mean, this dwarf has permanently been in prison. But I'm not entirely certain I'm willing to do that. That would just be mean. How about Servesh the recruit? Oh, never. How do I keep accidentally putting Servesh back in the military? You can't stand. Not. How about Servesh the now not recruit again? At least he's got 2 crowns on. The suited giraffe. Oh, that's good. So this particular dwarf never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is shameless, absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler and never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing in 529 because he can't take it off or change it. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impetus for the quest for power. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, does not inherently respond to emotional appeals, is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and is slow to anger, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is quite polite and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is moved by art and natural beauty and is often cheerful, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is often nervous and he can handle stress. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings and has a sense of duty and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally believes the acquisition and use of power over others to be the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect. Believes that peace is always preferable to war. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Values a harmonious existence and sees perseverance in the face of adversity. Bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Getting 50 billion on bituminous coal lignite when they're explicitly forbidden to be a furnace operator is really bizarre. Wait, what? What are your population just transformed into were-possums and killed just as many? Sounds like your fortress is about to fall. Which is always exciting. When possible, prefers consume a giant snapping turtle, nautilus and white mullet beer, and prickleberry seeds, and hates leeches. Me too. I unsubscribed from a YouTuber once because they uploaded a video of them feeding their pet leech. You are a legendary clother and you want to wander. And you're lonely after being away from family. You're frightened after being haunted by the dead. Oh no. I would be too. You're just stubbornly nostalgic? For whatever it's worth, I respect your stubbornness. You are literally never going to get that back. That has been confirmed and reconfirmed multiple times, that they are not willing to support two different UI schemes, and they are not willing to support two different job schemes. The flexibility of the current job scheme is something that is being added with time, but I don't think you're ever going to get specifically what you want. And they've stated in several different spaces at multiple times that it's just not something they're going to do. So for me, it's just mildly annoying that people keep asking me that. Like, when are they going to fix the job system is a question that if I ever hear it again, well, not if I ever hear it again, but I wish I didn't ever have to hear again, I guess is maybe the better way of putting it. Because it's a better system. Just learn to use the new one and shut up. You already learned a significantly harder system, so stop complaining about the better system, god damn it. Making my blood pressure go up. All you want now is your crafting hotkeys again? See, there I agree with you, but Putnam is working on that rapidly, right? The most recent update actually added a lot of hotkeys to different menus that weren't there before. Things like this. This came out in the last patch. This wasn't even possible in the UI. And Putnam spent like 3 months going through and making this possible, that you can, like, you know, move stuff with the keyboard, right? This isn't... You've played this game for years, so you know this, but like... the thing that I always have to explain to new players is this isn't Unity. You know, you can't just stick a plugin into it and it works. That's not how games like this work. That's not how games like this function. You have to, when you're working entirely on your own proprietary code or on largely public libraries or a weird Frankenstein's monster of various libraries, you literally have to teach the game how to do the thing you want it to do. You can't just be like, do a thing. And so they are in the process of teaching the game to do the thing that they need it to do. You know, like, it's a process, and they're working on it. It means some wild ravens flew by and left. That's what it means. Not much else. It's not like a bad omen or anything, if that's what you're asking. I'm amazed that moods are as positive as they are right now. No, it's just a patch for version 47.05. Did they rebuild it? No, but they threw all of the UI out and made new UI. That's not rebuilding the whole game. There's a lot of false information around that makes me want to tear my hair out, which I've eaten my foot on social media about it a couple times, but it's like part of the reason I haven't looked at social media in a very long time, to be honest. But it's not a remaster. It's not a remake. It's a patch. That's all that this version is. It's a patch for version 47.05. They haven't remade really anything. I mean, obviously a lot of code has been redone, but it's still the same game. What version of the original version, though, right? Because we've had many different versions of the original version. There's a version of Dwarf Fortress that if you hit Shift V, you get a 3D printout of the map that you're currently playing on. That looks like a really, 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 really shitty Stone Sense. So that saying the original version doesn't mean anything to me. When you say original version, I assume you're talking about like Boat Murdered era 2007 flat Dwarf Fort, because that's the original version of Dwarf Fort, right? Dwarf Fortress has changed dramatically many times in its history. The biggest one probably was the shift from 2D to 3D. Oh yeah, Ubisoft has a habit of shutting down live service games. Absolutely, yeah, I heard about that. ASCII only version? I'm not going to explain to you how ASCII works, so that's just one of the dumbest comments I've read today. Not to be mean to you, but Shadow, come on. You're smarter than that. Okay, so yeah, this is just the next version number above that, right? It's like playing literally. I mean, Dwarf Fortress wasn't ASCII only in those old days, right? You could just play with a tile set. It's like asking if you can have a anyway. Sorry, but the amount of incompetence when people talk about ASCII just makes me want to remove my brain from my head and just like give it a shower or something. It's like I need a scalp massage and a hug and a cookie in no particular order. Maybe a blowjob too. But like at the end of the day, there's just this weird feeling that I see a lot with Dwarf Fortress that I don't see with any other game that I've ever played on this channel. And that is the term old version. And people just assume it's a different game for some reason. It's like there's been like 5 or 6 massively different versions of this game over the years. But the only actual difference is the version number and the mechanics that come along with that. And it's amazing to me that there's still confusion about this. The Twitch directory has been fixed. Shadow, it was fixed within 72 hours of us noticing. What? Come on. I mean, how many games have you played in the past that are in early access that get UI reworks, right? Like, little city builder that people like. It's called... What is that city builder? I will remember this without looking it up. Little city builder, very cartoony graphics. pathways morph as you build. You just kind of leave layouts and then they build houses. What is the name of that game? Foundation? Foundation. I think it's Foundation. Is it Foundation? Let me look this up. Yeah, it is Foundation. This game has had like 4 different UI reworks in its early access. It's been in early access since 09, and it's had a bunch of UI reworks. They redid the whole UI twice that I know of. And it's still just Foundation. Nobody refers to it as a new and old version, even though the UI is completely different. I've played games that have had entire mechanical overhauls during their development. But people don't refer to it as the old version, really. RimWorld is like virtually unrecognizable from its alphas, but people who played the alphas don't scream about wanting to go back to the old version. It's really interesting the way Dwarf Fortress and its culture works in comparison to other games that exist. It's genuinely interesting to me. You don't make, well, you kind of only build like the big buildings, right? In Foundation, I don't know. I haven't played Foundation in a minute, but which is why, clearly why I'm so good at remembering the name of it. You know, actually, Stellaris is probably a better analog for how Dwarf Fortress's development works. The difference is Stellaris does it like every 6 months, whereas Dwarf Fortress does it like every 8 years. Six months is a bit of an exaggeration, but I think you get my point. It would be Foundation 4. Foundation 4, the fundamentals. Foundation 5, concrete. Okay, let's see how many dwarves are putting items in Tomb right now. It's probably a lot. It's just going to keep up like this, eh? Oh yeah, they didn't have like, they had like sheep fields, but not sheep initially. And then I remember there was like a thing in that game where you could just have like infinite sheep for a minute. Because it was just like, click the button to make sheep appear. And then you just click the button a bunch and they would just keep appearing. Weird game. I think honestly, my biggest issue, Berserk, with the premium version of Dwarf Fortress, version 50 and beyond, is the fact that they made minerals everywhere the default. I kind of don't like that. That's my biggest gripe, is I wish that wasn't the default. Because I honestly do not think it should be the default. Let's cut some gems. Good lord, so many bodies. You always played with minerals everywhere? I would argue that is a not great way to play the game because it gives you a lot of bad habits. But fair enough. Do you still... Wait, hold on. You have your minerals set to everywhere and you still die to were creatures? With thousands of hours on the old game? I think I figured out why you haven't realized that the new control scheme is better yet. I think your fortress design needs some help. If you're dying to werebeavers and you have thousands of hours on Dwarf Fortress and you set your minerals to everywhere, I think I may have started to find your problem. Either you're intentionally letting your fortresses die, which is fun and more power to you, or you might be running into some other issues that you're unaware of. Oh, also, I'm still kind of annoyed that locked doors can't be toppled, but my, like, weird pseudo-memory is starting to, like, make me question whether or not I'm correctly remembering how the game used to deal with doors. So, let's go down to here, and I'm just going to tell them to melt down everything in the stockpile. Everything. And then you right here. Melt metal object. Melt metal object. And, of course, melt a metal object. I'm going to make Nero Keys my new militia commander for this squad, because I do need one. I would say you need at least one mineral that is good enough, that can be made into weapons. Like, unless you are planning to be completely peaceful or completely avoid combat for a while, I feel like you need at least one material that can be made into weapons on your map. Outside of that, everything else is a bonus, in my opinion. Initial 7 set up Strike Earth because they found this incredible location of vast riches. What if the entire map is filled with incredible locations of vast riches? Doesn't that kind of ruin your headcanon at all? Because to me, I would have that headcanon if, like, it's a very rare world, like, where there isn't a lot of materials. Then you find a volcano, and that one volcano just happens to have, like, a deposits of platinum, gold, and copper. Same, Nagrim. It's one of the reasons I genuinely think this game is fun to watch, is because it's like, well, you can just watch the dwarves go be dwarves. Okay, well, that's a good sign. We're starting to run low on things put in tombs. See how we're doing. Still tons of space for tombs, eh? Chat, what should I put on top of these? Because this is these are all tombs, right? I'm trying to decide what I should put on those ramp entrances. Like, I could put grates. I could put bars. I could put glass. Just leave them open. Recently started Volcano Fort. The road, for some reason, generated in the caverns. Cool. Through the bottom of the volcano! Huh. I wouldn't say it's left your forge useless. I think you just need to think of a much more creative way to build your forge. But that is hysterical. I've never seen that happen. Like, I've seen, like, roads on volcano maps. I've never seen a road go through a volcano. Open with unmarked headstones. Ooh, I hadn't really thought. I guess the problem with that is, like, I do have marked headstones on a higher layer, but that sounds kind of awesome. But it is a tricky problem to solve. Do you have an aquifer on your layer? Not Nightbutt? Is your name supposed to be, like, not Nightbot? Just add statues. Could just add statues, yeah. Yeah, also that. When did it start emptying? Was it emptying immediately? Gems. Well, you can't really construct gems in a place. I mean, I can encrust things with gems and then construct those, but it's a bit random. And I don't really want to do pedestals. Gems aren't like a block. They're not a construction material, I guess. Now I'm going to add. Bees are weird, okay? Gems aren't bees. And I ain't doing bees. Fuck bees. Bees are awful in this video game. Worst mechanic in game until they actually give me a reason to deal with that mechanic. Real life bees, wonderful. Dwarf Fort bees, bleh. Rock gems. I guess you didn't hear me say the thing I said about gems, so I will just ignore that statement then. I'm asking what I should put over the holes here. That was the question. And you guys are saying pedestals. Well, that doesn't actually solve my issue, because then I'm just putting a floor on top of it. So, anyway. Thank you for your submissions, chat. I will figure out what to put on it on my own, I guess. Magma? I mean, okay, I guess. I could do that. Sometimes I wonder why I ask chat for suggestions. I'm obviously going to get the most sarcastic, least useful response possible, because that's how chat works. No, thank you. I'm okay with not making horribly cursed swamps. Thank you for the suggestion, though. I will keep that in mind for future Halloween forts. Nothing freezes in this map, so how in the world would I put ice down here? This is a very hot map, mate. I'm not playing Oxygen Not Included. Fortunately. I would hate if I had to play that video game again. Rock coffin. Make a hundo of them. What are these made out of? Alright, okay. That'll work. Alright, anyway, I regret asking chat for suggestions, so I'll figure out a solution. This is one of my, not reservoirs, queries, I guess. Things are also happening behind the scenes here, so bear with me for a second. I also just read something that made me realize that Steam and Dwarf Fortress have a lot in common. As in, Steam is a massive web of unupdated, unsupported, badly implemented features, and Dwarf Fortress is a massive web of under-supported, great features. Maybe not bad features, great features, generally. Unless it, makes Steam money, in which case then they update it all the goddamn time. Hey, look, a Force of Vile Darkness. God fucking damn it. Sorry. All right, well, let's get the dwarfs inside. I don't want to put lava in there. I was asking for suggestions of, different hatch covers, mate. That's what I was asking for suggestions for, materials for hatch covers. I don't want to put lava in here, okay? So it's besides the entire point. Let's focus on this siege that I have to deal with now, because that's the current problem. Have a good time catching the bus. Like I said, I'm no longer taking your suggestions. You guys lost that right about 10 minutes ago. Maybe 3 minutes ago. I ask you guys for suggestions and I get nothing but sarcasm and responses that are less than helpful. You're gonna lose your ability to ask for suggestions pretty quickly. Streamer's such a bully, I know, right? Big meanie. How dare I give you guys options? You were lurking. This is a you problem, not a me problem. The opportunity came and went. You know, like if you get a coupon and it says you get a 10% discount on an item, all right, and then you don't show up to the place during the coupon window and you show up 7 years later with the coupon and you go, hey, do I get a discount? And they look at you funny. That's why. This is a you problem, not a me problem. You should have been here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now I am just being a dick. All right, we got to get these goblins in here. Man, I feel bad. I'm not only baiting a siege with a grizzly bear, I'm also baiting a siege with her 2 cubs. Goblinite grates? Wouldn't that just be iron? Okay. Yes, but the lore. I will think about it. I will give it a good hard consideration. I will think it throughsies. I'm sorry, dumbass. All right, so the doors should all be locked. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Let's see how big this siege is and where they're coming from. There's also the part where I'm kind of in a high-stress environment right now. I know this might come off as a surprise to some of you, but there's a lot of goblins attacking me a lot. This fort's kind of stressful. So this is the Low Fiend. This is the 3rd goblin civ to attack me today. These ones didn't bring any mounts, though. These guys are boring. Unpopular. Am I, though? I don't know, man. I think they just keep sending armies, and the armies don't come back and say, we won, so they just send more armies. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy of their own demise. You have a stockpile full? Any stair that goes up and down, or up-down, can have a hatch cover put on it. So you could, like... Oh, no. Well, this is one of my military dwarves. Udil, the Swords Dwarf. What squad are you in? This squad. Well, mate. Sorry, I just realized I don't care. See if you can run to stair vaults. Try and escape. Go, dwarf. Go now, dwarf. Go as quickly as you can, dwarf. How is the neighborhood of my fort? Oh, I know exactly why I'm getting attacked so often. That's not the question. Like, people don't like us. My faction stretches all the way up to here. And we're actively at war with a really big dwarven faction and 5 really big goblin factions. And I think an elven faction somewhere. Not Nightbutt. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Money's been slow today, so it means a whole lot. It really does. It depends on your definition of cheaty. Black Flag Redneck. Everything that you've just mentioned in my chat on YouTube, I consider cheaty. I think what is cheaty is up to how a person feels. Chat room, can I get a proper big round of beers in the Twitch chat? And the YouTube chat, because Black Flag Redneck, I can't read today. Black Flag Redneck just gifted 5 memberships. Thanks for the dollars, dude. Appreciate you. And thank you to everybody who's taken the time to get their name on the leaderboards today, over here on the Twitch side of things. So I'm going to wait until they get to about here. I'm also going to open and close this. Because I do have some of my own dwarves stuck out here. And, well, let's just say there's a bunch of goblins right there. The eye of the mouse holder. That's a good way of putting that. Things that are cheaty is in the eye of the mouse holder. I'm going to steal that for later. Oh, trust me, they weren't days off. Not in the slightest. Those were not days off. Those were, how do I describe it? I was helping my in-laws move, and I got super fucking stressed out about not being able to make content because I was moving. Helping people move. No, I did not go camping. I just didn't make content because I helped people move for 2 days, and then Monday I was too sore and pissed off at life to actually do anything else. So no, I absolutely didn't take any time off. I kind of didn't do much on Monday, but that was because I was too sore to really get out of bed and also really angry at, you know, stuff that I've rambled about enough times today that I don't need to ramble about it again. This needs to be fixed. I'm actually very worried they're going to jump up there. How about... throw a door right there. Lock it. I do not trust this. The Forgotten Beasts can't get to me, so they're not a huge deal. There's just a random... Oh, are you going to jump down? What an intelligent individual that... Alright, well... let's open this. It's because you have a dry cavern. Not all caverns have water every time. It is possible to have 3 dry caverns in a row that just have mud. And there we go. That's actually more common than I think a lot of people realize. Did you... There he is. Look at this guy. This guy was just standing right here. Now he's over here. And he's going, oh my word. Well, he got hit by lava. Let's see. He skidded across the magma. He's literally skipping like a skipping stone. Then his lower body skids along the ground, deflected by his iron breastplate. Skips across the magma, which is this followed by this. Or rather, sorry, this, skipping across over here, skipping across now over here. So where are you going to end up? Into the lava. What's the combat log look like? Skids along the ground, so he's taking damage bouncing off of the ground. And then caught in a pool of lava. Very entertaining to me. Oh, it's full this time, yeah. Because I turned the fountain off. I'm still working on insurance for this defensive structure. Ooh, somebody just got hit right there. Still working on insurance, like backup plans, basically. Uh-oh. Are you gonna get... No! No, not the baby! Not the bears! Oh. Well, that's sad. That's kind of depressing. I should just put like 50 bears here is what I should do. Train them all for war or something. Because I'm curious if these guys are just going to turn around now. Actually, what I should really do is just lock them in. That's what I should do. I'm going to just lock them in. Lock the door. Because I can do that now. Now that I actually have a door here. Like a skipping stone. No, I mean, like, so lava is really dense, right? Like, if you take a running jump and jump onto lava, bunch of goblins also became paste. If you take a running jump and, like, throw yourself across a bunch of lava, trust me, you are not really gonna sink into it if you just sit on it. Like, that's not really how those physics work. Like, would you, like, be scalded? Certainly. But I like to imagine that the goblin that was skipping across lava made it as far as they did, not because they skipped across lava, but because the lava itself acted as a thing for them to land on, and they threw their shield underneath it and skimmed across it like Link. That's how my headcanon works there. Let's see how far this goblin makes it. Maybe you're gonna get yeeted, maybe not. Oh. How about this goblin up here? Oh, hey, the siege is broken. So now they're just going to run back and forth at random, which is even more fun. So let's see how long this axe goblin lasts. Where are you going to go there, goblin? What are you going to do? It's closer to hitting concrete than liquid, which in my definitely I have no idea how physics works brain says, wouldn't it be more likely then for them to, like, let's see how far this goblin makes it. Wouldn't it be more likely that, oh, you just walked into lava mist and caught into flames. Wouldn't it be more likely then that they would skip across the lava if they're going fast enough? Because I feel like if you're traveling at a pretty high velocity, it'd be more likely to just bounce at that point, right? Because, like, if a human jumped into a volcano, which many humans have. Most notable events of that happening are actually in the very well-known documentary series Tekken, where many humans fall into volcanoes, some intentionally and some not of their own volition. Most of them survive, so I would think that they'd fall down and kind of bounce. I'll be honest with you, I know fuck all about Tekken. Aside from that, people end up in volcanoes a lot of the time. You know, just like the other documentary Wallace and Gromit that taught us all that the moon is in fact made of cheese. As these goblins wish they had had a better day. See how the kids are doing. They seem all right. Kiddo here is going to go have a meeting. A little bit worried about that. I'm actually going to take this as an opportunity to remove the kids from their burrow. And just go, where'd you go there? No, where did kiddo go? No, that wasn't you. Where's the kid who wanted to attend a meeting? Maybe they did. Looks like they did. All right, well. Okay, so I think I'm going to jump up to here again. I've been able to get, like, nothing done today. Like, it's just been seeing your pants the whole time. Again, no migrants because I haven't traded with the mountain home. Once again. Oh, Kerbals confirmed it? I had no idea. Speaking of Kerbals confirmed it, because that was the last thing that was said on that subject, and thus is absolutely the most logical fact. Thank you very much, Vanori, for the 10-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate you. It means a lot. Yeah, honestly, I feel kind of bad that I wasn't able to get more content out this weekend, but, like, for lack of a better term, I was exhausted. Like, that's the easiest way to explain it is your boy was very sore after helping people move. Okay, so how many Goblins are still in here. A decent number. We'll just open this up. Let them out. Mine hype card. We'd need 2 more people to take part. So I need 2 resubs from different people, 100 bits from 2 different people, or 2 gifted subs from different people, or like a prime sub and a resub or something. We're a little ways off that. Kashmir, unfortunately. Could happen, though. Anything's possible. You have like 4 minutes. I respect the enthusiasm, Vanori. You like to imagine the noble meetings during sieges is like, so how's the goblin situation? I'd say they're about well done. Medium rare. Medium rare. Although once they end up in the lava, very well done. Narvicious, thanks for the $2. There you go. Now it's just 1 more. So if anybody's got a resub, if you pop it now, it turns into a hype train. So I have a no witnesses crime, excuse me. Is anybody reporting crimes? Oh, I don't have a captain of the guard anymore. Well, that's mildly concerning. Stone, you can be my captain of the guard. I'm not entirely sure what happened to my captain of the guard, but apparently I don't have a captain of the guard. Thank you very much, Elfie, for the $1. Well, I mean, actually, I have all the offices. How about we make Gaius into the captain of the guard? You can have a new career path, Gaius. And it comes with a fancy office. And it comes with a fancy dining room.
Hype, hype.
Hype, hype. Apparently. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, bags are something you always need in very large amounts. I think that bags are something that a lot of people underestimate their value. And Baby Blueford wants you to post beers, chat. Also, hey, Celesty, did someone hit him while he was asleep? I don't know. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying a huge amount of attention to who the captain of the guard was.
Turn my pockets out for the train.
But God knows what could have happened at this point, because there's been so many random deaths due to all of the situations that we've been dealing with in this fort for the last little bit that I have no idea. Turn the pockets out for the train? I mean, don't do that. Take care of yourself. Like, you matter financially. Just, like, worry about dumb idiot on the internet complaining too much. I mean, a little bit. Otherwise, like, I don't know. Otherwise, I don't have a job. But, like, you know, don't worry about me too much. It's fine. Speaking of deaths, have there been any vampire sightings? I had a vampire in the last fort, but it was like right towards the end of the fort while the fort was falling, so I never really had time to look into finding it. But I can confirm that they do work properly now. And there was somebody who had a chained up vampire mayor in their fort right when the patch came out, and they were like, back when it went into the side branch. And like the very first thing they said was, yep, can confirm, vampire not blue. So vampires are now hiding correctly again. Which is very nice. Big fan. I love the fact that that's a fix that got in because I reported it on a live stream without realizing they didn't know it was a problem. To begin with, Vanori, thanks for the $10. You do more than I could ever thank you for.
Vampire Crypt FUN.
It would be really funny if vampires also slept in tombs. So it's just like, random vampire hasn't slept in a bedroom, but like has claimed a coffin. I don't know if that, I think that's more of a mummy thing actually in Dwarf Fortress than a vampire thing, but because mummies sleep in tombs, right? But Vanori, thanks for the $10. Kashmir, thank you very much for the $6. And Wintersy, thanks for the $1. Thank you very much, chat. Oh my god. There's so many tombs! Holy butts. Okay, well, I've got 2 here that aren't claimed. So I believe that to be a good sign. How many goblins are still on the map? Okay, well, they are leaving. Let's follow this goblin until they leave the map. It's almost about to level up, but don't do anything you can't afford. You have a vampire in your fort, not reading profile, and you're letting your guards find it. You might want to put windows into your bedrooms. One of the classic ways to find vampires was actually to like knock down all the doors to bedrooms or make all the dwarves sleep in a dormitory until somebody witnessed it. Man, Ori, thanks for the $2. Just barely leveling it up. Wouldn't that be more like a cacophonome? Or a cacophocome instead of a cacophony, or instead of a catacomb? Because, like, there's no T in cata. There would need to be a PH in there somewhere. Oh, actually, here, I got it. It's a catacomb. Catacomb? Catacomb. You put an H at the end and an extra C in there somewhere. You tried. I mean, I respect the effort. We'll see you later, Chris. Just a reminder to everybody watching right now. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a little weird. First off, daylight savings has hit here, so that's even weirder for those of you in places that hasn't applied yet or won't apply. But also, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow at early-ish time. So instead of being able to start the stream when I normally start, I will be getting to the doctor's office when I normally start stream. So then I need to walk all the way home, which admittedly is a pretty short walk. It's about 30 minutes. So I'm likely going to end up starting the stream tomorrow at like probably 11 a.m. local time. So an hour late for the YouTube audience, 2 hours late for the Twitch audience if you're in my time zone, 1 hour late if you're in Europe because of daylight savings. Shit's confusing. Right, I should be able to open this up. Suited, thanks for the $5. Greatly appreciate you, man. Let's lock the kids back into here. Curious what items we're storing where. I'm also curious how many tombs are being carried. So many. So many. Why exactly are they better? So, if a dwarf has a dwarf that they know, friend, mother, child, a dwarf that they know, and that dwarf dies, the worst thing that could possibly happen to that dwarf is that the worst thing that could possibly happen to that dwarf is that dwarf in particular loses that family member. The next worst thing that could possibly happen to that dwarf is that they have to watch as their body decomposes. If you, the player, willingly let bodies decompose, it will upset every single dwarf who is related to that dwarf because they had to they were forced to endure the decay of a friend. Jam Jalopy, thanks for the $10, and Leftover Pat, thanks for the $3.
Thanks for the evening entertainment as always, Crypt Beer.
So if you don't bury a dwarf and their body, and they're forced to witness the decay of their friend, that really upsets them. So if you are only using slabs, you are guaranteed to be forcing your dwarves to endure the decay of a friend. And that includes throwing a body in the volcano, crushing a body under a drawbridge. It means they weren't entombed. They were forced to endure the decay of them. That is why. And thank you, seriously, Jam Jalopy. Is your namesake still living? I think so. Yes, you are. Not only are you still living, but you are reading books. You are currently reading a Saltpeter-bound Codex, which is a 34-page guide entitled The Student's Tress Chambers, authored by Tal. It concerns the Castle Tress Chambers. It's not great. Seems like kind of a bad book, actually. So yeah, that's why you want, like, if you have unless it's like an RP thing, unless you have no option, you generally want to use coffins. If you want to keep your dwarves as happy as possible. Unless that's not your goal, in which case, then the world's your oyster. Do what you want. Live your best life. I don't know. Figure it out. I try to make a tomb with a coffin slab and a statue of the dead. See, now that's just being fancy. You only need either a tomb or a coffin. Anything else is because you just want to do it, and that's cool. No issues there. Manori would like a dwarf. One army dwarf. How's this work? Tubal the militia captain. Showed up alongside of the queen. Was the queen's personal guard. Now the queen no longer lives here because, well, she got killed by her own zombies. Let's see. I'm just waiting for a confirmation from Manori. Big Bang is in fact still alive. Could be happier, but is still alive. There's an ad break in a minute, but I'm going to read this dwarf. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, to her own detriment and even the harm of those around her. She would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. She is bashful. She has a very calm demeanor, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, can handle stress, and she is slow to anger. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and runs her fingers through her hair when she's thinking. She stammers when she's annoyed and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and doesn't care about art one way or another. Likes native silver and nickel and yellow zircon. This is not a great military dwarf, but she's doing fine. Eight-sided prisms, greaves, and windows and earrings and animal traps and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama. And the certainty of directions and the sight of the festive bewilderment, when possible, prefers to consume water buffalo, clownfish, and potato wine. Kumquats and absolutely hates fire snakes. And also I'm going to do a thing, just to prove that even I don't listen to my own advice always. I'm just going to assign a bunch of dwarves to the military. Because dwarves always need to train. And if push comes to shove, I would rather have a defensive squad that doesn't like it than no defensive squad. And statues for war dogs? Yeah, I'm just not that intricate. I don't know. I've tried before, and I think you guys have seen me try, and it usually falls apart pretty quick. So I've still got 2 dwarves placing items in tombs. Nope. The bitten dwarf is still on the mission, so I'm assuming they're dead, but I haven't removed them from the group yet. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, they're fair questions, Winter Z, but here's the thing. You do not need to be 100% perfect about who you put in the military. It can be a good idea to make sure that you have dwarves that will be happier in the military, but at the end of the day, do what you gotta do. I would RP my forts harder. I feel like I try my best to keep my streams entertaining, and the way I know how to do that consistently, the vast majority of the time, is by talking a lot. And I find that If I stop talking, my streams become less interesting. So I'm in kind of this weird like middle ground where I just feel the need to keep talking, which doesn't always lead to the greatest roleplay, admittedly. Right now, I'm just, you know, waiting for this ad to end. Which it's now ended. Okay, so let's check this. Okay, let's check this and see what the current state of my tombs is. Okay, so I got quite a few unassigned ones from the looks of things. Which means we're mostly caught up. Wow, there's mine cave ogres in the basement? Damn. That's actually kind of fun. Damn, you've been busy down here. Forgotten Beasts killing all sorts of things. Yeah, I try and have a little bit of balance there. I think the thing that I need to be better at, well, there's plenty of things I need to be better at, but I think if I could just like snap my fingers and be better at one thing in Dwarf Fortress, or rather streaming in general, for me, I think it would probably be, I wish that I was better at communicating the narratives that pop into my head more consistently. I haven't seen it in a long time, which is why I was just checking. Like a long time. It's kind of been gone for a bit. I'm starting to think it might be dead, but because the name of the Obsidian Beast was C-A-Q-U-A based on the screenshot that I was just glancing at. C-A-Q-U-A. Yeah, no, it died. It was killed at some point. I'm not sure who killed it. The talking is interesting because you listen more than watching. Yeah, and I like to think that this is me thinking out loud about my content for a second, which I do a lot, and I should do less. But my question is it better for somebody like me to constantly be re-tutorializing the same content or building a community of people that just like to talk while also doing that when people ask? I lean in the direction of talking a lot because I kind of assume that everybody watching kind of knows what's going on to a degree. I don't think this game has quite enough new player influx consistently enough that there's like a reason to do that per se. Yeah, I'm glad that the short highlights have done well. I mean, I wish they performed better, but I'm quite happy with the response that they tend to get. You know, let's do this. Smelt down everything. Everything. Melt, metal. Melt a metal object. Oh, there we go. If there's at least 20 designated items, well, 10 designated items, and just fucking repeat it monthly. Just plug away at it, dwarves. Just plug away at it. And I will also go down here and we will melt all this. Hopefully this will get us into the steel industry because it's giving us a lot of stuff that we can work on. Furniture with cut gems. And let's say furniture with cut glass. No. Apparently I'm out of cut glass. That's fine. Yeah, or I learned something, which is also often. I mean, I think the most of the things I've learned in the last year is tactfulness, which is a very important thing to learn. Where was that giant's body? Right here somewhere, wasn't it? Maybe it already got brought inside. Looks like it. How about you? What do you have? Nothing? The Harvester of Judges. No family or relationships. Immortality of Fogs. You've got 29 kills. Most recently killed a kobold, you horrible creature. I shall send my squads to go punch it to death. With sharp objects, hopefully. Also, all of my dwarves need pants. That's kind of funny. All of them still need pants. I wonder why that is. Hold on, let me see. What do you have equipped? Oh, I need greaves. That's what I need. Let's just do copper greaves for right now. I am typing in the wrong screen. Which, now that there's many places I can type, I do that. Let's do 20 of those. Yeah, the poor kobold did nothing wrong. Well, this dwarf's being very useful anyway. Shoutouts to Attis, who is a legendary spear dwarf, who single-handedly fought with one zombie goblin for us. Is doing battle with this creature and is probably just going to 1v1 him if I had to bet, and he did. Attis is now Attis Cyclops Slayer. Well done there, Dwarfus. Well done. How'd you kill it? Spearmaster stabs the Cyclops in the head with a silver spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. And then says, "These injuries, this does not scare me." Well done, Attis. All right, so the next thing that Arab has been possessed. Next thing that I would like to do is I would like to drain this again. I drain this by going up here and pulling this lever. And the reason I'd like to drain this is there's a lot of steel and iron stuff down here that I want to get. Call me greedy, but goddamn, I want that. Fearless Slayer of Things, yes. Is there magic in Dwarf Fortress? Not in the way that you're saying. There's necromancy, which is very magic adjacent, but magic is a long-term planned feature that is not currently in the video game known as Dwarf Fortress. Although supposedly, we are getting some magic stuffs alongside of the adventure mode patch. Something to do with magical healing remedies. But I'm not entirely sure what that's going to entail because we haven't really gotten much information about it. We just know that that's a thing that's happening. That's about it. You got lava in and out of my fort. Volcano to get lava in. There is a volcano here, and I tapped the side of it, and I use a drawbridge to bring it in. How do I get it out? 2 lava safe pumps made of glass and obsidian that pump it down this stairwell and along this way, and it goes out the side over here. I've done way fancier things before. This one is very, very, very simple. Yeah, it's like a little side note in the, I think it was here. Let me see if let me find their exact wording just so I can tell you. It was in the what's left to do kind of post. Yeah, what is adventure mode post, I think. Let me see if I can find it. Steam is like being weirdly laggy on my computer today. Myths and magic. People have been following Dwarf Fortress development for many years will recall the current cosmology of the game in these changes and perhaps wonder about the aspirations that we have towards proceduralizing the entire setup, including the existence of gods and how and whether magic works. We're going to use this opportunity to set the stage for a new framework to be expanded upon in the future. Siege improvements, investigations with the ability to live. Where exactly does it mention it? I didn't dream this up. What about your fortress mode? Oh, there it is. What about my fortress? The addition of portraits, a whole new soundtrack, sitemap visuals, and embark. Forts will also eventually have access to new healing methods, which means at some point this year. And the new deity improvements through temples. But implementing those connections might occur in a subsequent update, since the hospital in particular is complicated to change, and it's exciting because magical healing methods will be fully procedural, and connecting that sort of system to Fortress mode has been a long-standing dream of ours. So yeah, we're getting some sort of procedural world-based healing methods for adventure mode, which are then going to carry over into Fortress mode. I have no idea what that's going to look like, how that's going to play, or what that's going to be in practice, but that is what they said. It does kind of sound awesome, so I'm curious to see what it ends up looking like. Also, it would help if I, close my fill portion of this, because currently it's just trying to drain a whole volcano. That's not quick. Yeah, same. I'm also looking forward to additional healing options. There we go. That's now closed. So now this can actually drain. Yay! Chat, I have a question. Okay, I guess that answers my question. I was about to ask, can dwarves not, wear greaves and leggings at the same time? I thought they could. They can't. I didn't refresh yet. I can't confirm nothing, honk. Only you can. Also, I don't think you need a spell to do that. I think you just need a sharp knife and a will to remove something of importance to somebody. Oh, there goes the automatic trash disposal. Because it's got the Cyclops' body in it. Whee! And then they go here. Feels good, man. Feels good. I really like my corpse disposal and things disposal in general. It just feels great. This goes down. Feels good. All right, let's unforbid this and see if I can start working on this. All right, so let's go down here. Up here, 2 down, up 1, 2 down, Okay, we'll have to go around here, up here, 2 down, up here. Wonder... Should be able to make this work. Yeah, that'll work. Should work. I'm gonna say should work a lot because I'm not entirely certain I'm gonna be able to make this work as well as I want it to, but we'll do what I can. I have to slow it down quite a bit on this end, but should still work. Should still work. This is one of those weird situations where I'm going to be learning as quickly as you guys are, which is always fun. Oops. Like I said. Am I going to be able to make this work? I don't know. Depends on if I click correctly the first time. Have to do these in smaller chunks, it turns out. Okay, this one here, you won't work. Can't go down on a slant. Although, depending... Same with you. So this here has to drop down. That there needs to drop down. Right. I'll give it a sec. The goblin stank is lava off the monitor. You know, I don't think a goblin's gonna smell that much all that much worse than a dwarf, unless you mean like, you know, the. Unless you're talking about the what's it called? This is happening to me all the time today, chat. My brain ceases to function and I forget what I'm talking about. And then like a minute later, my brain clock clues back into the fact that I've forgotten what I'm talking about. And then I feel like an idiot. Okay, so unless we're talking about miasma specifically, I don't think goblins are going to smell that much worse or better than dwarves.
Look, my prime is ready. Tag, you're it.
Your Prime is ready. Hey, DSEC, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 5th month. Appreciate you. Okay, there we go. Dwarves have soap. Actually, here, better question. Do I have soap right now? I actually have quite a lot of soap, turns out. Not zero soap. We have Forest Titan soap, Grizzly Bear soap, Yak soap, and Water Buffalo soap, as well as cow soap, dog soap, and goose soap. I think out of all of those, the only one I wouldn't personally use would be the dog soap, because that's a bit, you know. Ugh. I would totally use Forest Titan soap. Wayne Ween, thanks for the 6th month as well on Prime. Appreciate you. Familiar feeling for you too? It's not an unfamiliar feeling for many people, probably. Okay, so the issue that I'm currently running into right now is my refuse isn't, how do you say it, all-encompassing enough. You know what? I'm just going to include all corpses, because there are hostile dwarven corpses that need to go away. I mean, that's still not okay. I know the joke you're trying to make in my chat, but mate, come on, dude. Go easier. Some things just don't need to be said even in a joke context, mate. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Soap is quite literally just fat and binding, isn't it? Okay, so the way I'm going to do this, make a channel down here. I don't know why I did that with a channel, it doesn't matter. We're gonna run up to here. Oh yeah, no, soap is a fascinating material that we are capable of making as humans. And these will all just be smoothed and fortified, and I will set this up so that we can fill it up with lava easily. And that can be the fill spot right here. I only have 54 glass blocks. I have more than that. I recommend Fight Club. Fantastic movie. I've like joked about rewatching well, maybe not joked, but like mentioned that I should rewatch Fight Club a few times and I haven't done it. A great movie. Absolutely fantastic movie. So all of this is going to be fortified, basically, is the plan. And then set up essentially so that I can send a minecart running in circles around this. Why not? Because the statement was like generally the movie, because I would assume because of the wording of do you want to watch keyword there, being that a tutorial about how to make soap, I recommend Fight Club. I would assume that when someone says the words watch and tutorial, they're referring to a movie. You don't watch books? I read books. You can watch books if you want. But I would assume that would be why they're not referring to Fight Club 2, the graphic novel, which why in the world would you read a graphic novel when you could read a book? I only eat books when I'm playing Dungeon Mans, which I haven't done in a long time. But I'm sure it's really good. I have absolutely no interest in reading Fight Club 2. And it's not even like, because it's a graphic novel. Like, I have no interest. It's more just that. Fight Club 1 was enough. Got its point across, was a perfect story as it is. Like, I've heard about Fight Club 2 a couple of times from different locations, and that's always been a why feeling to me, but... Yet more snatches. Goblins this time. Yeah, what Jam Jalopy said. Soap is surprisingly easy to make, which is ironic that it's one of the most convoluted recipes in Dwarf Fortress for most people. Like, I used to always say, it's like, if you can make soap, you know how to play Dwarf Fort. I still kind of feel that way. If you've figured out soap, you are, congratulations, you're an expert. Oh man, I could literally just connect you right here. Are there any of these that are not... Okay, so that's quartzite block floor all the way up to the edge there. This is one of the dumbest looking things I've ever built in Dwarf Fort. Gotta be honest with you guys. This thing looks so stupid. The last bank heist related thing / bank blowing up related thing I watched would be Heat, which I think is maybe my favorite crime film of all time. Every time I rewatch that movie, I'm like, man, I love this movie. This is a very good movie. Although that movie is one of the most doesn't know when to end the movies I've seen in maybe my entire life. Oh, wrong tool. Make sure I'm not putting that anywhere problematic. I am not. So this lower area down here is, like you can probably sense, is all getting fortified down here. This is going to be a little lever that's connected to this. I'm going to lock this door so the doors don't end up down here or back here for any reasons. May have figured out why one of my dwarves randomly vanished based on this streak of blood right here. I was wondering why a dwarf of mine disappeared. I may have figured out why. Yeah, true. I don't need the wiki to make soap anymore. I do still need the wiki to make books. Chat, I have a question. What do you still reference the wiki for in Dwarf Fortress? Paper making books? Yes. For some reason, every time clear glass, I always forget, how to make pearl ash for some reason. Armor layers? Really? Okay. I think I kind of got over that one by simply just not caring. Uh-oh. Me slammed into an obstacle here? How did that happen? Oh, it's because you're trying to climb up. Right. That would do it. I was gonna say, Dwarf, so you can leave now. Why, Salty? Why you stand here? You can just leave. Door right there. V, easy. No? Okay. There you go. You figured it out. I'm so proud of you, Dwarf. Getting by. One moment at a time. And yourself, Mr. White? Or should I say, Ayo, Mr. White? I'm going to place 3 slate floors and then pause game because we are in an ad break. Anytime you foolishly attempt glass or potting. Double slit heavy aquifer method, even though you've done it hundreds of times. I would need to do that too for heavy slit or for double slit aquifer method, purely because fucking I can't remember how to do that shit. It's been a long time. Because as I was explaining earlier today, I just completely avoid literally everything related to aquifers. Speaking of interesting games. Games working on their way to 1.0. Odd Realm over here, another great game. Ooh, tooltips. That's cool. I hope this game doesn't land its 1.0 also at an extraordinarily inconvenient time. Crystal glass? Yeah, crystal glass makes sense too. Trees look nice. Damn. I like the changes he's made to trees. Here's hoping that game launches well. Here's hoping. Also, am I going crazy, or have there been more people playing Dwarf Fortress recently? Looking at the Steam charts, it really looks like the numbers are sliding upwards again. Feels excitement is building. Fun. All right, let's just slide down here. Unforbid all of this stuff. All right, let's grab my soldiers and go update your damn uniforms. Yet another forgotten beast I immediately decided to forget about. So we're trying to get the stuff from down here, but working on it. A new generation? I don't know. I mean, people are always buying Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. No, I mean, the excitement is building. My statements from earlier about me being worried about Dwarf Fortress kind of being overshadowed by other releases is still my main concern with adventure mode at this point, but it is nice to have more people around. I will also state that as far as more people streaming it goes, since the directories got fixed, I've seen... Did I have an artifact that I... Oh, I must have had an artifact that I missed. Yep. Most certainly had an artifact that I missed. Well... There's a mess of stuff happening. This brewer is berserk. They are getting punched by a lot of dwarves, and also having bolts shot at them by neurokeys. From all the way over here, who's fired several bolts. Damn shame. Nobody likes to see that happen. It's been a stressful season or 3 in this fort, and I am not perfect. Rest in peace, Dwarf. What a shame. You get a tomb at the very least. No, totally. I mean, I like to describe Odd Realm as like the Terraria to Minecraft. Even though it has nothing in common with Terraria as well. It's kind of a shame that people look at games that look similar on the outside and immediately assume cheap knockoff of other thing. Like I just kind of said, Mr. White, the best way to describe Odd Realm is it is like the difference between Terraria and Minecraft. So if you think Terraria is a cheap Minecraft knockoff, then yeah, sure. But the similarities kind of end quicker than they arrive. Actually, hold on. Is there a dwarf doing tomb stuff? Okay, sweet. It's Elfie being ignored for this body then, probably. Let's just double check. I want to make sure that this dwarf's getting a tomb. Oh, no, I mean, I think that a lot of that stuff, started when Premium came out. And I don't think it's as singular as that in regards to you started playing, 10 years ago, and now a new generation is coming. I don't think it really works that way. It's like People are always discovering games and always getting into games. Age doesn't have anything to do with it. And there are 11-year-olds discovering chess right now. It's got nothing to do with a new generation discovering a thing. I think new generations are constantly discovering things. But I have noticed the player count going up a little bit, which has been nice to see. I do like that this dwarf's corpse still ended up here, though. Make a slab and dedicate it to them. It'll tell you the only known cause of death, and if it's went missing, there is no way to discover it outside of Legends mode or cheating. Yeah, that amazes me, Jar. Because, admittedly, I sit in weird, super niche parts of the internet. So I'm in a very strange, like, small niche within a 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 niche that intentionally seeks these things out. Also, there was a dwarf that just showed up missing. I guarantee you a dwarf got knocked into lava by that dwarf. So I'm a very specific case, but at least for me, it is... Oh, wow, you literally chucked all of your gear. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna say, you're supposed to go train. Store your items. But yeah, for me, Dwarf Fortress has always existed, basically. Like, right down to the Hail Armok pulsating logo on the front page of Minecraft. Like, if you go play Minecraft, there's still a chance Hail Armok shows up as a thing. It's not a huge chance, but it's still a chance. That's, yeah, I mean, you could also, like, select the body and go to DF hack and type in death cause. That'll tell you. But that's cheating. I just want to see what kind of gear we're working with here. Because the militia captain's going to get the highest quality gear. But we've got steel shields so far, so that's pretty good. Open up your mind a little bit, Poison Rain, and realize how silly what you're saying reads. That's like saying you couldn't imagine somebody in the current generation reading a book because phones exist. I couldn't imagine a 14-year-old right now picking up a copy of, I don't know, Treasure Island on paperback and reading it because cell phones exist and you could do that on an e-reader. Certainly, e-readers exist, phones exist. There's many people that are, you know, in the current young generations reading books. It's the same for video games, dude. There are kids right now playing Mario for the first time. I think that if you genuinely have to ask that question, Romanus, you've officially hit that age where you should look around and go, oh, fuck, I'm old. Because of course kids are reading. Are they all reading? No. Absolutely not. But I didn't read as a kid. And I'm not Gen Z, so... I'm a fucking late-stage millennial, and I didn't read. I hated reading. What is better, flails or whips? I have no idea. I think... Yeah, I genuinely have no idea. I honestly, I don't care. Pretty sure whips, but I could be wrong. Might be a material-dependent thing. As an adult, I read quite a bit. Whether that's stuff on the internet or physical books. It kind of changes. Week in, week out. I've never read a lot of fiction, though. I don't think I ever will read much fiction. I have a question. Scion Raisin. Why is everybody's assumption that people didn't get into this game ASCII? What does everybody have against ASCII? It's a tile set option. The game had massive communities of tile sets available. It's got nothing to do with ASCII. This is still an ASCII game that we're playing right now. It's just got a tile set overlaid. What you are looking at right now, this visual, is ASCII. No, there isn't suddenly more people playing Dwarf Fortress, mate. You were completely misreading. There's been a slight uptick by about 30% over the last 2 weekends. It was a statement made based on the fact that, well, we have an announced date for Adventure Mode, so I guess more people were playing that I just kind of made out of, I don't know, me looking at a player count number that I'd noticed had gone up a bit. There was no big fucking mind think thing here going on, and you're, like, making it into this weird discussion about how children are playing the game for the... Mate, I've known, like, literal children who've played this game as long as I've streamed it, and now we're discussing why ASCII is apparently, like, incomprehensible, and you can't read characters on a screen, which, what are you doing? You're looking at a Twitch chat. Is that not reading characters on a screen? It's just symbols. Many games are mostly symbols. Have you played Civ? It's mostly symbols. Jump into endgame Civ. It's nigh on impossible if you've never played Civ before. I don't know. Sorry. I'm new. Does this guy rage like this a lot? Hi, new. I'm blind. I'm not raging. I'm putting on a show. All right. Do I even have any Gabriel blocks right now? Probably not, because I haven't been making blocks all day. Hi, Sam. How are you? Also, it's good to see you, Pluto Reno. This is a chill day. I don't know about that. I'm a little bit on edge today, but I'm not raging. This is just me being me. And if everything is automatically associated with anger or rage, then maybe you should look at the entertainment industry more. Or don't. I mean, that's your choice. Need a place to store these blocks, especially now that one of these got toppled. I'm thinking I'm just going to make a little staircase going straight down here. That way. I think this Poison Raisin. I think you don't give other humans enough credit for two main things. Curiosity and interest. You assume because you experienced something, nobody else would ever want to experience that thing. Be that a particular graphical style, a visual aesthetic, or a type of game. You're saying because you experienced something that was a lot of work and a lot of effort to learn, that nobody else would ever possibly want to do that. That is extraordinarily naive. And while naivety can be a good thing in life, I think ascribing your interests as a human on everybody else's opinions is pretty shallow, right? You're assuming because you did something once in the past that nobody else would ever want to do that thing again. Yet I'm sitting here streaming And a couple of weeks ago, some person was watching my stream who I know for a fact is younger, asking questions about how to get into NetHack. So I think you just need to realize that there's a lot of people in this world. And just because you might not like a thing or don't want to do a thing anymore, there's plenty of people that do. And the entire basis of this conversation is based on the fact that I mentioned in passing that, the player count this weekend was higher than last weekend. That's it. I mean, that's what you're saying reads like, so I guess at the end of the day, then, I have no idea what you mean and give up. Speaking of cavern cleanup crews, Devson, the ball of fire with wings, has appeared. I'm still just going to continue ignoring all the forgotten beasts. I'm very much a lit blob, yeah. The blob is lit. It's going to clean up the vomit pile if it ever finds it. That would be a little sad, actually. You know, that's mildly terrifying. Have to fight it in a puddle. Does it undulate? Yes, rhythmically, in fact. Fire only deletes your frame rate if dwarves try and path through it, so it's not going to do anything to my frame rate. Diamond wants me to read the last Discord word story, so pardon me while I go have a seizure for a couple minutes. I'm going to do this first, though. Oops. Wrong button. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Let's go. Actually, when was the last time I streamed? That's probably the best way to find this. Let's go from here. Bones of green curry, they are tasty. However, spicy skeleton soup shouldn't be poured on wet pumpkin heads. This message was written posthumanously. Holy cow, man. Friday, godly colossus swimming down the rainbow's crest. Intestines tries, yes, breaking news. Urist has made a malfunctioning beehive attack itself by attaching several wasps to steal honey. This spork is noteworthy due to its massive size and great sturdiness. However, it cannot fit into Olympus. Several wombats, that's not good. Several wombats, a section of, okay, that's fine. Sorry, I was suddenly very nervous for the safety of my fortress, oddly enough. Several wombats wandered into blazing saddles on the Sandals of Misery when everybody was dancing dirty to Rick Sanchez hardstyle beats. Now, sexy wombats beat Urists using Uncontis? What? Unicycles, uniquely utilizing ultrasonic utterances underneath. All caught up. I mean, at the end of the day, we're having a discussion, right? I'm trying to read what 200 odd people are writing in 2 chat rooms. All right? So if you make a statement like, let me just read back up at what you said previously. Exactly. If you make a statement like, I wouldn't fuck with ASCII anymore. Some people surely would, but a familiar or easier visual interface lowers the threshold. And bam, more people are playing it. Sure, but that wasn't the point of the discussion to begin with. The point of the discussion was me stating that the numbers have gone up slightly. The point of the discussion was, yeah, but I mean, I first went for it maybe 10 years ago, and Gen Z should be coming in about now, by simple calculation. That is what I'm talking about. Nah, mate, Gen Z's been coming in as long as I've been playing this game. There's just simply larger numbers of people tuning in now. due to the fact that there is a whole new version of the game out with a graphical tile set that's included by default for a low price of $30. That's why there's more people coming in. It's got nothing to do with what generation they're in. That is the entire basis of this discussion, is you stating that Gen Z specifically should be coming in now. Mate, there's been Gen Z people playing this game as long as I've been playing it. Okay, maybe not as long as I've been playing it because they were like 6, but as long as I've been streaming it. For the past 5 or 6 years or so. So I think, to me, that was the basis of the entire discussion. If you would like to change the subject, stop talking about it. And let's move on to something else. That's totally fine with me. But remember, you're talking directly at me. I'm talking with 200 and some odd individuals. I just think it's hysterical when people state, a generation is going to discover it now. Mate, they're already here. You're the slow one. And then it devolved into an ASCII discussion, which I will always maintain is the most ridiculous discussion ever, because if you're capable of reading, you can play a game in ASCII. It's just a matter of whether or not you're willing to take the time to learn what the symbols mean or represent. It's no harder or easier than it is to learn a board game with pieces that look funny. It's a cumulative process. Do you want to continue this discussion? Because I don't think you do. Also, how you doing, Neo? Okay, it's good to see you, mate. And premarital handholding. One of the best usernames on Twitch. Yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at. I chat room Hangman as well. I think we should just like ignore this entire discussion until Poison Raisin realizes that they're not the person with the popular opinion. And if they want to have their opinion, that's fine. Keep it to yourself. And we can all get along just well. But I think what your entire basis for your discussion is kind of flawed, because there's been young kids playing this game as long as I can remember. And you know what? 13 years ago, it was me. At the Target chilling. Hell yeah! What you doing at Target? Sitting in the food court or something? Does Target have a food court? I don't know. We didn't have Target in Canada long enough for me to really notice Target as a thing that exists. That's why I asked, does Target have a food court? Some Targets have a food court. Before Target like showed up in Canada, we had a store called Zellers, and Zellers used to have one of the worst diners I've ever been to in my life, but I have this weird nostalgia for the awful Zellers diners. They were wonderfully terrible. I wouldn't wish that food on my worst enemy, but I kind of miss it. There we go. Now just get all these blocks down here. True. I mean, that's the DIY food court, right? Anyway, chat, got nothing to do with anything. Everybody having fun today? I hope so. What crimes do food commit? Well, okay, so like if we're talking food, if a food is committing a crime, would being an invasive species somewhere be a crime on the plant or animal in a place where it's not supposed to be? Or would that be the fault of the person doing the planting? So do we blame the planter or do we blame the gardener? I'll leave you with that completely pointless head trauma, and I will go get me water. Okay. Anyway, also, on that thought process, I'll see you later, Hangman. Take care of yourself, mate. On that thought process, what does plant prison look like? And also, just for whatever it's worth, I don't really feel like hearing Poison talk anymore, so. All right. I don't particularly enjoy reading people categorizing people based on arbitrary labels. Something about that will always rub me the wrong way. What's a brisket? It's a cut of meat, I think. All right, let's check this. How deep are we here? There we go. This stuff all needs to get inside. I need you guys to go equip everything again. Go update all of your gear if you need. Might make a... True. I could also say the same thing about, like, bean arches. A brewer? Spenchua? Hold on, let me check something that I'm in the midst of checking at this exact moment. Ire Stupid, thanks for checking out some gifts. All right. Ire Stupid, thank you very much for checking out 3 subscriptions to the community. Last time I had brisket was before Premium came out. I have one brewer available, Spence, and that's Lore. Haven't had a good steak in a while. I don't remember when I last bought steak. The last time I had a good steak was one that I made myself. I'm trying to remember when that was. I want to say like around October, maybe? I haven't had like steak or red meat in quite some time. Unless you consider ham red meat, because there was a little bit of bacon on a salad I had over the weekend. And thanks for the $1.11. Ire Stupid, appreciate you. How about a Mark's Dwarf? Those are my options. We've got Olin, Zasset, Kumil, and Locum. Yeah, I guess it's been a long time since I've had beef, specifically. I'm amazed that you're able to type while doing that. She is 84. Does Locum work? I don't want to give somebody a dwarf they don't want. So. Since we're on this screen, just let me know if that works for you, Spence. Yeah, okay, sweet. I just need to respond to a DM real quick. You'll never complain. I've had dwarves be like, actually, I wanted a lady dwarf, or actually, I wanted a male dwarf, like halfway through reading a description before, so I've learned to ask and confirm now, which is kind of inconvenient, I guess, but. All right. So Spence, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and prefers to be alone. She has a low sense of self-esteem and is greatly pleased by her looks and accomplishments. F, what? What happened? You never managing to redeem dwarves with points. Oh, man. Tried getting the mama bear earlier, but was timed out. Oh, man. She tends to be rarely happy or enthusiastic, but is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Hey, stupid. Thanks for gifting 3 months of a tier 1 subscription for our friend here. Thank you very much for your generosity, mate. Is generally quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is trying to keep her things orderly and can sometimes act without deliberation, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is slow to anger. Isn't particularly curious about the world and often feels lustful. And is assertive. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. Darkgust has been the gem setter has been taken by a fey mood, and I won't screw it up this time. Her hands jump all over the place when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a craft work someday, and personally believes that peace is preferable to war, values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and likes slate, iron, and green diamond, leather armor, and 2-legged rhino lizards, and the sight of the bride of intricacies, and when possible prefers to consume water buffalo cheese and passion fruit wine and blackberries. Ooh, gimme. Passion fruit wine and blackberries, I'm in. And hates blood gnats. Me too. You have some used clothing, but that's okay. You have decent quarters. You're bored after being unable to wander for too long. And you've got plenty of friends, including Neokai. Just like you, for real, for real? Gotcha. I mean, the thing about getting dwarves named, it's kind of like, you know, having your palm read in a weird way. So you're reciting poetry. What poetry are you? Are you reciting? The Icy Top! Okay, is an example of the knower of glossing. The work has no particular subject, and overall the poetry is passable. Thank you very much for the additional biddies. You're stupid. Also, I would like to inform everybody that Pumpkin is still alive and well. What, the Icy Top is Send Me Snow? All right, well, let's, I was gonna say go send them their own medicine, but I don't know how good of an idea that actually is. I mean, we're with the angry demon right there. The Suicidal Entanglement. I mean, that's a very big goblin forest retreat, but Jesus, what a name for a thing. Forgotten Beast showed up on the surface and burned the whole surface layer for a while. Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes, right? At that layer? At that level, rather. All right. I'm going to, I think, just go steal all of the books from this location, because it's pretty close. And they don't actually have any enemy populations, so. Good luck, dwarves. But I think I should start actually attacking things again. Let's also check green glass stores. Making rock blocks, that's good. Sand. 500. Green. Glass. Blocks. 500. Lots of time to react. It gives you plenty of time to, like, stop and reflect on your mistakes, is the way I like to look at it. That's one of the reasons I refer to, like, FPS drops like that as, like, dramatic slowdown. Like, well, it's not really FPS. It's just a massively dramatic slowdown, you know? An overly dramatic slowdown, even. Who doesn't like a little bit of good old dramatic slowdown every now and again? To ascertain what's happening in real time, you'll get there. You know, on the topic of, like, usability for this game and readability, the main thing that I'm looking forward to, or the main hope that I have, actually, is that those little swipe attacks that they currently have that are slated to be popping into adventure mode, I think that those little swipey attacks, if those ever made their way into fortress mode, would actually be awesome to have. The Wooden Lion. What a good name for the planter hall. Damn. I didn't realize my planter hall had such a good name. I feel like I could decorate this fort a lot better. Like right now, I think it's kind of ugly looking. Like, people always tell me how beautiful and awesome my forts look, and I'm just like, I feel like they could be better. Could always be better. I'm also like kind of amazed by how much moods have swung towards the positive today, but at the same time, I guess part of that is to do with the fact that, you know, the dwarves haven't been watching the goblins get horribly murdered as much recently. They've just been, you know, hanging out inside while they just get turned to charcoal on the front doorstep. I'm sure that's probably good for dwarves, right? You know what? I might actually just start doing this, just like replacing all of the floors with grates with gems in them, because like that's a pretty valuable fancy little grate. Nobody, well, a dwarf who doesn't even like have the ability to claim a bed has that bed, so I'll give it to somebody else. No, totally. I mean, that one museum in Hollywood is maybe the best example of that. Okay, so I think I'm going to get rid of this dwarf. Let's just do this. You station here. Oh, right, yeah. When these squads come back, I'm going to remove this dwarf from this squad. This dwarf was bit and is a forgotten beast. Or not a forgotten beast, a were creature. And I guess I'm just going to allow that dwarf to finally fully leave the squad properly. So you're hauling items. Where are we getting items from and where are we going? Just saw a naked dwarf. It's like, oh, it's just a baby. Part of the reason all this stuff's going in so slowly right now is because everybody's hauling the armor out of here. Let's check that strange mood. Okay, what do you need? You got 3 rock crystals, mahogany logs, and iron bars. You need bones, of course. It's always bones. Always bones! Fake surprised reaction. I'm going to slaughter one of my male elephants. And 2 grizzly bears. 4 grizzly bears even. Are you just waiting until you hit 10K, right? I will actually say, I think that this version of the game has made me less good at understanding the combat in real time. For whatever that's worth. Because you can't tell when the sprites are lying down. You can't tell when they're jumping. And you can't tell when they are crawling just by looking at the sprite without looking at the combat logs. Or turning on ASCII. Because in ASCII, you can see immediately, at a glance, whether or not they're standing, lying down, crawling, or like underneath somebody. It's also way harder to tell how many dwarves are in one tile. I find that way easier in ASCII too. So because of like the issues with this tile set versus the usability and readability of ASCII, I think it's a little bit of a shame. And these are all just books that we just went and stole from a local monastery. I think it's a wee bit of a shame, like how popular, or not popular, what's the word? I think it's a wee bit of a shame that the way this tile set reads right now is kind of the opposite of usability in some cases. Because there are certain aspects of the older visual style for this game that made easily following what was happening easier. I don't know how many of you guys ever encountered that, but you know, like as an example, this dwarf that I'm currently following, currently they are standing, right? If they bump into another dwarf in a hallway, they will get a little slash across them, and they will gain a different colored background for a single frame, and then they will stand back up. Because when two dwarves pass each other, they don't walk past each other. They walk over top of each other. And you don't know who's sitting and who's standing. Unless the game is unless you're actively reading a combat log, right? So this dwarf that I'm following right here, zooming in, it's clear. But like, go up the stairs. See if I can spot you lying down for a second at any point here. And decide to save. It's also easier to tell who's a visitor and who isn't, because all the visitors are @ symbols, right? So it's way easier to spot, oh, that person's a visitor, versus, oh, that person's a member of the fort. It's like, there are things that I do really hope make a proper return to the, like, the game itself. But at the same time, if they don't, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's yet another thing just kind of hiding the depth of this game, you know? Which is, I think, one of the biggest problems that this game has, is that it hides its own depth too well, so people don't realize a lot of the most interesting details that this game has. Apparently my neighbor's giving me a bottle of whiskey in order to help as a thank you for helping him rebuild or put his computer back together. Well, that's kind of cool. Or tell stone types apart? Yeah. I don't know. Spotting which engraved walls have gems at a glance. Seeing, like, so I think the thing that I miss most about ASCII is seeing who's carrying something in real time. Well, what time is it? Early spring, first of spring. The enemy have come and are seeking a parley. The only, like, voice I can read the word parley in is, like, Pirates of the Caribbean 1. Breastplate, that'll do. No. Oh, this says horses. Dwarves are here to attack us. Gotcha. Need somebody with a helmet on. I'm assuming it's just the same one that we've been at war with, but no. Hard to say sometimes. None of them have, like... Oh, there you go. Ah, a rack of lobsters. It is, in fact, the same dwarven civ. Yep, you can see the food on tables. All right, well, let's just do this. Fortunately, because I do have a moment, I'm going to wait until my squad leaves. And comes back. Oh no, totally. I mean, like, if you're colorblind, yeah, no, ASCII is like is a no-go for you. Man, I'm really tempted to just build a big lava geyser right here. Because if they keep showing up right here, literally all I'd need to do is open a trap door and I could just, like, just erupt lava. I should do that. For any siege that comes in this bottom area, that would be very easy to do. Like, very, 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 very easy to do. All right, put that on the mental to-do list, chat room. Build a lava geyser for that lower area. I can't do it while they're all standing there because they'll attack us, but, like... That's the second time they've shown up down there. Meaning that's pretty much doable at this point. That there's pretty much doable. Now we just need to wait for this dwarf to get the heck out of bed and go head off the map. It's dwarves on horses. Dwarves on horseback. Beaver rage. You know, as somebody who was almost knocked out of a kayak by a beaver once, beavers are terrifying. I do not want to be around a raging beaver. They've also been known to cut the power to small Canadian towns. I did a volcano embark using magma much more than coal, but no flex layer. Yeah, this map has a flex layer, multiple even, but it doesn't have coal, nor does it have iron. So. I also could have just clicked this to figure out who was attacking me, the rack of lobsters. Oh yeah, no, I'm so excited about having more music for this game in a month. Like, oh my god. Oh, one of my chickens was found dead. Well, such is a way of things. Yeah. My dwarves still need to leave the map. The lower squad isn't actually going to leave the map, these guys. It's just these guys. But we are waiting. I also need to start filling this up. So I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to go, Dwarf, what are you doing? Oh, you're carrying a lot of things. It's weird how, like, dwarves don't do this with most things until they decide to. Nortrim, you ambitious son of a dwarf. Look at this guy. Look how much stuff the dude's carrying. Look at it all. No wonder you're moving so goddamn slow. Screenshot of commit history on the Discord. Oh, the one that I posted? I mean, that's all public. If you just go to Steam database for Dwarfort, go here. And scroll down to update history. They've actually done it since 17 hours ago. This was the one that I posted. Linux, Windows. Yeah. Day 1 Linux release for adventure mode version. There you go. Stuff's going on. There is a secret branch on Steam for adventure mode right now. It does indeed, in fact, exist. So all of this down here needs to be forbidden. Lock that door. Close this. Okay, so where's Attis right now? Getting provisions. Elephant eye stew. I'll add that to the list of the most repulsive things I've seen today, or read today. Let's do leather backpack. So all them dwarfs be dwarfing, doing the dwarf things. All at the exact same time. Oh, it's absolutely. It's probably like 32 key, like random Scrabble password, and then with a password on top of it. You can also set branches on Steam so that every time you launch them, you have to type in a password. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have like all of that on there, because the Dwarf Fortress is community is a savvy community. You know what, I'm gonna do a silly thing. ATIS. Who also hasn't left the map yet? Vakar and Aiden. Vukar. I always think it's VA. I just made a new squad, which I probably need to do anyway. I moved some of the dwarves to it just so that this mission finishes quicker. Here's hoping it doesn't cause them all to die, which it could also do. Once that's locked, I can pull this lever. Get this filling. I could pull this lever, stop it from emptying. And I can go down here and unforbid this stuff so that they can keep putting dead things into here. And some of this clothing is getting burnt, which is fine. Largely fine. Now it's just a matter of us waiting for these dwarves to get back. Random Baron that's not mine. Speaking of all that, Dwarfing. Chad, have you guys been dwarfing a lot recently or doing other things? What games have you been playing recently, I guess is the question. I guess all that copper stuff is going to melt. It's fine. Somebody clearly came down here to get better gear. Unfortunately, this won't take too long to fill. Into the rabbit hole of developer streams on Twitch. It just means that you've, you know, it makes me kind of happy that developer streams are finally kind of becoming a genre of Twitch stream that people watch. I feel like as long as I've been around Twitch, there have been people who have streamed game development. Nobody's ever really watched them. There's been various eras of like people who've taken off and done all right, but never anybody who's like become big. It's been nice to see. I read that as Gameloft Tower Defense, and I was like, what? Palworld? You poor soul. You poor, poor soul. All right, squaddies are back. Here's hoping that went well. We raided Stolen Gem, which is a bloody good name for a place. The Veiled Halls attacked the bloated Hex at the barricaded Ghoul at Stolen Gem. Van Ori distinct labors the Walled Shields of Death. What a name. Led the attack. The defenders were led by a goblin named Niguspur Gimchu. Van Ori outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. That leads me to be confident enough that we can try and steal animals with the next invasion. Hearts of Iron 3. Work's too busy, gotcha. I've been playing a game that isn't out yet on stream, which none of you will believe me when I say this, but I swear isn't Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. I have not, in fact, oh man, that's not terrifying at all. It's like, my army's just coming back home, you know, like after fighting, and there's just this mess of horses and dwarves right there. Like, that's what that is. It's a mess. Absolute mess. Disgusting mess, man. Okay, let's just set all these dwarves to train, because I want them to all have their gear. Just in case I need them, you know? Just in case. And no, not that one. This squad also, you are going to get removed from here, and this squad is going to get deleted, because I'm assuming that that squad is dead. Here's hoping I don't have to deal with that dwarf later. Let's just check equipment real quick. Are we really out of axes? I find that hard to believe. A hungry, thirsty recruit. Okay. Iron Axe. Battle Axe. No, I mean, like, largely that's due, like, I mean, specific numbers are irrelevant, but largely it's due to a couple of streams recently going pretty viral. And it's like I said, it's nice to see. Because I think game dev streams are one of the better examples of a really positive use for Twitch, just in general. And I think we kind of, the more of those that exist, the better, really. I'm not a huge fan of these copper bins being put in here, but I don't really have a choice now, do I? Oh, I see why. Don't really want you guys throwing copper bins in here, like kind of at all. Well, this is gonna take a minute to film, so we'll let it do its thing. No, not really, unfortunately. It used to change the names of the colors of the tiles, but in the current version it doesn't. Basically, the way I see it is just fucking don't use certain materials and make what you need. Unless it's like a building type, like if you're trying to make chests, just try and build a chest and you'll see how many you have. But yeah, it's not great. Speaking of, let's build some chests. Stuff on Temple OS. Fucking Draga 1 energy lives on. I'm glad somebody's doing God's work. That's funny. What a stupid thing that is, though. They are undead. They are intelligent undead who are neutral to me. From your foray into learning Godot? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, for years, like... Not the joke, but, like... I guess sort of like streaming Dwarf Fortress. If you stream Dwarf Fortress, your stream's gonna die. At least that's what streamers say. For years, game dev was how you destroy your stream. Like, I knew a number of streamers who were, like, had very active, like, awesome communities, and then they started streaming game dev, and their audiences died in a matter of months. Which kind of, like, really, really, really sucks. So since I've got to wait a little bit for the volcano to finish refilling my reservoir, because I was trying to get the gear out of it, I'm going to make a big stairwell heading straight down, and we're going to go right underneath where those dwarves are right now, and I'm going to build a triggerable lava fountain down here. Maybe like right here. And let's swap you out for one of these. This is gonna be dangerous to build. This might be almost guaranteed to kill a dwarf. Sure, we can make it work. You've had interest in this game for a while, but only recently sat down and took the time to learn how to play? Gotcha. Happy to hear that my tutorials have been helpful. Kind of need to be sneaky about how I do this. There is no way to see progress towards scholar discoveries because the only way to make scholar discoveries is in Young Worlds. If there was a way to see scholar progress, the result is you would never have any scholar progress. So there's no way to see that because the game doesn't let you see that. Basically, do yourself a favor. Probably never actually build an entire fort around specifically trying to make discoveries, because you will frustrate yourself to hell. Put one in. I don't know. I never really got into Alonia, so I don't know if I'm looking forward to it. Dealy Jazz. Like, I tried playing it once or twice, bounced off it pretty hard, and the memes around it seemed pretty uncomfortable. So, I don't know. It's kind of been relegated in my brain as weird Japanese game. Diamond Magnet. CJ, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. That's quite the siege. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Just looking at how we're doing on stuff, gear-wise. Doing okay. Let's, down to here. Let's make clay crafts. Every time you see the giant kitty with all the bears. Oh, yeah, the stray giant cougar? I like the giant wolf. The great wolf of our prison. Did I really screw up yet another? My God. That's like the third one today, chat. I'm doing a really bad job playing this video game here today, so don't let anybody tell you that I'm good at this game, because good Lord. Like, I may have taught a lot of people how to play this game, but man. Man. How goes the lava? It's almost there. A couple more minutes. Noto Casa's had some injuries. A year ago, it seems like. You were given a crutch a year ago. Still walking on that crutch? There you are. What's her crutch walking skills at? Gonna say, is crutch walker a combat skill? I don't think so. Because I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's like an other skill, isn't it? Oh, there it is. Competent crutch water. Crutch water. Competent crutch walker. Weirdly difficult thing to say for some reason. Giant puppy McFace Chomp. That's a name. think I'm actually just going to replace that with one of these. So that the worst case, it's just so that boulders are less likely to land on dwarves' heads while they're digging up. Still at it. 2 tiles at a time. I've been on Twitch way longer than I've been on YouTube. Yeah, I've been streaming full time. Well, this is year 10. More than 10 years ago. Whereas I didn't start taking YouTube seriously until 2009. What Diamond said, or Diamond Magnet said, I agree with that, but purely based on one piece of anecdotal evidence, and that was a friend of mine got good enough walking on crutches that he could, like, swing around and then kick you in the jaw in, like, I don't know, I guess it would have been early high school age. I didn't know him through that. I didn't know him through school, though, so. But it was, you know, yeah, I mean, you certainly can develop a certain kind of skills while it's doing that. It's kind of metal. You can kind of like swing back on them real high and get quite a bit of air. So everybody's locked inside, which means almost nothing is actually happening. How deep are these? What do you think, chat? Do I risk it? I need them to be 6 full for the minecarts to fill. You need to not be able to see the rollers underneath. I really should reinstall the lava right there. Or a blocker right there. Because the dwarf has permanent nerve damage and lung damage. I was just reading about it a moment ago. They had some injuries a while back. So that's why that dwarf is blinking as winded. About a year ago, they received some pretty major injuries. And those injuries ain't going away. Yeah, no, I tend to agree. That's a joke nobody finds funny in the current year, Steely Jazz, so thank you for sharing. This is a lot of boulders going down. Cyrolac, thanks for the 43rd month. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you are doing well. This is going to go all the way up to here. Once it hits here, I'm then going to go up to here, and we're going to do probably just a drawbridge. Ooh, yeah, why not? Green glass drawbridge. I'm wondering if I do this quick enough, if I can quite literally just get this done before the siege comes at me. Just because I think it would be really funny. Got attacked by a gator. Rest in peace. I always love it when, like, that's, like, the most classic Dwarf Fortress kind of situation ever, is when, like, I just started a new game of Dwarf Fortress and a tree fell over and killed my logger. It was, like, the classic Dwarf Fortress thing to have happen. So whenever I hear about, like, oh, I just started a brand new fortress and immediately my 2 dwarves died to a giant alligator, it's like, ah, yes. some parts of the world are still at peace. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm so happy. Salty, good win. Same with you, Alfie. Uh-oh. Great. Bought some of Discord. Turns out enabling stricter moderation features on Discord doesn't really make things any better. Okay, so I just need that to be connected. I need to keep an eye on that siege. Because if I can do this, this would be a much faster way of killing any siege that decides to just stand there conveniently. Well, your problem is having wine puddles. The secret is just don't have wine puddles, and then there's no puddles for them to slip on. Have you ever walked around on a stone floor covered in wine? Well, I haven't, but I have walked around on concrete floors covered in beer, and I gotta say, it's probably a pretty similar experience. It's very hard to not slip. Shit's slippery. And an undead cow killed your dwarves. Well, I mean, that's your own fault for, you know, settling near an undead cow. What? Oh, you finally died. Well, that's unfortunate. I have no intention of doing design contests because the first one had a terrible outcome. The views were bad on the video and it cost me a lot of money. So, no. Unlikely. Forgotten beast named Abtogu has come, a great three-eyed camel. It has 3 stubby tails and it undulates rhythmically. Its green hair is very curly. Beware its deadly blood. That being said, the community forts will be making a return as soon as adventure mode is playable. But I will be exploring people's fortresses in adventure mode. So it'll be like a 2-part overview. We'll do the classic overview and then try it again in adventure mode. Hopefully making that format more interesting outside of the niche audience that really like that format. Yeah, I mean, deadly blood is just blood that gives syndromes. You don't want to get their blood on your skin. When is DF Hot Potato? It says on the application form. Assuming that, like, the RimWorld DLC doesn't come out that fucking weekend, but I don't want to talk about it. At least that part of it. RimWorld DLC is going to completely nuke any and all public excitement for Fortress Adventure Mode, at least when it comes to the streaming side of it. And that has me very annoyed. I mean, certainly. But the thing that I explained earlier, which I can explain again briefly, is Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, regardless of what you think of either video game, has a lot of audience crossover. And this goes for both streamers and people who just play the game, right? And the thing that you need to remember is that there's a very ominous hole appearing beneath where they are standing to siege me. Anyway, the thing that you need to remember is that there is market competition between the two, right? Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode has been known to be coming out in spring since October, right? or maybe it was before that. Whenever they put out that roadmap, it was basically just it'll be out early 2024. Oh, that's one of my dwarves. Huh. You poor dude. Get back in the fort, man. Run. Come on. I feel so bad. Holy shit. You don't even have pants on. What a poor dwarf. So sorry, Aban. Oh my god. I feel horrible about that. Let's make sure. Are you inside? Yes. Are you inside? Yes. Trying to get outside, probably to go get something, but... Anyway, there's a lot of audience crossover between the two. What are you... What in the... What in the Baron? Already, Mr. Coalfang. So anyway, the reality that everybody needs to remember is that regardless of our own personal taste in games, streamers who stream Dwarf Fortress likely also stream RimWorld. Streamers are always going to play the video game that gets them the most views at the time, regardless of which one's better or whatever. RimWorld has always done really well on Twitch for views. So if RimWorld has a DLC the same week or month that Dwarf Fortress has a DLC, nobody is going to be streaming Dwarf Fort because all of those, or nobody who would normally be streaming Dwarf Fort because Dwarf Fort got an update will be streaming Dwarf Fort if they also stream RimWorld because they'll just go play RimWorld. You know, Aaliyah should. The thing that you need to remember is, 1, that joke ain't even remotely unique. 2, read some science fiction. It's good for you. Or watch some science fiction. Because, like, I have plenty of issues with that game. I also quite enjoyed that game in the past. But it being called RimWorld, it's not what a RimWorld is. Sheesh. If they do that, I will cry. On stream, probably. Someone over there. I don't know, does Terry Pratchett ever count as... I've never read Terry Pratchett, so I actually couldn't tell you. Probably? Okay, let's just lock this door. Or lock this. Where are you headed? Ah, trying to leave. Well, I would recommend you turn around, you dumb dwarf. There you go. So hope I don't lose a dwarf. This process, I may. I'm going to fit this and allow this. I'm going to try and do this without a main character dwarf. Sure, Melville, you can go have the honors. Have you ever been so burnt out about a game that you don't even want to think about it anymore? Because that's about where I got to with RimWorld. It was a game that I played full-time on stream to pay rent for a very, 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 very long time. And to be honest with you, I don't ever want to think about that game again, let alone play it. There we go. Sorry, Kubek, but you've just signed your own death warrant. This is full, so we could just let them come attack, but I could also just wait for this defense to pop off. Oh, definitely. I mean, I remembered your username when you started watching me play Dwarf Fort again. Exploration and archaeology? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just extremely mad about the whole thing. And I think me sitting here and just bitching about it is probably bad content. But it is the reality. Like, I guess I've been playing this game for long enough now that And I've been in this industry for long enough now that it's pretty easy for me to just kind of point and be like, you're using a thing for free marketing. And that's how I felt about RimWorld for a very long time. That it was a game that used Dwarf Fortress for free marketing. Regardless of if you agree with that take or not, that's always been my take. And the reason I feel weird about it to this day is it's like, not only did they use it for free marketing a whole lot, but now they're using it for free marketing and they're hurting its chance of continued success. And that's just gross. Me too. I'm also excited for Thursday's stream. That's going to be fun. What's the first thing I plan to do when in-game when adventure mode comes out? Scream internally and start recording tutorials. I mean, unless I don't get in early, at which point then start streaming and take notes all day about what I'm going to make tutorials on, and then end stream slightly early and then record 10 tutorials. Or alternatively, record 2 to 3 tutorials, upload them, and then turn my stream on. I really hope I get in a day early, otherwise it's going to increase my blood pressure dramatically. Which question did you? I haven't looked at the questions at all. I know there's over 100, but that's about it. RimWorld literally owes all of its early success to the existence of Dwarf Fortress. The very first piece of marketing it ever got was a self-promotion post on the Bay 12 forums. And based on that fact alone, it's difficult for me to look at RimWorld as anything but, as much as it is a good, unique game, I'm not knocking the quality of the game. It's very difficult for me to look at RimWorld as anything but a game that is tagging along with the mythical success of Dwarf Fortress at this point. Initially, it really seemed like a impassioned homage. But the longer it's been around, the more cynical I've become about it. Oh, I mean, like, Zach and Tarn are very, very... Like, okay, so I've had the developer of Odd Realm in an interview with Zach and Tarn before. That was one of my favorite ones I ever did. So he got to ask Tarn some, like, oddly specific questions. And, you know, mimicry is the highest form of flattery. And that very much seems to be Zach and Tarn's take on it. Like, they are flattered when people mimic them. I think business-wise, it's just in poor taste to intentionally release something right next to the release of a thing that's been publicly known for a while. You know? Especially in a world where... And this is just me talking. Plenty of people disagree with my takes on business and stuff. If you're in a arts-based industry, trying to make art, which is what video games are, or a creative medium, I suppose, and your goal is to make all of the money, I genuinely kind of feel that you're in the wrong industry because you will eventually start to compromise your own art. The AAA game space is a really good place to look at right now for this kind of thing, and I'm losing my voice. So if you are making a creative product with creative people, and you're trying to monopolize... Uh-oh, we are getting attacked. I have to use my... What? Did I get attacked or did they just leave? I think they may have just left. Motherfucker, they just left. Well then. Interesting. I've never seen a siege do that before. I guess I could accept their parlay now. I'm gonna deny the parlay. Do they come back now? Anyway, any product that starts off as an artistic piece and then attempts to monopolize every single portion of that artistic piece loses a lot of value in my mind. And that is all that I've seen RimWorld do since RimWorld took off. You know, like, I've shown this one forum thread a million times on this stream, but... This is one of the first pieces of marketing RimWorld ever got, which was the very first ever post on the Bay 12 forums by Tyne and Sylvester. And the initial post was literally this. a promo of a video that he called, at a most basic level, this is Dwarf Fortress in space. Hey, very active community that plays a free game that has never been for sale. Here is a game that I plan to sell, and here is a link to my website. That was before the Kickstarter. The second post was an update to it, which was, hey, the Kickstarter's live now in October 2nd, 2014. The original post was in September 2015, almost a year before the Kickstarter. So just... that's what I think about. And 10 years later, he's like releasing a DLC at the same time as an update that's been in the works for a year and a bit. All right, mate, that's kind of low. Are they still releasing DLC for RimWorld? Yesterday, at like 9 a.m. or something, Tynan tweeted on Twitter a picture of a teaser for a new DLC. Usually when he posts a teaser, about 3 weeks later, the DLC releases. That's how it's always worked in the past, which means, yep. Posted on 10, yes. UGDPY, the doctor's been missing for a week? Did UGDPY die of old age somewhere? Or did you get caught in the lava? Tenter. It goes in... Are you in an ad right now, Tapioc? Type N if you're not, and then I'll answer that question. Otherwise, I'll wait a minute and then it. Thank you, someone over there. Okay, yeah, it's April 17th. April 17th. I never know who's in an ad and who isn't, but yeah, April 17th is the announced date for it. Which is Tarn's birthday, by the way. And I fully expect, like, 2 days before that, a RimWorld DLC to come out. Which means literally nobody, aside from the Dwarf Fortress regulars and people who really like the game, will jump in. Because there's enough crossover between streamers of that game that... Like, I watched a lot of people that I'm familiar with who are babbling in various streamer discords quietly. Would be releasing it on April 1st, taking everyone by surprise. I think Tarn's probably going to actually release it on his birthday. Tapioc. But all of the streamers that I know who would consider streaming Dwarf Fortress and had been talking about getting back into it, the literal moment that DLC was announced, all of that conversation dried up. And it went from Dwarf Fortress to now everybody's planning RimWorld runs. And it's like... All right. Well, anyway, I can go back to working on above ground projects now because baddies have left. Rav, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. I appreciate you. Just as a reminder to anybody who doesn't know, if you do decide to subscribe to the channel, I do get 70%. I'm one of the lucky ones who gets the better cut from Twitch. So thank you very much. It means a lot. It really does. Not really, because believe it or not, for games on Twitch and also on YouTube, viewers don't just show up organically. Well, the people who are already interested in it do. Viewers don't come into channels out of nowhere. They show up in channels because they found out about the game somewhere. The way people find out about games and DLC for games is often, these days, because a streamer they liked played it. Or a streamer they like played it. It's weird to say that in the past tense. So if Steam Adventure Mode launches, and let's just say it's me, Quill18, and I don't know, maybe a dozen other people making content for the game, that's great. But if Adventure Mode launches and there's 70 channels streaming Dwarf Fortress, that's significantly better. And if RimWorld DLC, it's roughly a month to 3 weeks to a month. I doubt it will release on April 1st. Because what day of the week is April 1st? It's a Monday. I would expect it to probably release on a Tuesday, so it'd probably be the 9th. Anyway. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, that would be really nice, actually, if Joel decided to stream Dwarf Fortress for like a month. I mean, it was real nice when Robaz and Bike Man were playing Dwarf Fort, you know? That friends showed you in that order. Cool. Your friends have good taste. Did DF add Cloud Sync? Just got a Cloud Sync error when trying to launch it. I mean, if they did, it clearly doesn't work. I've not heard anything about that. That's kind of funny. I wonder why Steam's trying to Cloud Sync Dwarf Fortress. Odd. Is it a? I mean, that would actually make a lot more sense if it's like a Steam's end issue. Just got invaded by the undead. Oh no! Chatroom, can I get a beer or two for Reviticus, that brand new tier 1 subscription? Means a lot. We started today below 1,000 subs, and we're now currently sitting at 1,031. Good numbers. And also, just for clarity, it's not like I take issue with people who watch my stream also enjoying RimWorld. It's just very difficult to compete with a game that has a significantly higher player count and a lot of audience crossover. $10.24 today? What? I mean, I'm currently sitting at 1,030 subscribers on Twitch. So I gained like 41? I can math. Also, Cyrlac, I think your sub just ended, which is funny because didn't you just resub like a minute ago? I'm very confused. Someday that they will be releasing a tool that can help you find if you have undead or not. Like before you settle? Because like, that's like 3 buttons. A vile force of darkness arrived and then immediately left. Well, at least we're back in the easy mode now. I'm seeing Crypt Beer with no icon. And clicking on your name says previously subscribed for. So like your sub just ran out, which I'm very confused about right now. Where are the snatchers? There they are. There we go. Dwarves are chasing them. We'll deal with them. The stone carver withdraws from society. Named okay, so this one I will follow until you complete the goddamn artifact. Grabs 2 types of stone, 3 types of stone. Stands there. What do you need? Stacked leather. Okay. What else do you need? Quarry. Okay. What else do you need? Gem setter's been found dead, dehydrated. Well, you were making an artifact, weren't you? What else do you need? Quarry. Okay, stacked leather. Okay. Quarry. Okay. Stacked leather. Okay. What else do you need? A quarry. All right, got it. You got 3 of those. Stacked leather. All right, a lot of leather. A quarry. Mm-hmm. Is it really just leather? Huh. Okay. How many tan hides do I have right now? Obviously not enough. 57, apparently. All in the spin. You gotta need something more than that, right? Now you does. What the hell happened? Like, genuinely, what happened? Sorry, did like, the payment not go through or something? That is very confusing. Anyway, welcome back, Cyrelac. PayPal glitched? Oh, okay, so it, like, didn't go through. There are coffins in that quantum stockpile, but it's not. It's coffins, gravestones, and boulders, and mechanisms, and a few other things. Yeah, you almost always have to refresh the page when you subscribe for the first time. Okay, Well, I guess the easiest way to do this would just be to butcher a bunch of things. Easy. You need beer emote? I mean, I do too. Which is why I'm glad that I have one. I think this chat wouldn't be the same without the beer emote. One map square season. Yeah, as long as you don't go close to those shouldn't be too dangerous. Those are one of the classic just stay away from the pointy bit and you should be okay kind of situations. Here come the bears to be slaughtered. What's up, Banksy? How's things, mate? There we go. And now I can jump up to here and go strange mood. Let's see. Is that what you needed? I am okay. A lot of weird moods today, but I am okay. How about yourself, Banksy? Another snatcher? At least the military's still outside. Yeah, just normal zombies generally move slow enough that you can kind of just walk around them. It's always been kind of funny to me about goblins. Or just zombies in general in Dwarf Fort. Alright, so our next battle. Are we going to outmatch them? Okay, we snuck in and searched the place. Stole a bunch of books and then left. Did we get anything else? Okay. We just successfully stole livestock using Van Ori. Chat room, we are going to try and do a mission that I've been trying to do for a very long time. Van Orian squad is going to go attack Flea Poison. Okay, and now Flea Poison is a goblin fortress that has a population of very small. Only 100. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my dwarves living there as prisoners. And I think one of them recently died because she's no longer standing there as a prisoner. At a wholesome moment in your fort, your OG expedition leader died of old age, so obviously you gave her a fitting burial. You put one of my best statues in there. Aw, that's adorable. My only real example of that is this dwarf. This was the first death in the fort. This was the original Big Bang. And he died digging valiantly into the side of the volcano. Up here is where we put his memorial and a statue of him. Just to remind everybody that that dwarf did a grand job of, potentially saving the fort, I would say. This dwarf is now working secretly. Sweet. And another, wow. That's like the third in quick succession. What the hell? What the actual, man? We are getting hit by so many Snatcher crews, it is actually kind of absurd. There come more of them. This is the third round of Snatchers this season. And it's only early summer, man. It's only early summer. This fort is ridiculous. Anyway, the humans have arrived to trade, so that's good. They trying to snatch my children, man. They're trying to snatch the kids. Magic has been planned, or myths and magic more specifically has been planned as long as I can remember. Like procedural magic systems, so yeah. Why? It's not some new thing, if that's what you're asking. It's been, there's like a talk that he did like a good chunk of time ago now, like a good number of years ago, where he talked about the possibilities of procedural magic systems in Dwarf Fortress, and this was like years ago, so. Also, what's up, Small Magpie? You mostly would snatch like rings and small coins, I would imagine, right? So the human chancellor, oh really? Tolus meets with us, and they say, Noble Dwarf, there's much to discuss. Such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourself. That is a change. Normally we get the, their boss treasurer. Also, Shark Clasp, what a name. Sounds like a thing I'd learn about in Shark Week. I am trying to level up my hospital a little bit. The thing is, where disease isn't a disease, it's a curse, right? Oh, sweet. Dwarf wanted a mug. Risen, the stone carver, has created Resmer Rubal, a nice mug, and offers it to the living fire. I mean, it can just live in the tavern, as with all mugs. This is a nice mug. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with cushion microcline cabochons and decorated with grizzly bear leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of microcline and menaces with spikes of nice. It's a pretty nice mug. That dwarf likes their beer nice and cold. I mean, I am not going to apologize for any of my crimes. I feel, okay, chat, I have a question. This is currently where we trade. Should we get the wagons to walk all the way up here, into here, to trade up here? I think we should. Because the more I'm looking at this, I'm trying to figure out what to do with this spot. The more I look at this, the more cramped and awkward it looks. I think we should do that. Let's see what we can trade. This is going to be a slow process. The more important question to me isn't does geology rock? It's does geology sand? Even more importantly, do rocks stand the test of time? Some moonstone. Why moonstone specifically? But yeah, no, I very much look forward to the era of Dwarf Fortress where we have access to any form of magics, because I think that'll be a lot of fun to mess around with. Geology does sand, but it takes a lot longer. So it will sand in the test of time, is what you're saying. Does geology play bass? Regardless of if geology plays bass, all I can say is that Primus sucks. How you doing, Stout? Hope things have been good. Oh, are you trying to find like a tile piece for every month of the year? Because that's kind of cool. It's handed to the schemer who corrupted the perpetrator, who is then imprisoned for said theft, who is still holding the artifact. How do you get it back from them? They should have dropped it when they were imprisoned, but they would drop it when they're released from prison. Unless the perpetrator... Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Is the perpetrator... I don't think I've ever seen them continue holding it. You could try dumping it off their person or just killing them. You could order their death with your military. That would make them drop it. Are they in wait, are they in a cage or on a chain? So if they're in a cage, I think you could dump it off of their person, but also I don't think you can dump artifacts. I don't know. Yeah, maybe try assigning it to a pedestal. I find that usually what ends up happening is it just cancels the whole job. Anyway, we've met with an elven diplomat, and they say I can chop 36 trees. That's fine. I haven't chopped any in the past few years. And the humans want to know what materials I'd like them to bring. And I say, please bring me wood, because you are my only real source of wood. Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask them to bring me instruments. Bring me musical stuff. They want large gems. Oh, easy. I can absolutely do that. Yeah, try reassigning it to its rightful place. Check if it's forbidden in his inventory. You could try forbidding it and unforbidding it in his inventory. That might make him drop it. I don't know. They gave you a single bucket? I'm amazed they gave you that much. Duder. Colette, you got one job here. Can you reclaim items on someone? The only way I know how to do that is by dumping it off their person while they're in prison or in a cage, but... I mean, this description is a little odd, because when they get arrested, they're supposed to drop it, so... I'm assuming you've convicted them of their crimes, right? I would try actually try interrogating them a second time. I wonder if interrogating them again would solve the issue. I'm not that hopeful it would, but it might. Just try interrogating them for some unrelated crime. See what that does. Not actually that much value. I'm gonna buy the books, the scrolls and the books and the paper. Brought a crow, a blue jay, a grackle, chinchilla, crow, a mule, and that'll do. They got a pretty hefty profit, but that's fine. I just use green for these. It's a good opportunity to use some green glass. Foreigner stealing always means death. That goes against the Dwarven Code of Ethics, which means you're not a very dwarfy dwarf. Although many would describe the Dwarven Code of Ethics as being unnecessarily strict. I do understand that sentiment. Let's see if maybe I could put like windows right there. I think that would be nice. We're still making green glass? Yeah, we are. Which is why I have to say, I think you should type an exclamation point ethics in the chat and have a peek at the actual wiki of the different ethics of the different factions, because trust me, theft is not death. There's very few capital punishments in Dwarven ethics. Humans, on the other hand, have all sorts of reasons to kill somebody. It's legitimately just my favorite page on the wiki, which is why I reference it so often. And also, you need to realize that literally tons of characters in Dwarf Fortress go against the Code of Ethics. That's just the baseline for all Dwarven factions. So that shifts and changes based on who's running the faction. But the baseline for all Dwarven factions is based in that Code of Ethics. Let's try that maniacal machine thingy over here that I was building. How the heck are these still in here? I don't really want to melt them, but... No, absolutely. Rules are meant to be broken, but... you have to know that the rules are there in the first place. I was gonna say lowercase punishment, but... I mean, if we want to make that particular joke, we can, I guess. I just went to letters. You went to, size of towns. Maybe they all admitted to participating in various portions of the crime? Not necessarily all admitted to, you know, stealing the artifact specifically. I'm also going to need to make sure that these are lava safe. Should be good, I would guess. All right, next thing I gotta do is gotta make these dump out. At least frequently enough so that they're obvious what I'm doing. Got all the bangers today. One of the nice things about getting sieged a lot... Wait, did that one have brakes on it? One of the nice things about getting sieged a lot is that you get good music all the time. All right. Trying to think, how can I start and stop this sucker? Actually cancel all this up here. Run you to right about there. I'm in an ad, so I will wait. Siege with elephants and try to catch those. Oh, you cannot tame enemy animals. Also, you're getting besieged by dudes riding elephants? What faction? Because that's kind of rad. I haven't seen large mounts like that in a very long time. I'm talking to YouTube chat if anybody's confused. What is this contraption? Something I'm prototyping. It's a work in progress. The idea is to spray lava mist everywhere. I don't actually believe I've ever explained it. I said I just wanted to make a thing. Well, I think I did it at the very beginning of the stream, but idea is it goes down, out, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down through lava, and makes lava spray everywhere. Although I do have another trap to test while that's running. The other trap would be this. Oh, well, it's not done filling yet. This poor sucker. What a poor sucker. This isn't even full yet. Well, that's why it's taking so long. Still waiting on this to finish filling. This poor dwarf. I kind of figured it'd be done filling by this point, but nope. Turns out. Maybe I do need a pump to do this. I might actually need a pump to do this. I kind of thought I could just use a volcano, but we'll see. Because this needs to be 7 of 7 all the way up. Bait for trap? I mean, bait for Darwin, more like. I guess I could pull this lever and let him out. This is a long time to think about his life choices. That much is true, yes. There you go. You can just leave now, Dwarf. You can just leave. You can go. You can be gone. You can get at. Silly, silly, silly noble. I may actually need a pump. Which kind of sucks because I didn't want to use a pump for that, but if I have to use a pump, I will use a pump. Ooh, you know what I should do? My drain here. Drain right here. For this. Should be redirected instead as a way to fire lava, I think. What's happening today? Oh, you know, various dwarven shenanigans. Various dwarven shenanigans. Me complaining a lot. I think today might actually have a higher average number of complaints per hour than most of my streams do on average. Doesn't help that I've been in an odd mood recently anyway. But, yeah, it's been a weird few days for me. Lots of complaining and lots of weird brain activity. So, generally doing okay. Well, that might be, but the YouTube stream seems to be benefiting. Is it? What? How so? Neuron activation? I don't know. The view count's kind of been not great on YouTube for a while, but there's like 40 people watching over there. But that's not what I would describe as like phenomenal or anything. Okay. Is that good in your opinion? Because it's way below the average. The average is about 80. So... Seems there's something of a good, strange mood floating around right now. 3 people completely separate from one another hit me up complaining someone else was acting strange. I don't know enough people to hit somebody up to tell them that somebody else is acting strange. Do yourself a huge second. A huge favor, right? Even though you did, in fact, miss the answer to the universe. Talking about view counts, it not really a consistently good way to cheer up a streamer because view counts are a very relative thing, and it's relative based on a lot of things that are usually out of the streamer's control and usually also out of the audience's knowledge, let alone control. So talking about like view counts, especially around me, is usually a way to get me just kind of side-eye you and be like, come on, man. what does that have to do with anything? So, but then again, I would also argue that, well, this isn't even an argument, this is just a statement. Views have been terrible in the past 2 weeks, just in general, on Twitch and YouTube. That doesn't mean that I have a low overall number of views. I mean, 170 people watching here on Twitch is fantastic, and 40 people watching on YouTube is also great. That's like 200 people. It's also like 70% less than I had, you know, a month and a half ago. Back in December, actually. We had closer to 300 on average. And I should have been smart and deconstructed this. Whoops. I was going to build a little circle, but I thought that it was right there that those would go down there. That's unfortunate. Yep. I wonder if they have to move all these out of the way to deconstruct that. I guess so. Conversations are a flat circle sometimes. Yeah. Maximus, yeah. Naturally. As it should be taken. Don't apologize for not watching my stream, for whatever that's worth. That is a silly thing to do. Do what you have to do in your own time. I will worry about my own, like, business and my own time. And if I can't keep my own stream stable, then I don't deserve to have it. It is my job to keep my stream functional and alive. It's your job to tune in and watch if you feel like it. That's the most I can ask for. Let's see how this raid went. I've never had a successful raid on this location. The Veiled Halls slipped into flea poison undetected. We freed Endok, Sense, Bolts, and others from flea poison of the barricaded ghoul. Oh my god, we actually fucking survived. That's kind of incredible. This dwarf. This dwarf was in Goblin Society for a very long time and was one of my better military dwarves back in the day. Huh! Also, apparently Endok, who we rescued back, is a baroness. Did I just gain a bunch of nobles? Motherfucker, I just gained a noble. Also, wasn't Endok... Yeah, this was, Celesty. Amethyst. You lost your name. That's funny. So, welcome back, Celesty. Rescue team success. Clearly, yeah. Yeah, no, I got a bunch of dwarves back, actually. Let's just get these dwarves all re-equipped. We're putting the band back together. Yeah, no kidding. That's not what you wrote, but that's how I read it. Alright, so now that we've done that, let's deconstruct this sucker. Because this is where I'd like to trade. Yeah, don't ever feel the need to apologize for not watching a stream. The only person who's at fault for people not watching is me. It's either because of the games that I play, the game that I play, my streaming schedule, or my attitude. Oh wait, never mind. No, that is an amethyst. There's more actually that I haven't rescued. My bad. Those skills seem to line up. Okay, let's go get amethyst then. Unnickname yourself, you silly baroness. Okay, so free captives is the only thing I'm gonna is the only thing I'm going to do. What a title this dwarf has. Van Ori, the Walled Shields of Death. Yeah, no, or other games coming out, you know. Well, you know what's one of the funniest things that I've always read? Is everybody's like, it's okay, views will go up when the summer hits, because kids will be out of school. People in school don't really watch my stream. I have a much older audience on average than kids in school. So, like, summer hits, my view count goes down. Which is, you know, one of many reasons why I'm kind of sad that Adventure Mode is coming out in, like, early summer. Is because literally... you know, kids come home from school and then parents can't watch my stream because they're taking care of the kids. We'll see. Banksy. I mean, there will be upticks. Fucking God knows when they will be, though. All right. You are going to go raid Flea Poison. Let's follow you. Are you just... Where are you? I'm actually kind of curious as to where this dwarf is going to go pick up equipment. Kids aren't stupid. Well, people are stupid, and people have to be kids at some point in their life, but... I love how I sometimes say things and then, like, think real hard about what I said for a second. Kids aren't stupid. Well, actually, maybe. Material here doesn't matter so much. Kinda want to deconstruct this one and have it dump that way. I've developed nuance. Isn't that the best kind of nuance? This is going to be an annoying as fuck thing to actually power. God. I'm slowly losing my voice right now, and it's kind of driving me nuts. Probably gonna be you, right? Yep. Nah, I would take the day off, honestly. Got dwarfs? What kind of dwarfs do you want? Want? I mean, we got plenty of dwarfs. No matter what kind of dwarf you would like. Lazy man. I don't think I've ever done a silent stream. I think I've just kind of suffered through and done shorter streams for a bit. I need legendary crafters. I got lots of legendary gem cutters. Several clothers. Several bone carvers. No generic crafters, though. Yes, but that generally only happens if they were told to recover an artifact, in my experience. It's the only time I've seen that happen. But I've never seen them go somewhere they weren't set unless I misclicked. You want to be useless. As if bone carvers are useless, but okay. Inflating the value of my items. You just read Anastasia for students, and now you're reading classic surveying. You were completely convinced of his own worthlessness. Well, chat, lazy man wanted to be worthless, so I think my due diligence is done here. He's completely convinced of his own worthlessness and is very quick to anger. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Does not easily fall in love or rarely develops positive feelings. Is stubborn and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Is a friendly individual and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is often cheerful. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and has an active sense of humor and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, tries to keep his things orderly, and has a calm demeanor. When he gets bored, he starts talking to inanimate objects. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I just think that that's really funny. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally has the highest regard for loyalty. Sees power over others as something to strive for after experiencing trauma in 532. Values merrymaking and parties, and respects perseverance. Values self-control, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Likes bituminous coal, sterling silver, red pyro, giant bush-tit leather, giant buzzard bone, and the color olive, crowns and totems, and the sight of the bride of intricacies. And when possible, prefers to consume dwarven beer and barley flour, and absolutely hates blood gnats. And I've got dwarves tantruming, somebody became a werepig, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Close all that. Jump back up here. Just waiting for one more Dwarfus to leave us the Mappus. You know what? I'm just gonna put you out of the squad. You guys can join the other squad. Same with Endok the Baroness. You can also join this squad. You know what? We'll also throw the suited giraffe in here who wants to be in the military. Bunch of random crap in this stockpile. Melt all these anvils. Melt these anvils as well. Sentient potato, what up? You head to bed, Ali Shed? We'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Here's hoping we can get the last of those dwarves back. Just remember, tomorrow's stream will be on late. I will be starting a little bit late tomorrow. So I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, so got to get to that before I can really do much else. Out of tables, apparently. Wondering why the captain was taking so long to interrogate this guy. Dude was adventuring deep in the... Dude, the captain of the guard's probably been chasing him for the last week. Like, having to... Like, imagine, like, you go on a backpacking trip, right? You pack all your stuff, your tent, your everything, and you put all of your whole worldly belongings onto your back, and you start hiking up a mountain. And as you're coming back down, you see police officers coming up, and they're like, "We need to speak to you about the guy that you spoke with on your way up here." And you're just like, I beg your pardon? It's kind of how I imagine that going down. Also, today's just been an odd stream in general. We've had some really weird interactions. Just like one of my rather odd, but albeit longer time regulars popped in and just started spanning obscenities. And it was like, today's been a weird day. Just kind of in general. And not a bad day at all, but weird. Odd. Like, I guess the time change really fucked some people up pretty hard. This may be the best way to put it. You wonder who told the police they should talk to you? Yeah, and how they knew that you were halfway up a mountain because you didn't tell anybody you were going, you know? Okay, so we raided flea poison again. Cross your fingers, chat. Undetected. We freed Amethyst. Chat, we got her. Oh, although she's not on the map yet. But we got Amethyst. We finally got you. And I mean, I'm sure you still dream of becoming a legendary warrior, so we're gonna have to put you back into the military, I would assume. I am freeing former fort members that got caught in previous attempts at attacking a spot, yes. Yep. Amethyst is an administrator who's currently naked. All of this checks out. New arrival. People should listen to what... You know, that might be one of the most legitimate things to hear a dwarf say as they get back after... I don't even know how, like maybe close to 10 years of imprisonment in a goblin fortress. Yeah. I think people should listen to what this dwarf has to say. Very much so, in fact. Very, very, very much so. And also, I don't know what's more impressive. The fact that that's what they have to say or the fact that they still had all their gear on them. It's best to just slow down and react. You know, honestly, I think we should take this dwarf's advice here. Hold on a second. Do you still have the original meal you left with? Oh my Christ, you might. Anyway, we really prettied this place up around here. Oh yeah, the werebeasts are still in fact in the attic. Although every single time we've been attacked by werebeasts, the Freeways dwarf has died. No new information was revealed. God damn. Master Organizer. You're a really organized dwarf, you know that? Although, hold on, let me check something. Still dream of becoming a legendary warrior. Not quite there yet. Because you're not a legendary spear dwarf, you're just a spear master. You are getting there, though. It's because you're a high master fighter who's also a spear dwarf. At least you have pants again. I think the only logical thing is to send this squad straight back out to go fight that location again. What do you think? Or maybe go steal some stuff from them. That or alternatively go steal cave dragons from a place that I know for a fact has cave dragons. They do also have loot, like, even though the goblin population at that location is very low, they do have ridiculously large population of blind cave ogres. I played Crusader Kings. Yep, didn't particularly enjoy it. And chat said it was really boring to watch. I think that there's certain types of people who are good at making certain types of games entertaining. If you want to watch Crusader Kings, I recommend you watch Cringer. Yes, cave dragons can be tamed by goblins. And I know multiple locations on the map that have them. Spearmaster grabs a sword. I should probably make this dwarf like a spear. Yeah. Wait, let's check my materials currently. Bars! Ooh, let's make 10 bronze spears. Let me do that. No, let's do 5 steel spears. No, they cannot breathe fire. They're just very, 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 very large creatures. It's like having a giant grizzly bear with twice the attack power. I mean, I didn't catch it. Chat caught it. I wasn't really looking, to be honest. I was making backpacks. I wonder what those are taking. I don't know if I know cave ogres are blinded. How about cave dragons? It's a good question, actually. I don't know. I do not have an answer for you, unfortunately. I can apparently now, well, not today, but by Friday I will have a copy of the video game soundtrack Risk of Rain returns on record. So I guess I'll sort of own 2 copies of Risk of Rain soundtrack, but the remastered version as well now. Captain the Guard immediately went to straight sleep. Adventurer went straight back to I mean, that tends to be what the cops do. The cops go to sleep, and everybody's like, well, time to break the law again. Cops are sleeping. Hey, chat, mods are sleeping. Post the memes. Type deal. Same kind of energy, you know what I mean? I'm very much looking forward to the 14th. Yeah, I mean creature giant grizzly. I don't mean like literally a giant grizzly. It's basically a war trainable creature that is large. Like very large and quite strong. And also has like swords on its hands and very big teeth. And can wrestle with its wings, which is really funny to read the combat logs of. So we are in early autumn, which means one of two things. I'm about to get invaded. Or, fingers crossed, we get to trade. With dwarves. Chat room, please cross your fingers and toes and wish me some luck for once. I could really use a trading opportunity. Dwarf lost her nose and 2 other injured, but no deaths. Well, that's good. No deaths is a positive situation to be in, given the circumstances. I would honestly say that that's quite the victory, even. I'm in an ad break, so I'm pausing. Waiting. Will likely miss the interview, but luckily for me, I record them. Yeah, the thing that I'm debating on, and actually I can ask the YouTube chat this, is do or should I premiere the interview the next day on YouTube or just post it? Because I used to always premiere them because I wasn't able to also stream them on YouTube, but like the idea of, you know, premiering it seems a bit redundant when I'm streaming it anyway. I don't know. It's up to you guys. I'd be curious to know what your guys' thoughts are, actually. Like, is there enough people who want a chat room next to a YouTube video a second time, but also enough people that will miss it that it's worth it? Is kind of the real question, I suppose. No, mods did me a huge favor today. Fingers crossed, come on. I'm even making a fancy new place for dwarves to, you know, hang out next to where we're trading. The least I can hope for. The least is that we have the opportunity to share that with the rest of the dwarves. It's not really marketing. It's more just what people want to watch. No, I mean, I will probably re-listen to it multiple times because, like, just bouncing off of what you said in the YouTube chat there about it being at 2 a.m. your time. The thing that I think you need to remember as well is, like, when you are running an interview like that, plus managing a chat room, plus managing a second chat room, plus managing questions, plus trying to keep track of everything that's already been asked and lining up the next one and proofreading things and trying to, like, it's a lot. And because of that, I don't really get to hear the interview until the next day either. It's just a lot to keep track of. It's not even that it's like a ton of effort. It's like it's really difficult to also like catch every single thing that's said. Like there's been times where like the interview will be over and then somebody will mention, "Did you hear that? Oh my God, the thing that Tarn announced!" And I'll be like, "What?" And then I'll go back and listen to it later. Okay, so I'm assuming Amethyst is about to go get a steel spear because she just dropped her weapon, so I guess that's a good thing. Just curious as to what you end up picking up exactly. There you go. Steel spear. Just a steel spear. Doesn't always need to be something fancy. Praise the fucking sun. Hallelujah. I don't know. How is your doofus doing? A devilish potato is currently making green glass with an axe. This is taking way longer to fill than I thought it would, but hey, it's almost there. Do whatever equivalent of praise the fucking sun you know, chat. Because that's how I feel right now. I'm so very, very, very happy at this exact second in time. With an axe? I mean, true. I feel like any good crafts dwarf should either be done with an axe, a pickaxe, or, I don't know, some other deadly weapon that is unnecessary. I'm also, I think, gonna sell the green glass windows because I have a billion of them. Green glass window. 46 of them, in fact. And let's also sell... It's got a very expensive artifact in that one. I'll sell this, but I'll just make sure to not sell the artifact. Well, let's sell the crowns, and then there's some rings. Earring. Do I have earrings? Okay, we're selling those. That's fine. Earrings, specifically. Bracelets. Those I can make fancier, so I'm not going to bother. Some forgotten beast with poison gas arrives, and I don't have the energy to care at this exact moment. Heaps of utility. It's certainly the most infinite material. I just want to watch them go all the way up this little walkway right here. I think it's just the one wagon because it's been so long. Oh, no, there's two. Shit. I'm impressed. 3. Wow. You're an extra hour late because a very rude 30-minute diameter tree decided it was going to fall across a road. Oh. That seems improper of it. You should give it a fine. I'm starting to think that this fortress is like a wear green to work day fort. This might be the most gem cutters I've ever seen. Yeah, 4. Also some wagons still coming. Not bad. Trying to decide what else I should try selling. Okay, let's go to here because I know I can attack it. And instead of trying to free captives, we're going to try and steal livestock. So this squad heading back out. Captained by Van Ori. And the probably rusty, but also very talented, Amethyst. Get out there, Amethyst. Go raid the place that you were imprisoned for so long with your steel spear. Gem cutters because I had a lot of gems. I wanted to run that as my primary industry because I hadn't done that really in ever. But glass is free gems, basically. Actually, speaking of... might as well also bring some large gems. Because I have them. Also, actually, another thing I should bring for trade is mechanisms. Anything that isn't made of a lava-safe material. So basically, microcline, orthoclase, hornblende, marble, gneiss, schist, slate. We'll keep those. Basite, andesite, basalt. Well, basalt's lava-safe, I think. Gabbro's lava-safe, and then those two. Because those will be a decent value add as well. I'm trying to just give them a bunch of extra value for very little reason, with the hope that I will get a large influx of migrants. Oh, they've all left the map. Check, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck for our raiding party of dwarves? Heading out to go besiege the enemy. Found adamantine. I'm not looking for it, so... yes, I know where it is. Have I found it, like mined it? No. It's always nice to see my minecart for transporting my farming stuff up from the caverns working. Flogging off all your non-masterwork mechanisms. I need to check in on dwarven clothing quality, actually. We may need to start making new clothes. Because I've got a stockpile that basically just gets, like, automatically disposes of clothing for me. This one. All lower quality clothing just automatically goes here. And then this is periodically kicked onto these rollers, which then ejects it into the volcano. Out here. Right here, specifically. Which I really like. I think it's a good system. It's fun to watch, too. Is this working? Doesn't look like it. All right, well, that answers that question of, in order for this to work, do I need a pump? And yeah, I do. I do, in fact, need a pump. Oh, shit. I could cave it in. Block it off. Let's do that for starters. There's a mod. Wait, like the in-game transparency level's more clear? So YouTube video that pump operation makes dwarves super buff and strong. Not in my experience. I mean, maybe. The best way to make dwarves super buff and strong is just make them carry heavy things. Or put them in the military. Which makes them wear heavy armor. Or make a lot of lead jewelry. Or silver jewelry. And then when you realize that a dwarf is moving super slowly, check that same dwarf like 30 minutes later and see if they're still moving super slowly. All right, so let's trade everything but that bin. That bin is the thing that has my artifact in it, which I don't really want to sell. I will buy the logs. I need tips for training a dwarf to be a doctor. Make a doctor's guild. Or if you're looking for cheesy dumb tips and want like on-site experience or something, put beehives everywhere. And then dwarves will get stung by bees. It doesn't actually do any permanent damage to them, but then they get taken to the hospital and they get their wounds cleaned. I will say, very massive waste of dwarf's time to do it that way, but kind of hysterical in its own weird way. But the actual answer to that is simply... The actual answer to that is simply make a doctor's guild. Would be the best way to train doctors. And then make the doctor's guild public is the second part. Just buying a bunch of steel helms and stuff, giving them a huge amount of trading value. Take those steel anvils, all the meats, all the fish. Scrolls. Aw, man. Too much value. I can add stuff in until I get the value up high enough. Not too worried about that. Books and paper. A lot of these aren't all that valuable, but the ones that are very valuable. There we go. We'll do the trade. Not giving them that specifically. Anything that's gold listed here you can give as a gift. I'm going to give them a big old gift. It's not letting me do that. Why you... Oh, do I have to... Okay, maybe... Like, literally the only thing you'll let me give you as a gift is the bin? It's odd. Alright, well, I'll take the toy boats and toy hammers and mini forge. Sell you all of this aluminum stuff. There you go. Now we'll keep the rest of those goods. Good luck, freeways. May your dwarves have much in the way of success. Okay, so we tried to raid flea poison, specifically looking for animals. We stole livestock, that's good. But a goblin did see us on the way out. What did we steal? That is the question. And before it's just big dogs. I'll take that. Hell yeah. Yes. So, Geotrack dreams of ruling the world. Beak dogs are going to turn into lunch. Dragons are going to turn into war dragons. Orange is my best animal trainer, the Holy Orange. The dragons have come, yes. I mean, they're described as a bird-like creature, so I would imagine they taste like chicken, but what do I know? Having never had the opportunity to eat a beak dog, mostly due to the fact that beak dogs don't actually exist, I'd be willing to believe that they'd probably taste like chicken. I am actually at war with a elven civ. Seem to forget that. So now the question is, do I attack the same one? Whoa, what? Okay, I read that as... That looks like a dark fortress, but it's, like, destroyed, which is crazy to see. These are all towers. And fortresses that were taken over by goblins. Capital of the angry demon. Strange trees, eh? How about this place? Wow! Actually, how's my old forts doing? River Depths, 2,000 population goblins. Got it. Slap Rock's also seen better days. Goblin Fortress. Alright, well at least the Emerald Irons still have some people left. I don't think they have a bill. I mean, they're kind of like a giant featherless chicken. Like they're based on like their like textual description. They kind of sound sort of like if you took a velociraptor and made it a little bigger, not like closer to Jurassic Park size, but also gave them skin that was multicolored and looked more akin to something from Tremors. Is kind of the way I understand them to look like. Not like a platypus, more like something a bit different. I don't really want to attack the same place again. I'm gonna hit this Goblin Forest Retreat. What's that mythical beast that's half chicken, half snake? I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue, dude. There's a mythical beast that's half chicken, half snake? Wait, I have a question. Wouldn't that just be a cock? Or am I, like, off base here? Sorry, I devolved into a dick joke real quick. Like, sometimes I demand maturity of chat room, and then sometimes I disappoint even myself. As far as, which one of those days is today? I'll let you be the judge of that. I really don't like you spamming Keck in my chat. It's not a part of Twitch culture I particularly appreciate you doing. I won't stop you from doing it, I just don't particularly appreciate it. You live your life, mate. Quite like this area as like a trading zone. I think it looks quite nice. Make this into a tiny little unconnected to anything dining hall.
Dwarf Crypt L.
Dwarf Crypt L? Hell yeah. How you doing, Pax Mac? With the 14th month, welcome back. Never let the kid die? I think that learning some tact isn't letting the kid die. When LOL didn't seem strong enough. We have emotes for that. It's called LOL, L-U-L. Keck is an emote that's often used in combination with direct harassment at the streamer, I think is the easiest way to put it. Shooting stars when you... I mean, hey, you play the game the way you like. If you get enjoyment out of that type of gameplay, go with Armok. Go with Armok, I say. When's grad school start, Paxmac? Nope. Cryptrox is still there. As well as... There's two. There's Cryptrock and Cryptrox. I have not disabled or enabled any emotes. Unless it got, like, deleted by Twitch and I haven't noticed yet. Which would be weird. But I don't know why they would do that. Be like if Twitch banned the usage of alcohol-related emotes, at which point then I guess my entire stream's gimmick vanished. Sounds like Twitch was lagging slightly. Twitch was hiccuping, maybe. Twitching, even? Yeah, I mean, your sub's still valid, so who knows? Not sure why you weren't allowed to post it. Dwarf has 2 crowns on and still shouldn't be in the military. Actually, I wonder, Attis, what's your commanding ability? Legendary Spear Dwarf. Damn, dude. Okay, you're not a very good ambusher. By that, I mean you literally have no skills in ambushing. I'm really curious what this squad's leader is, Van Ori. Real curious about that dwarf's skill. Merchants will be leaving. That's fine. So I said a couple of days ago that I wanted to start building a moat. I do still want to do that, believe it or not. I just need to figure out where to put it more than anything. I guess I kind of started building a moat with that geyser project, but that kind of got a wrench put in it. So I guess we should get back to that down here with this, because this ain't working. This system here ain't working. So in order to make this work, I'm going to need to dig this out. This is done right here, meaning I can also start digging down up here. And the idea of this process is that these lower layers down here are going to begin cutting off, essentially, or the remainder of this stone, so that I can then cave it in and drop it into this tile right here with this pillar. That's what we're trying to do. I also need to make a living quarters for this dwarf. Also like that I can still assign a champion. I think my goal for Celestia is to get her up to being a legendary warrior and then assign her as champion. It's pre-built till June too. Yeah, it sounds like Twitch was just like effing up a little bit for some reason. No, it's not technically the piston system. But I am plugging a cork. Is like I'd say the simplest way of explaining it. Let's go over here with a lever. I'm putting a cork in it is the easier way of explaining it. Not so much a piston, but I'm going to block this right here using this pillar. Because right now it's being supported by this pillar, so I can go around the edge and remove the bottom of it. The top of it is showing. I don't actually know how that ended up there, but not there anymore. You're going to go right here. We're waiting for this lever to be constructed. I'm going to connect this lever to this, and then pulling the lever will remove the support, and it'll collapse. An actual stone floodgate. It's a single-use floodgate, but yeah. I've killed sieges with these before. Like, if I just want to impact kill a siege by crushing it with something, I don't use a drawbridge. I literally carve the entire layer out above them and drop the whole layer on them. It's single use. You only get one shot. It's way higher risk, but... Oh. Yeah, that was, what? That was Starfield, right? Where I just had the big clay floor and was just like, I would construct an entire floor of clay and then just drop it on them. And when you cave in a constructed item, it becomes the materials that it was made out of. So they basically would just get hit by like, I don't know, 5,000 clay boulders all at once. It was very funny to watch, not very effective. Well, it was pretty easy to miss, I'll put it that way. It was effective, but it was more just hysterical than effective. But my God, it was fun to watch. There is an ad break running, but I'm just waiting for this dwarf to hook this up, so I'll let it run until this has been hooked up. I like how the dwarf canceled the job because they decided to go take a nap. That's... Oh, wait, never mind. They finished the job. All right, so now we wait. I didn't even see them do it. I just saw them, like, heading back upstairs. I was like, well, I guess they canceled it to go take a nap. But nope. Although I still think, like, the most satisfying defenses I build are, like, this fortress style, where it's just, here is a wall of minecart cannons. Actually, I got 45 seconds. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. The toilet dimension? Terrifying dimension. All right, speaking of the toilet dimension, let's send this plunger down into the toilet dimension. We just need to wait for a dwarf to show up. Okay, so if you want to see this thing cave in, we now just need to wait for a dwarf to show up. I mean, I could just go up here and go, pull the lever! P-U-L-L. Who's pulling the lever? Xylium is pulling the lever. You know, I'm kind of amazed by how well this entire fortress's general mood has shifted towards the positive based on how bad it was. All right, here it goes, chat. Dwarf's going to pull the thing. And then now there's just a pillar hanging in space, right? Then the pillar falls, and the lava flies up above, because that's how lava pistons work. And it's blocked. So the lava that was there is now above it. And the bunch of lava shoots everywhere. The boulder melted, and there's an obsidian mechanism there now. And I blocked the way in. It's right here. So now I get to figure out how in the world am I going to fill this fucking thing? Dwarven engineering indeed. Okay. This is how we're going to do it. You know, maybe it's time for some really cool, and by cool I actually mean the opposite of that. I mean hot pillars in this fort. So let's go from here down to here. So right there. Then down. Instead of there, go down through here. Nah. Go right here. I got glass. This will look great. Very inconvenient. I'm gonna have to move my kitchens. Or rather, whatever those are. This is awkward. And inconvenient. But like right there. It'd be way easier to just go this way. Like maybe from here. Yeah, let's just do it there instead. So let's go here. To right there. Yeah, that's what we'll do. This last bit, not going to worry so much about it. And then what I need to do is I need to go all the way up along this with stairs. That'll work all the way up here. It's right there. That probably doesn't need stairs. I'm sure a dwarf can just dig that. Sure, that'll be fine. Now I just need to figure out how to fucking do this. Maybe I could repurpose this stupid, pointless fountain that I built. Or at least the power coming from it. Probably. I hope that my weird prototyping and things are entertaining. Hopefully, if this all works, we'll have a fun lava fountain in a few minutes. If this doesn't work, then I will have a lot of weird holes in my fort in a couple minutes. One of two things is going to happen here. More importantly, what the heck are my miners up to? Completely unrelated, not particularly useful, nor important tasks. Also a lot of construction, apparently. Your first vampire scare, go on. I'd love to hear all of the gooey details. Did it eat somebody? Were they your favorite? Are you afraid you'll never see them again? That's always fun. I'm so happy vampires work again. Like, genuinely. It's one of my biggest, like, yay moments with current Dwarf Fort. Well, this is going to dig us down to here. And then down here, I'm going to go... No. Out of green glass windows. Upsies. Holy lag spikes, what? Gem windows should be fine, right? I don't trust that. Let's go green glass window. Only at 2 shops max. And let's make 40 of them. Sand. 40. I was kind of thinking maybe that was the squad coming back. So wait, so they snuck in undetected and found nothing? It is a good sign that they're able to sneak in undetected, though. I'm just kind of perplexed now as to why they're not coming back. No migrants? Come on. It's not that. I don't know why I use that command at random sometimes, thinking that maybe it'll fix things, and then it never does. And I'm always mildly surprised. I hope they walk back on the map now. Dwarves, you guys are stressing me out. No migrants? I haven't gotten migrants in 6 years because we've gotten raided every single time I get the opportunity to trade with my dwarves. Every single time in the last 6 years. So trading has been hell. By that I mean not possible. Wait, do I have a strange mood running around? No. I swear I just saw the strange mood icon, but no. It's one of the visiting barons on us. You got the capital upgrade, now you're fine. What are these useless people? You know, I really like the barons. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely, I really like the random dudes who like you don't want around. They probably don't like you either. They don't want to be in your fort. You don't want them in your fort, and then they just run and die in a siege. I really like it because it's a really, really funny thing to me. Like I genuinely am amused by them. If you want them to go away, you can disable visitors, which you can do in the settings menu right next to the population cap. You can set visitor cap to 0, and then you won't get any. But I think they're so funny. Anyway, we're not getting any visiting barons anymore because my queen died. She died because she resurrected a goblin while it's shooting down on a goblin army that was besieging us. And while she was doing that, let's just say that the goblin that she was shooting at turned around and, well, shot her. So she died very unceremoniously. I still think it's very funny. I also, you know what? I'll just do an iron cork and an iron pipe. Iron cork. Iron pipe. Reduce the amount of scrolling. No, but let me show you a life hack. Page up, page down. But no, not that I'm aware of. Or if you hold down shift while you're scrolling, it scrolls one page at a time, so you cover way more distance. Same with when you're going through Z levels. It goes 10 at a time instead of 1 at a time. There really isn't any UI mods for this game, like, at all. It's not even a, like, matter of do I know any. It's like, they don't really exist. The UI in this game isn't as moddable as some people seem to think it should be. Hopefully some of that's useful. But that's all I really got, dude. You wish more of them died in the last siege? Here's the thing. If they die in the siege and they just happen to be related to one of the dwarves in your fort, you might just end up with like 12 nobles in your fort. Like, that's how you end up with like a dozen nobles in your fort. Is just like, let that happen. Are you fucking serious, game? So I tried to go in here and get a thing. They went there, found nothing, and now they're back, but they haven't walked back onto the map yet. Actually considering the saves coming. Like, I don't think it's fix retrieve units, but I'll try. Oh, wow. I think that actually worked for once. Holy shit, it did. I've literally never had that command actually work. That's kind of crazy. She ran out of the fort, died to and the junior became the noble. That's a good story, though. Like, that is Dwarf Fortress working as intended as possible. Wrist can't handle it. I mean, I use keybinds for moving up and down Z levels, and I also use shifts plus the keybind to move up and down Z levels most of the time. It's fine until I start hitting R, because I'm trying to get used to using the defaults, but it's not even like a matter of the developers fixing it, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that if you're annoyed by something small and you say, I'll wait for the developers to fix it, you're never going to play this game again. Or if you're annoyed by insert thing here and you say, I'll just wait for the developers to fix it. Like, you'll be one of those people who 9 years later you'll look back and be like, oh, that's still the same? Okay. And that'll be your future with this game, I find. I really need to give that dwarf space. Whose is this right now? Wait, hold on a second. Just realizing that this dwarf has 2 separate bedrooms. So I could just give the Baroness the other bedroom. And the other area. Huh. Okay. I will do that. Sorted! Now you're mostly satisfied. I mean, you need a weapon rack and an armor stand, but that's easy. I think I have a weapon rack. Yeah, I just need armor stands. All right, let's send them back out. Let's try sneaking into this place and stealing stuff. Let's also check, what is your actual talented ambusher, novice tactician? All right, well, very, very good at sneaking into places. Good luck, dwarves. Yeah, I mean, like, we're getting improvements. I mean, like, this improvement, page up and page down, and being able to move up and move down using arrow keys or numpad, this is new as of the last update. So, yes. I mean, things are getting improved slowly, but I do find that people who get annoyed easily by small things or stuff that takes a while to get fixed in Dwarf Fortress generally quit playing this game, which I think is a bit of a shame, but I'm just trying to be honest here. That is not at all what I wanted to do. Okay, let's go all the way down to here. Set this to all be granite, or at least all of the same type of material. There we go. If a civ has no religion, will it form? No, not outside of World Gen. I'd be shocked if a civ has no religions, though. If a civ has gods, somebody's worshiping it in a religion. They might just not be in your fort yet. Trading is probably the worst, though. That is on the list of menus that need upgrading, so... Man, not quite enough. $172 pops, 7 gods. That's tons of religion. Just because they're not in organized religions that are demanding temples. Many players would be very happy, if not thrilled, to not have to make specific temples to specific gods. You should consider yourself lucky. But no, I mean, that's pretty normal. I've absolutely had factions where it's just like, oh yeah, no, nobody's got organized religion. Okay, cool. That's fine. They just don't have any organized religion. That's not a bad thing. Is it something you were trying to theme your fort around or something? I mean, I'll have forts where I end up with like 70 gods or 70 different groups demanding permanent religious recognition, and then I'll have forts where nobody does. It just happens sometimes. Depends on the faction. This is the first time it happened? Yeah. No, I mean, it's normal if that's the concern, I guess. You know, it's really funny. Dwarf Fortress players are like super sensitive to spoilers for certain very specific things. And then for other things, it's like every opportunity they get, they try to spoil things. And I think it's really funny because there's like no in between. It's like adventure mode has some really neat surprises if you're not expecting them. The Dwarf Fortress community is so excited to spoil those surprises. They might as well not even be surprises because of how excited the Dwarf Fortress community is to spoil those particular surprises for you. But if you tell a fucking soul that if you dig too deeply and greedily and have the balls to refer to, well, demons as anything other than clowns, you're like committing a crime against like the entire games community, and I just think it's really funny. Tempest Hex is the location that I'm currently attacking. Kind of sounds like some sort of arcade game that you would play in like 1980. What are you doing? Besieging Tempest Hex? Okay, let's see if I can get this done. This is a gear. And then above this, we can do vertical axles. Vertical axle. Right here. Then across from up here, we'll go... It's just powering a single pump, so it's not a huge amount of power that this thing needs. Did I not put a... Oh, I see. That wasn't done yet. Easy enough, though. This all right here. I can deconstruct this now. This right here can get a little roof on it. Enemies could topple this theoretically, but I doubt they will. So just as a reminder to anybody watching, tomorrow's stream is going to start late, but due to daylight savings, it won't start that late for most of you, or for anybody watching from Europe anyway. But the stream is going to be starting a little bit late. It's a very small amount of magnetite, but there is some magnetite right there. So our glass window in here. Got 8 children and a single migrant in that, in a migrant wave in that frozen tundra. I mean, they were the migrants that were available. What are you complaining? Why are you complaining about the single parent in the family that desperately needs safe refuge in the frozen tundra? It's one of the most classic things that people have always complained about in Dwarf Fortresses. Why did I get insert number of children here? It's like, they're perfectly helpful haulers now. At least they, like, do stuff now. Uh-oh. Did any of you guys just see that? Did you guys see Big Bang just start digging straight down because I told them to, and then fall and die? I feel terrible. Literally dug the floor from under him and just went splat. Shit. I've had a hard time getting dwarves to equip bows correctly because they're foreign items, right? It's kind of like trying to get them to become whip squads. They keep on resetting back to crossbows. I, for some reason, thought there was a floor underneath it. Like, yeah, it, like, didn't even occur to me that that would happen. Genuinely. Your sacrifice will not go unvalued. I know that doesn't make it any better, but, like, I mean, eh? This is true. Both of your dwarves have died to mining accidents due to arguably the dwarves' incompetence, but in reality, probably my incompetence. I mean, the boss is always going to try and blame the employee, right? Right? Big Bang 3.0. A miner? What kind of dwarf do you want, Big Bang? I'm told that you are now being re-dwarfed for a 3rd time. And surely this one will not also die in a mining accident. Best available miner, hey? Oddly enough, they're all kind of named. Yeah, all of the, well, actually, here's one. Zassit. Big Bang the Third. Big Bang, who took the name after their friend Big Bang died, desires little for herself in the way of possessions except for a dwarf. Is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings due to her namesake dying unexpectedly and after experiencing trauma. She almost never feels discouraged and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, easily is moved to mercy, and is often nervous. Doesn't handle stress well and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is quite polite and is troubled by this natural tendency in herself, since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered, is curious and eager to learn, and likes to brawl. Scratches her nose when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. The person finds the idea of war utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. She doesn't feel strong. She believes that a peaceful society without deceit is best. Finds dignity and doesn't like poets, basically. Respects the law and is put off by family, and dreams of creating a great work of art. I wonder how many people have built a fort where they just named every single dwarf Gary. And just, like, locked them underground. Just, like, 7 male dwarves, locked them all underground, named them all Gary, try and keep track of everybody and get everything done. I feel like that would be my personal hell. In many ways. Gary, and the 7 Garys. It's the Garyest Gary to ever Gary. Gary. That sounds like an April Fool's Day fort. Actually, I kind of need to think about what to do for a dumb... What day of the week is April 1st? It's Monday? I'll stream Fortnite then. I already gave up and redeemed one for you. Your dwarves are all... Hey, here's the thing. I like how you give up your dwarf freeways and then give it to somebody else who's equally cursed but in significantly worse ways. Like, I don't know about you, but personally, if I had to choose a way to die, at the very least, I'd choose an exciting one for, like, a video game character version of me. All right, let's get this done, shall we? A forest that is both vile and dark has arrived, and it's just a single goblin, specifically Snang Motosnorist. Is it literally just one dude? All right, get him, boys. There can't be that many behind him. Charge! And he leaves. Wow. Okay, that's fantastic. Well, that's it. Siege is over. No, it's probably, what, a bunch of stealth snatchers? God, that's funny. Goblin just walked onto the map at the exact same time that a noble came to visit, and then just immediately, like, went, nope! Fuck this shit, I'm out! Yeah, there they are. Snatcher! Think of the childs! I am. Currently, in fact. Okay, so what I would like to do, let's just double check this. Goes down to here, clear, clear. Unforbid that again. Okay, this needs to move. This farmer's workshop, it needs to move. Like, a tile down. Although I got several right there, so let's just deconstruct this. You know, there's part of me that wants them to kidnap the zombie baby, but I don't think Mom would let them pry the cold dead baby from her warm living hands. Been watching the VODs on the YouTube? Well, cheers. Happy that you've been enjoying the VODs. You know, me uploading my VODs to YouTube has made it clear just how few people actually do stuff like that. Like, upload VODs to YouTube. Okay, so let's do this. And then we just gotta go up to here and channel out this. Let's wait. Just waiting for that to be done right here. And then we can, you know, see if I can make version 2.0 of this. The dead baby dwarf. Yeah, I've got a zombie baby. Did you not know that? Did you miss that, Orange? The undead zombie baby? I mean, how could you have possibly missed it? I made a YouTube short out of it and everything. You just returned. This has been a thing in the fort for like a week, but whatever. Welcome back. Returned from space? Work? Earth? The border? Nap time? Oh, good lord. Guys, just go stab him to death, please. Where is this one even from? Oh, it's the Low Fiend. Well, yeah, of course. The Low Fiend is always low on budget, so of course they're not going to have much to attack us with. All right, dwarves, go get him. Udil is leading the charge. Spanchua is shortly behind. Looks like we got Nero Keys and Amethyst. Have you achieved your dream yet, dwarf? Nope, not just yet. You have the opportunity to run forward. Udil screams, "In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror," as they slash the goblin crossbowman in the upper body with a steel short sword, making bits and pieces and viscera fly all around. As the dwarves run forward, many of them in martial trances, they completely trounce the goblin invaders, and they didn't even know what hit them. Amethyst doesn't feel anything while in conflict and doesn't really have much to say. Stabbed a goblin bowman in the head with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. Surprisingly, it took a while for the goblin to fall after that. But is in a martial trance. How many kills do you have now? Not bad. Ironically, stabbing it in the skull and tearing the brain didn't actually kill it. That's kind of the funniest bit about that whole fight there, to me anyway. Sending the squaddies back to training. Just finished driving for the day? What part of the world are you in, if I can ask? Dwarves are all running up to go gather bits and pieces, I think. Okay, let's go down this again. Oh. So many intelligent dwarves in this space. I can't even get over it. Virginia, oh god. Take me home. Man, a guy can't catch a break here anymore, can I? Literally get attacked 3 times in a season. Admittedly, they're just snatchers, but like that's the level of war that this faction is at. I mean, you'd hum it at the very least. You know, I think the theme song for this whole stream has been Vile Force of Darkness. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for the Vile Force of Darkness? All right. This goes all the way down to here. That's all sealed off. All right, let's connect this sucker. Who's ready to give my newest addition to my contraptions of death a test run? I say aye. We just need to wait for this to get hooked up. Seems like the only hope for the... Oh boy, on 2 fronts? That's pretty brutal. Actually, hold on, let me check one spot. Yeah, okay, that's good. Wait. Should be all plugged up. If there's a hole that leaks lava into my fortress, well then we'll deal with that when we get to it. There we go. It's under construction. So there it goes. Lava should just immediately start getting dumped down into here. Doesn't look like there's lava making into my fortress anywhere obvious just yet. This suite, who has Laia living in it, now has in-ceiling heating, which I'm sure is a lovely addition. As the lava continues to fall, that's a pigtail hood burning, not a dwarf, thankfully. Had to check, not that there was anything much I could have done about it. Then down here, you should just notice it filling. pretty quickly, if I were to imagine. This is filling extremely rapidly, as you can see. Oh. I just noticed a problem. This is, in fact, going to eventually fill my whole fort up with lava. So, I need to put a wall piece, like, right here, like, right now, like, right yesterday. I could run up to the top and, like, deconstruct it, but where's the fun in that? Let's also try and put a door, like, right there. Just to have 2 opportunities to save this. So this is filling all the way across. Now we have a matter of Okay, I unfortunately actually have to do this the not fun way. They run up to the top here and pull the plug on it. Stop it! Just turn it off! Disable the goddamn thing! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! There is lava going into my basement. I repeat, there is lava going into the basement. I repeat, there is in fact lava going into the basement. Dwarves, there's lava going in the goddamn basement! Oh sweet, never mind, we got the door hooked up. Don't need to cancel it, it's fine. We just sacrificed that hallway to the lava gods. The lava lives there now. We will pretend it doesn't exist. Do not remove that. Everything is fine. Please continue as previously planned. I went too far. All right, there we go. All right, so now this is full. So what this is going to do is it's going to fill all the way here. As you can see, the lava is now bubbling straight up this little sitting spot, and it's going to go right up to this obsidian drawbridge, right? And so now we just need to sit here and wait as the lava goes up and 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 up. Well, it really is a fort if lava doesn't threaten to leak into it. No, totally, I agree. As you can see, the lava is bubbling up, one layer at a time. Another layer. And now the final one. All the way up to here. Now we just need to sit here for a few seconds. And because we've been besieged by dwarves a couple times, and they tend to stand right here and wait for me to parlay, all I need to do now, go over here and pull this lever. That's it. Then this happens. Good luck sieging me now, suckers. I mean, that'll put a dent in them if nothing else. Could actually build like a big tube up and over this so that it dumps it over there on them. And then when I want to stop it, it's very simple. Just go over here. Whew, a little bit of lag. Guess I can unstation all of my squads now. Because when I need to stop it, literally all I do is I pull the lever and the drawbridge goes back up. And then it dissipates. I mean, I knew how to do it. It's just a matter of doing it. And relatively simple.